Yes, thank you. Regular board meeting calling to order at 5:04 p.m. At this time, we're going to have the flag salute. Please rise.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Just one brief announcement. We will be recording tonight's board meeting, and we will be reporting other items pertinent to its meeting and agenda. Item number 4, Ms. Editor, is there a public to address the board on non-agenda items? Are there any public commenters?
Yes, President Cost, we have one. Lisa Fahey from BRSFA.
All right, good evening, board members. As you guys know, I'm Lisa Fahey, and I'm our current BRSFA president, and normally I come to speak and I do glows and grows with you guys. So every day I get to walk into my classroom, be creative, and watch students flourish, witness those aha moments when something finally clicks, a student discovers new strengths, finds new interests, and begins to believe in themselves. These moments are truly powerful. And as much as our students impress me, our educators impress me just as much in our district. I see teachers dedicated their time to planning engaging lessons. I see them sharing resources with one another instead of reinventing the wheel. I see a collaboration across grade levels and specialists to make sure students are supported. I see staff stepping in to cover for one another, checking in with struggling students, and consistently reflecting on how to improve their practice. This work is thoughtful, intentional, and student-centered. Because of all this, I want to highlight some of the positive that is happening across our district currently. Our music program is one. Over the last few years, we've added new music teachers where all of our elementary students are now getting music, and we've seen the effect now through 4th and 5th grade instrumental. More students are doing that, and it's carrying over into middle school, which is the goal that they continue this progress through high school. So the investments clearly made an impact. Our counselor is another really bright spot that we have. Every single site has their own counselor. They work with small groups, they teach SEL lessons, and they provide critical support for our most valuable or vulnerable students. Their work strengthens not just individual students, but entire communities at our school. At the middle school level, they've helped transition kids into Carlmont by meeting with Carlmont counselors, setting up student goals and their class schedules to make sure that our students are not just successful with us, but as they leave us. I also want to recognize our support staff. Our custodians are nutrition clerks. They are truly the backbones of our schools. Their presence also often goes unnoticed, but when they're absent, it's felt immediately. They keep our campuses safe, clean, and running smoothly so that teaching and learning can happen every day. Finally, I want to acknowledge the progress and share a request. We appreciate that teacher feedback is being heard more at the district level. With the upcoming grade level release days, input was gathered on how we'd like those days structured, and some of that feedback is being incorporated to make that time more meaningful and valuable for us teachers. This is our positive step. At the same time, the announcement of the release days can come as quite a surprise to many teachers, and communication and scheduling could use some improvement. We ask that teacher voice continue to be included early in the planning process, not only how these days are structured, but when they are picked and scheduled and what the focus will be. We're excited that science of reading is on the agenda for most grades. We would also like to welcome opportunities later in the year to discuss our new math curriculum at grade level. Most importantly, we hope these days include protected time to plan and implement what's being presented, not just add more to-dos to our already full plates. There's a lot of great happening in our district. Our students are thriving because of the dedication of the adults and staff around them. I'm proud to be a part of this community, and I hope we can continue to build on all these strengths. Thank you.
And that's all the public comment.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Ellinger. The next item is agenda number 5, approval of the agenda and the consent agenda. Do you want to say?
Yes, there's been no changes to the consent agenda and agenda. recommend approval on that.
Great, thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda and consent agenda?
I move to approve the agenda and consent agenda.
Do we have a second motion for,
Second.
is there any discussion on either? Okay. So with the first motion and second motion, the agenda and consent agenda is approved. Passed? We need to vote. Okay. Do I have the ayes? All in favor? You're not there yet. It has. All those in favor?
Aye.
There we go. All right. All those in, yeah, that disagree? Nay. God, this. Okay. 5-0, it passes. We'll get better. All right. Now we can move on to the Board of Trustees report. Would anybody like to speak first? Sure.
I think I just want to acknowledge that these last few weeks have been really, really hard for me as we look at the decision that we have before us tonight. I just really wanted to say thank you to everyone for your partnership throughout this process, for the conversations, the emails, the Starbucks coffees, and all the time that you've taken to share your perspectives. Hearing directly from our families and our staff has really helped me to better understand not only what you all value and need in the middle school experience for your children, but also brought a new lens, a new perspective, especially around research, data, a lot of things that I was not aware of. So I truly appreciate the openness and thoughtfulness that you've brought to the dialogue, and thank you very much. And also happy Valentine's Day and happy Lunar New Year. Go, you're the horse. 马上成功. Go.
Thank you, Trustee Tang. Yeah, I feel pretty similar. The last couple of weeks have definitely been, I would say, very eye-opening. It's definitely gotten me looking into things that I hadn't looked into prior to this. So I think that was really beneficial for me to be able to really dig in and get into some data and research and reading articles and things like that. So I also wanted to just share, I know this was in January, but I did go to Central's Readathon Camp Out, which was a really fun event, and was the first time I let my kindergartner kind of like hang out with his friends by himself, which was really cool to see, just a group of kindergartners being really excited about reading. And some of the teachers acted out some books, which was also just really fun. So that's it. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Keep mine short and probably share more later. It has been a busy couple of weeks in a way that I think needed to be. And so yeah, met with a lot of great conversations, heard some really enlightening thoughts, been educated deeper than I expected. And also what I call it, just great things have been still happening in our district at all the sites, all of them. So I just want to respect that or appreciate that people are still doing some great work while our focus has been kind of highlighted here. Happy Lunar New Year, happy Valentine's Day, happy Black History Month. There was something else I was going to say, but it'll come up later. That's it.
In the interest of time, I cede my time.
Okay. So back in January 26th, Trustee Bruno, I, the staff with Superintendent Aguara and Sam Piper, staff as well. We went up to a study tour hosted by an organization called Scaling Student Success. And this was roughly near Sacramento. And it was kind of participate in some thinking with other smaller schools. Winters was one of them. Esparto, Mount Empire came up from San Diego area, and then Compass Charter. And it was a really good, in addition to going on some tours of high school or the middle school and seeing some of what they've done in some of their classrooms, it was just a really great way to get together with some really smaller districts and some that were, I think ours was actually the largest, wasn't it? So anyway, it was a really good back and forth. And it was a day session where we really got to kind of go in depth and talk through some of the challenges that are facing smaller schools. So I really appreciated Scaling Student Success for being the host, Winters for being the host district, and it was a really kind of enjoyable kind of professional development experience. So want to thank everybody, and especially the Sandpiper staff who attended. So with that in mind, we'll move on to the superintendent's report.
All right, good evening, trustees. I'll echo everything you've said. I'll piggyback a little bit on what David said about our study tour. The reason we participated in that study tour is our connection with scaling student success, but more specifically in the work of our graduate profile. Or our profile of a learner in district, the idea of thinking, innovating, and advocating as some cornerstone work that we encourage for all of our students. So some like-minded districts doing that work, definitely opportunities to learn and share from one another. For me, the best part of the trip was connecting with my colleagues, our principals, our teachers, our board members in different ways than we normally connect. So really great opportunity. Look forward to participating in more of those in the future. Second thing I'll just mention is again, the idea that it takes a village. I want to express my gratitude to School Force. Their support through Reading Power coming to a close. Over half of our students actively participated in the Readathon, generating over $208,000 that goes to support our programs and our people. And together we read 2,094,447 minutes. That's a lot of days collectively. And this was on the last check-in. So I'm sure those totals are even higher, but gratitude to School Force and our community for their continued support of our schools.
Great. With that, it's my pleasure to focus our school spotlight this month is on Fox Elementary School. Talia, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. As always, I'm excited to share what we've been working on this school year and kind of give you a high-level view of all the amazing things that are going on at Fox. So this year, we've really been focused on improving our MTSS systems, as well as looking at ways to expand our tiers of support. And we're doing that by really focusing in on three big things, thinking about how we can have academic achievement for all of our students, making sure that we're providing a strong social emotional foundation, and also making sure that the whole staff is really diving into our data and making sure that our systems, our instruction, and everything we're doing is really based in the data so that we're meeting students' needs as best as possible. It doesn't want to click. Oh, there we go. Sorry. And so along with that goal, we set specific measurable goals at the site level tied to the larger goal of improving our MTSS system, as well as expanding our tiers of support. So on the academic side, we have a very lofty goal of getting 100% of kids reading at grade level, but I think you have to be at 100%. I don't think we can say we're going to go for like 95 because who are the 5% we're leaving behind? Like that's not okay. So our goal truly is 100%. And I think we all have to have the attitude every day of trying to get 100% of kids at grade level. And I think if that's everyone's attitude, we're truly going to be raising as many kids as possible. And so that's one of the things we've really been working on. And I'll explain a little bit more about how we've been going about that. And the other one is looking specifically at kindergarten and thinking, how can we get 100% of the kids who leave kindergarten knowing all of their letters and knowing all of their letter sounds? And then along with that, also looking at the SEL side, really thinking about how can we reduce classroom disruptions, also in service of the academic goal so that we can increase student engagement, increase student learning, increase student achievement. And so here's a look at where we've come from. And so I started at Fox in 2022. And so I think we have a really strong foundation based on my time there. So you can see across the past couple years, the entire student population, we've had a 5% growth in reading achievement. And then one of the subgroups we're also looking closely at is our Latino population. I know as a district, I'm part of one of the groups that's ensuring we're not over-identifying that population. So that is a student group that as a whole at our school site, we're closely monitoring their data to ensure that they're growing, as you can see, at luckily a greater trend than the general population. We still have a ways to go, but making sure that our identification rate isn't greater than the general population either. And then I'm really proud of all the work we've done for students with IEPs. You can see they've had almost a 30% growth in terms of reading achievement over the past 3 years. So I feel like we're on a really great trajectory to start off this school year. And so in looking at improving the MTSS process, we were looking at systems, and then later I'll talk about what we did instruction-wise. And so the first thing we did is we started with step 1, which was how is our referral process working? So in the past, we did have a form that teachers filled out, but sometimes teachers would stop me. They might stop an interventionist in the hallway, let us know there's a student they were concerned about. And sometimes it was a more casual conversation. And so we really wanted to put a solid system in place. And so we created a Google form that teachers would fill out if they had a concern. And so on that Google form are also a list of suggested interventions that were introduced to staff at a staff meeting. So prior to even meeting with the preliminary SST team, they can already go to the form, click on a list of a bunch of interventions to try out if a student is struggling with behavior, or a bunch of interventions to try if a student is struggling in reading. And so they can already be trying some things prior to the meeting. One of the questions on the form also says, have you contacted the student's parents? Because sometimes we get into the meeting and parent contact hadn't always happened. And I think that's a really critical point before we're already thinking like what might be the next step. So we made sure that that was put on the form as well. And so that form then gets essentially sent through Google Forms to this tracker. And so every single week we spend I spend the first hour of Thursday morning with my lovely intervention team. And we look at the tracker to see if anyone has submitted any referrals. And we also spend that time going through the caseload of all the students with IEPs at our site to see how they're doing, discussing any other students of concern. And so the entire intervention team, whether it's a student on their caseload or not, is all aware of students of concern at the site level. And then if there was a preliminary SST form filled out by a teacher, we'll go ahead and schedule the meeting and discuss if potentially maybe the school psych might need to do an observation before that meeting happens. She'll make sure she gets into the classroom, or we'll take any preliminary steps that need to happen before that meeting is scheduled.
We also created a new agenda for the actual preliminary SST meetings. Because one thing we realized that was happening is people would come into the meetings and they would start sharing information, and then the team would start asking questions, and then we would get a little bit sidetracked. And so now you can see that steps 1 through 4 are all teacher talking. So it kind of mimics, I like watching medical dramas. So it kind of mimics like if you watch a medical show when like the medical students present the case. It's kind of like that. So the teacher comes in, presents all the information about the student, which has already been uploaded into the preliminary tracker. So the team's already looked at it a little bit and has some background, but we listen to the teacher present essentially for most of the meeting. And then at the end is when the team is asking questions or providing input, but really making sure that we're taking the time to really understand the student as best as possible before we're like jumping into what the next step might be. And then we also have, along with that, just a whole school-wide SST tracker as well, where we're tracking through who's preliminary, who's in SST1, SST2, and so forth. And so the whole team can follow along with this. This, I think, is also incredibly helpful at the beginning of the year. If you get a new student, you can go into the tracker to see what are the notes from last year. It also just helps from year after year communication, because I know when I started at Fox, I had none of the SSTs from anything that happened prior to me. It just was like, I don't know where they were. So this is now a living document that like will exist so that notes at least are carried on. And even when kids go into middle school, we can like send on the information. So in addition to looking at our process, which was a big part of what we put in place towards the beginning of the year, we also looked at another critical component, which is the instruction, since obviously that's what's going to impact students the most. And so we started looking at Tier 1 instruction, and we really thought about how can we provide first best instruction. And so one thing we needed to do is make a shift in our ELA instruction and really dive in and learn more about the science of reading. And so our whole school did a book study. Our TK read Strive for 5, which is all about 5 back and forth conversations. And then our kinder through 5th grade read Shifting the Balance, which has different components of kind of the shift to the science of reading and kind of how to make that shift and how to implement it. And it gives a little bit of theory as well. And so we really focused on understanding the role of background knowledge, vocabulary, and how important fluency is in supporting students' reading comprehension. We also did additional just professional development on the science of reading, and then teachers would present to all the other grades about what that looks like in their grade level, because what science of reading implementation looks like in kindergarten is very different than what it looks like in 5th grade. And I think it's really important for teachers, regardless of their grade level, to be aware of what that looks like. We also were diving into our data quite a bit. So the district offers the screener, which all the kids took, whether it was M-Class for primary or FastBridge for the upper grades. And then in addition to that, at our site, we also took some additional diagnostic measures. So once students took the district screener, kids who were flagged with that took additional screeners at the site level. So if a kid was flagged on the district screener with like a fluency struggle and fluency, then the teacher would give them the DIBELS fluency measure to better target it. So I kind of equate it to like the district screener is kind of like saying you have a back problem, but I got to figure out exactly what your back problem is. And so that's where the diagnostic measure comes in. And so once we had the diagnostic measure, it helped the teachers to know better where to start with their interventions for fluency and phonics, because they knew more specifically where to target their instruction. And then teachers were doing a really good job of progress monitoring to determine, is the intervention that I'm providing working for the student, or do I need to adjust? We also did a lot of learning around how to best provide differentiated small groups. And so these two books by Walpole and McKenna were really instrumental in helping us shift how we are organizing our small groups and making sure that they're really easy for the teachers to implement, but that they were highly effective for the students as well. And so it had teachers thinking, is this a phonics need, a fluency need, or a vocab and comprehension need? And once they knew that for the student, it became really easy for them to implement a small group. And then in each teacher's schedule, they added in what we call literacy achievement time. And so 3 times a week for 30 minutes, they're pulling small groups based on their data for all kids. So it's not just the lowest kids, because it's really important that the high kids are growing as well. So all kids are getting a small group during literacy achievement time to make sure that we're making gains across the board. And then if I flip over to thinking about our SEL goal, our counselor was really wonderful in providing targeted tier 1 lessons. And then we had a lot of special theme weeks throughout the year. So we had Start with Hello Week, we have Unity Day, we had the Great Kindness Challenge, Be Unique Week, and a lot of special activities for National School Counselor Week. And so at the tier 2 level, we also looked at how can we expand supports at the tier 2 level, because the classroom teacher was doing a lot of work at the tier 1 level, but we also are really lucky to have some additional supports that could work at the tier 2 level. And so we did a cross grade level collaborative model to support with reading. And so I'm really lucky to have 4 TK teachers. And so each of those 4 TK teachers buddied up with either a 1st or 2nd grade teacher and is pulling small groups to support kids in those classes as well. And then we also expanded the support from our reading specialist. So our reading specialist is going in the morning to work with the kindergarten students to really help us achieve that goal of having the kindergartners leave kindergarten knowing all of their letters and all of their sounds, because previously intervention was done by the teacher. So the teacher is still doing after school intervention, but in addition to that, the reading specialist is also providing intervention in the morning. I'm really lucky that my resource teacher has a little bit of extra time in her schedule. And so when she has those 10 minutes of time in her schedule, she's able to go around and work with 1st and 2nd grade students to help strengthen their number sense using this program called +1. It takes about 3 to 5 minutes. It's one-on-one with a student, and it's really focused on strengthening number sense. So she supports between 4 and 8 students across a week with that. And then we also have 1 small group for each grade level for 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade that receives tier 2 math intervention as well, using a curriculum called Math UC, which is just a lot of repetition, a lot of helping students visualize the math. And so we're really looking at how to fill in the gaps and support students with math so that they can do better in class as well. And so if we think of how is this working, what is the student impact? For our SEL goal, you can see from the fall to the winter, we had a wonderful decrease in classroom disruptions. For FastBridge, this is our fall to winter slippage. And so you can see across the past 3 years, that's been going down, which is wonderful. So this year we only had 1 point average slippage. Our hope is that we get to the other side and have none. And then we're just like going up, which for the most part they are. So we're getting there. And this is our primary grade. So you can see that some of the students who were in the beginning of the year below have either moved to at or above. And then the students reading above grade level, we've increased that by 5% as well. So what it shows me is that the phonics program that we're using, the small group support, the literacy achievement time, I think all of that has been really effective in supporting students. And then we get to hear a little bit from kids as well. But I might need, Jerome, this is where I might need you.
Like, I like the extra reading because there's games and it makes me a better reader.
Oh, I don't know.
I like small group math support because it helps me better understand math. It also helps me figure out stuff that I'm tripped up on. And I think all the teachers are really patient and very supportive.
That's it. There's your fox. Okay. Okay, that's it. Any questions?
So first off, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Science of reading is a passion of mine, and I am so happy to see that you guys are really focusing in on making sure that we get our readers up to grade level. I really like everything that you're doing. You're not just doing the phonics in the classroom, but you're really building in that professional development for our teachers to be able to push these children to the place where they need to be in order to be successful students as they move forward. Without reading, you really can't do much. And it's very telling in the disruption data
Mhm.
that now that they can kind of follow along what's going on, that disruption level is dropping. My question for you was, what was your biggest challenge in getting your staff on board with this? There's a lot of, two sides to this topic. And how did you combat it? Or how did you overcome it?
My staff is really great. I feel like they went around. The scheduling, yes, like they went along with me. I think I've built enough cred with them. They did it and they went along and there wasn't a lot of grumbling. But I think at first there was a little bit of shock when I introduced the idea of the literacy achievement time. But we made it work. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I have one more question.
Yeah.
You had mentioned that you would pull, and I'm not sure I fully understood, but you said that you had 4 TK classrooms and that you would pull students from first.
Yeah, so I have 4 TK classrooms,
Right.
right? And then I have 2 first grade rooms and 2 second grade rooms. So essentially like TK room 1 works with a first grade teacher. TK room 2 works with the other first grade teacher. TK room, I can do you names, right? Like Linda Wilkeson is like hooked up with Teresa Thompson.
Right.
Sarah Muscalina works with Carol Reisner. Yvonne Olsamendi works with Rachel Imora, and like Brandon Whiteman works with Jen Duffy. So they're like, they're buddied up, I guess, for lack of a better word, with these other teachers. And so they pull a set of students who were lower performing at the beginning of the year and pull them out for 30 minutes of instruction.
Oh, so the teachers would
The
then go.
TK teacher.
The TK teacher would then go and support.
Into their
Oh,
classroom and provide them with 30.
That
I'm really
extra-
lucky that 2 of my TK teachers happen to be former reading specialists. So it's
Got
like,
it. That's
works
really-
for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that
And
helps.
so any of those children in first and second grade that might be a little bit behind, they can get that
Yeah,
extra
I
support.
get that as well.
That is wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Well, this is why I like to go first because Shelley stole my question. But thank you for that explanation. I appreciate that. I was going to ask about the TK and first and second. So no questions from me. Just want to express I think what you guys are doing is great. You can see it in your data. I think those numbers are really impressive. And I do love the fox. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hey.
Great job, of course. I think I have some relatively simple questions. You just said a lot of things that are interesting to me. What's slippage?
What is slippage?
What is it?
Oh, so like a decline.
And why would you have?
Why?
When you say you're looking at it, you've had less of it. Why does it happen?
Why do we have, well, less is good, right? That means that like I started reading at a level 400, but then in the winter I'm at level 399. So I've technically gone down in my reading level. So that's bad, right? I want to keep growing. So the less slippage, the better I am.
maybe is going down in my reading level inevitable?
No. So if I slip 1 point,
Yeah.
that's better than slipping 3 points.
You say it like it makes sense to you. Okay, thank you. Why wouldn't I go up? Okay.
You want to go up, you don't want to slip. So the more you slip, the worse off you are.
Trustee Bruno.
I'm good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Stop it. I'm good. The fact that your TK teachers are active, I always wonder, like, what do they do with the rest of the time? So again, the gift of having them be reading specialists, I mean that positively, but anyway, it was really cool to hear that what they're doing is working across grades. So I just want to highlight that. You mentioned doing additional screeners, and I feel like sometimes, and maybe this ties to the other question of sometimes consistency or compliance can be hard. Like, is it hard for your teachers to do additional screeners while teaching and supporting, or is it pretty easy? When you mentioned additional screeners, so you have teachers doing whatever the screener is and then doing more support students, is that sustainable? Like, are they good with that?
Yeah, because they only have to do it 1 time. So it's like they do the like fast bridge assessment, right? And then from that, they give the additional one, which it doesn't take that long, but that just like gives them a starting point to then start their small groups. And then they're like good to go.
Gotcha. And that's not a change for this year. That's just the way it's done.
Well, that was something new this year.
Gotcha.
And now it's the way it'll be done.
There we go. Okay. Yeah. What else do I have? In one of the slides where you, slide 25, where you showed your mid-year assessment results, the 8% that is well below held. Is that what you expected?
Which one?
This one. Yeah.
I would have liked it to be better, but it's good. It's great. I mean, I wish we had more growth always.
Yeah. Okay. But
It's our first time using that assessment, so
Yeah.
I don't really know. Right? Like this is the first year we're doing M class, so like I don't have anything to like I've
Yeah.
asked other schools what their scores are, but
Right.
like I don't know, is that typical? Is that not typical? Like I don't.
Yeah, the reason I ask is not, again, I hope you all can hear it. There's nothing negative about your program. I think it's awesome. But with a goal of 100% at grade level and the work you're putting into it and wanting to serve all, like I heard all the things, and then I see a number that says the ones that we, reassessed here, and maybe it's the slippage, it's new students in that 8%. But I was wondering if, again, I'm assuming the answer is yes, but you're serving all of your students to the best of your ability. And the way that measures to be that 8% staying the same is perhaps just how.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's great that growth was made. I wish at
Yeah.
least one of the well below had
Yeah.
moved. But then I didn't dive in enough to know
Right.
one of the well below could have moved and someone else could have fallen. I don't know. I didn't disaggregate to that level.
Gotcha. You said something early on that I don't think maybe has that much to do with Fox, but you mentioned over-identifying Latino populations.
Yes.
What does that mean?
That means that like over identifying Latino population for special education, meaning that the population of students who are Latino are, as it implies, like more of them are over identified for special education versus other populations. Like if you look at their percentage in relation to other populations, are we over identifying them?
But the word, okay, I think you said it there. The word over-identifying is being like identifying them as special needs. Is that what you're talking about? Is that the link I'm missing? Okay.
Is there anything, Robbie, you want to add to that? Okay.
Thanks. Again, I part of my questions are for me, and part of it is because, for the last few months, people are listening. And
that also happens to be the only like subgroup I can actually disaggregate. Every other population at my school is too small to be statistically that I can look at. So the only population and that population is small. Like right now it's 19 kids.
Yeah.
So it's tricky, but it's the only one I can actually look at.
Yeah. Gotcha. I had one more. Do you have a recommended medical drama?
Oh, well, I just started The Pit. It's pretty good, but you have to then subscribe to HBO.
Do you have another one where I don't have to subscribe to? No, I'm joking. I'm joking. Don't answer that. The living document that you created, and you mentioned the potential to pass along to middle school. I just want to clarify that that's not a thing that happens now, but you're hoping that this is something like a bridge that will be built with this. Is that cool? Thank you.
Thank you. Very, very great work. I was just looking at slide 4, if we're able to go back to that, your where we came from slide. And thank you for tracking reading achievement growth. Thank you for making along with your staff, with making such marked progress in just a few years. So I was on slide 4. Sorry. It looks like 4 on mine, the next one. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. So yeah, so thank you for doing that. Thank you for working with your staff on that. Again, like Trustee Bruno said, some questions I'm asking for anybody who might be listening. You mentioned your intervention team. What are the job titles of the people on your intervention team?
So it is my resource teacher, my reading specialist, my speech language pathologist, my counselor, my school psychologist, and our behaviorist.
Great. Thank you. Thanks. And also wanted to echo Trustee Tang on thanking you and your staff for working on the science of reading. That's really great. And I know, of course, that your primary focus is your students at your school. I was wondering if you've had a chance to share with your other principal colleagues how it's been going with the science of reading.
Yeah. And we did, I know with Qingpei, we also did at grade level meetings, we presented a little bit about science of reading as well.
Great. Thank you.
So I just wanted to chime in. This is excellent data, and it's certainly a snapshot, but it's trending in the right direction, and everybody should be very proud. My question is just, we hear a lot about being at tier 1 and kind of building up that foundation. My question is since you've now kind of implemented tier 2, what is, like, how was that a kind of a big ask from the staff to kind of shift tier 1, tier 2? Did you kind of just add in tier 2 at a certain point when you thought the school was ready? Can you just kind of talk about that evolution when you were able to incorporate tier 2 in?
The tier 2 at my site is really possible because of staffing. Because I have the TKs, it's possible. Because my resource specialist does have a little bit of extra time and her caseload isn't 100% full right now, she's able to do it. So if her caseload changes, I wouldn't be able to do it. So it really has to do with what I can do with who I have, because luckily all of this is working and my reading specialist isn't full for the time she's with me. She's also able to expand to kindergarten. If she was full with other kids, then maybe we'd have to look at doing things a little bit differently. But it has to do, the tier 2 a lot has to do with staffing.
In terms of eventually when Fox is ready, and like you said, it sounds like a lot is around staffing and flexibility, but the tier 3, can you give an example of what a tier 3 intensive support might look like and how that might differentiate from tier 2?
Sure. So tier 3 is for students who qualify for an IEP. Okay. And so they might either go to the learning center to get support, or sometimes there's push-in support provided in their classroom, or it could also be a student who might have an IEP for speech services. There's also students who have IEP for behavior services. So it just depends what their qualification is for support, but usually They're provided an IEP if they need some sort of support in a smaller setting. And then there's also other placement options as well outside of, like we have our special day classes as well that have students who are receiving tier 3 instruction as well.
The last question I have is, do you feel like there's a lot therefore going on in addition to like the regular school day and responsibilities of teachers? Do you feel, are you extending any of these supports into the after school, like, you know, or is it really being contained in the school day?
Yeah, staffing wise, I can only go until the end of the contract.
Okay, I mean, and you're
Yeah.
finding that, okay,
Yeah.
you're juggling it all. Okay. I just wanted to say a comment. You're really not giving yourself enough credit. I think the most impressive thing is, in addition to all this MTSS, is getting these foxes to speak. You know, I don't know, getting foxes to speak in general. Never heard of that before, so amazing. Very well
I do
done.
love the AI images.
Little Dr. Doolittle there. Good job.
If I could just add really quick, my thanks to you, Talia, and to your staff. I think one of the things that I see working really well is the systems that are being set up, right? The idea from data that comes up, that's presented to staff, that's worked through with staff, that's supported by administration through all those ebbs and flows, whether it's scheduling, whether it's extra support, whether it's whatever it is. When we come together, we're able to do a lot more. So thank you for doing that. Thank you to the staff for tackling that and adding that and seeing the results. And I think when we see positive results, that fuels us even more too. So kudos to everyone. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a wonderful staff. I'm very lucky. Yeah. Thank you.
So I pose this question to you, Superintendent Guar, because the next agenda item is middle school alignment decision and deliberation. However, we also said to the public that we were going to start at 6:15. So do we want to honor that so that people can get here who've been thinking about that?
So absolutely, we want to honor that. We said we would begin agenda item number 9 no earlier than 6:15. I think it's fair if the board would like to move forward with some of our reports subsequent, 10, 11, 12, and so on.
Great.
That might make sense to begin so that we preserve extra time as needed.
Perfect. Do we think we might be able to talk about number 10 then in that time frame?
Yes.
Okay, great. So we will come back to number 9 at 6:15 as mentioned. So agenda number 10 is the LCAP mid-year report. And Director Hugh, Assistant Superintendent Hugh, would you like to?
Yes,
Take-
sorry, I was clicking in. Jerome was getting it set for me.
There we
All
go.
right, good evening. This is just our, I feel very loud. This is our annual mid-year update for you. It is a requirement from the state of California that we give a public report on LCAP progress before February 28th of every single school year. This is going to feel a little bit like lather, rinse, repeat from last year. It is pretty much just giving you the financials. Just as a quick reminder, LCAP timeline is such that we do formal approval every year in June. During the July through December timeframe, our principals work with their school site councils to finalize their SIPSAs, which is their single plan for student achievement. Those are where they document all of their individual programs and funds at the site level. In February, we give you a mid-year update on how we are spending our LCAP dollars. And then in the January to May timeframe, our principals work with their school site teams and their communities to really think about what they're going to be doing with their site dollars moving forward for next year. So they spend the first half of the year reviewing this year's expenditures and the second half of the year planning for next year's expenditures. We did make a little bit of a shift in last year's LCAP in not changing the dollar amounts allocated to the school sites, but changing the funding source. If you'll remember, we brought all of the LCAP action items and expenditures under district, I don't know, district monitoring. We've taken them over into the tasks that we do to make it simpler for the school sites, rather than coming to them in December and January and saying, you each have about 20 action items all assigned to different LCAP and LCF dollars. How have you spent them? Why have you not spent them all yet? Where are you? We've pulled them all under district so that I can give you a quicker summary. B, we can ensure 100% of expenditures. And C, most importantly, our principals are freed that time to really work on programmatic decisions at their site level. Back in June, we had $1.5 million-ish projected for our LCF supplemental dollars, which we have budgeted into the LCAP. The number did come in a little higher, which almost always happens after the state makes their adjustments. What we have spent thus far in our year is $790,000 already expended and an additional $888,000 encumbered. Those of you doing quick mental math will say, wait, Ching-Pei, that's higher than the 1.522. That's correct, because our allocation ended up being a little bit higher. And this is as of February 6th. This is what I pulled out of our financial system. These are the services that we had planned for 25-26 that continue on. We have, I'm not going to read to you all of those bullet points. They're pretty straightforward. Essentially, we are pulling all reading specialists, all school counselors. Excess teacher is not a politically correct way of speaking about teachers, because nobody's excess. Everybody is of absolute need. But this is purely on a financial note in terms of having teachers that are above our absolute 100% efficiency. We don't staff at 100% efficiency for a number of reasons, but we are able to utilize some of our LCF dollars to pay for that gap. We are funding ELOP programs for our students. We have spent quite a bit on professional development this year. And then we are, as you remember, last year, Redwood Shores is under differentiated assistance for chronic absenteeism. So there are some action items that we had planned for that have all been initiated and or completed. Most of them are partway through because, as you can see, the financial allocation this year has been primarily on salaries. We are into February. We've paid through February. We pay folks all the way through June. So other pieces of the LCAP mid-year update are our metrics. So for each of our goals, we have some measurable metrics that we provide for you every year. We have 205 teachers this year with full credentials. We have a number of intern credentials. We have all of our curriculum is Common Core aligned. We are in the midst of adopting new math curriculum, but we do still have current adoptions in the classrooms. Our local benchmarks look good. Speaking to Trustee Bruno's question a little bit, typically what we see is the expectation for proficiency on an absolute level increases as the year goes on. What we have seen years of data is that we'll start with, for example, 86% of our population has met or exceeded the expectations at the beginning of the school year. This year, globally, 85% of our students in the winter are meeting or exceeding the expectations. There is a slight decline. That doesn't mean that they're totally static, though, because the expectation has grown. So some of our kids, most of our kids are continuing to grow at the expected pace, and we will have a percentage that are not. And those are the kids that we're really needing to dive into and disaggregate and figure out what's going on. Why is their growth rate slowing? Okay. So you'll see that that's happening. We have great data in terms of CAS data. That's all listed for you. Our local screeners pertaining to reading are also listed in for you. And then one point I want to point out to you is 59.3% of our English learners were rated as making progress in the 2025 CAS, the school dashboard. And that was an increase from 10% from 2024. We've had lots of conversations around that. There was a data glitch in the comparison of 23 to 24. And I had predicted to you that in 24 to 25, we would come back to normal. And that's basically where we're at. Goals 2 and 3 have to do with culture and climate and engagement. There's really no mid-year data to share because a lot of the metrics we put in have to do with end-of-year performance. Suspension data is incomplete at this point. The Youth Truth Survey window is currently open. Those are the metrics that we have put forth to monitor progress throughout the year. We do have some SWIS data, which is our PBIS office discipline referral rates. Last year, if you'll remember, we only had 4 schools that were collecting data. The other 3 were in the midst of revamping their systems. This year, we do have data from all 7 sites. And so you can see, while the goal is always to have 85% plus of your students performing in the green tier 1 universal support level, and between 5 and 10 in tier 2 and 0 to 5 in tier 3, we have our students school-wide at the lowest. 90% of our kiddos are in the tier 1, meaning they've gotten 0 to 1 referrals, which is just kind of free teaching. Behaviorally speaking, our students are doing really well. And then you'll see Saber's data looks really similar too. What questions do you have?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Great data, and I definitely want us to talk about it. I did want to just ask a process question. President Koss and Superintendent DeGuara, if people are arriving and they're interested in making public comments, should they see Ms. Ellinger in the lobby at this point?
Yes, Ms. Ellinger's in the lobby greeting guests.
Okay, thank you. And then would we like to announce that again at like 6:10, just in case, again, people are arriving, or just so that we have everybody who wants to make public comment has done that, has signed up to do it before we start?
Yes, she'll be joining us again closer to 6:15, but we'll make sure, I think President Koss also wanted to take a 5-minute break. We'll make sure that we're doing that.
Great, thank you.
Did you have a question for the LCAP?
Thank you, thank you. On slide 6, sorry, I know it's very specific, but for the Swiss data, the referral rates are in the green, but what are the percentages mean?
The percentage means the percentage of students at that school site who have between 0 and 1 referrals as of this point in the year, right? We don't track every single thing that happens. These are the minors and sometimes majors, but this is a compilation of all referrals. Sometimes it's the teacher is just tracking data after the fact. It doesn't mean either that if I have a referral as a student that I've necessarily gone to the office to talk to the principal. It might just mean something happened at recess. My teacher had to talk to me about it afterwards, and sometime during the day, they track that because we ask them to track so that we can see patterns, so that we can see, is this something that's happening in a particular gender, in a particular grade, on a particular day? The disaggregation that we can pull out of Swiss is really useful. So in a district like ours, those percentages are pretty standard to what we've seen, but they're also representative of the fact that our kids are really well behaved. We know we have outliers. We know we have kids with behavioral needs, but on the whole, you can see we range from 90 to 99.6% of our kids at the individual schools receiving 0 to 1 referral over the course of this first half of the year.
Great, thank you.
I have a really small question. On one of the pages, you had around teacher credentials. We have one teacher working on STSP. What is that?
Yeah, I had asked Annie and I'd forgotten what it is. It is.
Thank you. And for anyone at home that didn't hear, it's a
short-term staff
permit.
Yeah,
as they work on their credential. Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? You good? Okay, thank you.
all right, thanks.
Time for one more item?
Yep, let's do it. Okay, which one should we go? Oh,
We'll go right down.
okay, so we're gonna go to, this is up for action. This is an action item, the award of leaseback services and approval to enter into a pre-construction service agreement with Rhode Island for the district-wide HVAC project. And to present by Reese Matsumoto, CBO.
Good evening, trustees. As you know, we passed Measure P in the fall of 2024, and we would like to get our summer projects off to a quick start, of which one of them is our district-wide HVAC projects. That's HVAC happening at Ralston, SIP, Nesbitt, Redwood Shores, and Sandpiper. And we'll also address Central and Fox also at a later date, probably not in this summer, but in subsequent summers. Ultimately, we put an RFP out for a leaseback partner. This will be the firm that ultimately installs all of the HVAC systems. And this is not specifically for the HVAC systems themselves. This is really just for a partner to help us get all the work done in the summer. Ultimately put an RFP out. We went through a competitive bidding or competitive process where we also brought them in for interviews. Through all that, us in conjunction with our architects, Darling Tyrone's architects, and Teleq Construction Management decided that the best choice for this would be Rodan Construction Services. Ultimately, what you have in front of you today is just the sample leaseback template that we had approved in, I believe, December of this past year. Ultimately, this action item here today is to approve moving forward with Rodan for their pre-construction services. That specifically is them being able to walk all of the sites with our construction team, being able to review more of the architectural designs in depth. Ultimately, when we have an actual contract that we'll work through with Rodan, we'll bring that to the board during the next board meeting.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions for CBMS?
Okay, so I just want to clarify. You're saying that we are not going to, this particular action item is only addressing who is going to be helping us through this process. And the actual HVAC system, how it works, all those pieces are going to be decided at a later date. Is that right?
Our architects have the designs for all of the HVAC specific systems that are planned to go in, but they're still finalizing some of those designs. That's what part of this also entails. We need the people who will be installing it to also opine on some of the designs to help make sure that everything makes sense and that we can get this project done in the summer. If you have specific questions about, some of the filters or some of the specific systems that are going in, please email me, and I can have our architect potentially email you back, or maybe even come out for additional detail in the future.
I would love to be there for some of the conversations around type, airflow, all of that stuff. So please,
Absolutely.
please, thank you.
So this item again is an action item. Do I have a motion?
I move to award the leaseback services and approval to enter into a pre-construction services agreement with Rodan for the district-wide HVAC project.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Great. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, great. So the approval passes 5-0. Okay. We'll move on to the assembly vote. Item number 12 is the delegate assembly vote. This is a discussion item as well as action item. And Superintendent DeGuara, would you give us some context?
Sure. So there are 6 San Mateo County Region 5 California School Board delegate assembly seats, basically our representatives to CSBA. Currently, there are 3 members whose term expires March 31st, 2026. The delegates serve 2-year terms beginning April 1st to March 31st, 28. There are 3 seats up for vote. The board has 1 shared ballot. There are 2 candidates. So the board can choose to vote for both candidates, affirm the vote, and write in a vote, or vote for 2, or vote for 1. It's the board's discretion. Their bios were attached to the supporting documents.
Before we vote, is there anybody, is there a board who wants to propose a third candidate for any write-in? Trustee Northrup, great. We'll just put.
I would be willing to be a write-in candidate, but I would also like to ask my fellow trustees if any of them would be interested in being a delegate.
Rocks, paper, scissors. Trustee Bruno, you. Okay. Trustee Northrup, you'd be a great addition. We would love to add you to the candidate slate.
Thank you.
So with that, do I hear a motion on the 3 delegate slate as proposed.
I move to approve the 2026 delegate assembly vote with the 3 candidates.
Great. Do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So I'll clarify real quick. Chelsea Bonini, Terry Chavez will have an affirmative vote. Our write-in candidate will be trustee Northrop. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how CSBA processes write-in candidates, but we'll let you know. Thank you.
Okay. So at this point, it's 6:09. We'll take a 5-minute break and be back here at 6:15. Thank you. Please see Ms. Ellinger if you haven't, if you'd like to make a public comment in the interim. Yes, just one last thing. We have a Spanish interpreter, Teresa, and she will be in the back for those who need language support. Thank you.
Buenas noches y bienvenidos a todos. Si alguien necesita interpretación al español, por favor pase a la parte de atrás. Estaré ahí para ayudarles.
Appreciate it.
All right.
$6.50. I can appreciate. Am I gonna have the clicker? Okay. Oh, you're right. I didn't put it out. Anyways, no, we don't.
Right?
Yep. Give it a good rest.
Question, we were told we have to give the cards.
Miss Ellinger is right there. Thank you, no problem.
Okay. Like to welcome everybody. Trustees, if you could take your seats. Trustees, take your seats. All right. I'd like to welcome everybody to the agenda number 9. Welcome to the middle school alignment decision that's up for vote at this meeting. Before we start, we certainly would like to open it up to public comment, but so Superintendent DeGuara, so I will go a little bit more into the rest of the process after the public comment, but the first part of it is going to be Superintendent DeGuara to give a brief overview and presentation, and then we will go into public comments. So please see Ms. Ellinger if you haven't already and you would like to make a public comment. I would say, while we'll wait, I will go over the public comment part at that point. Superintendent DeGuara, if you'd like to.
Great. Good evening, trustees. Let's bring the presentation up there. Perfect. I want to start tonight with a couple of acknowledgements. This is a very hard decision. It's not an easy decision, and our decision tonight has implications for our community, regardless of the decision that we make. There's trade-offs in every decision that's before us tonight. I want to thank the board. This is probably one of the most difficult decisions before the board since COVID. I recognize it's been a challenge. I appreciate your dedication to engaging with our community, reading all of the input that's been shared with you, and really taking this decision with the amount of gravity that it is. I want to also thank our community for being engaged, for engaging in respectful dialogue back and forth, for sharing your opinions while recognizing our challenges. I think better together, right? We all work together at the end of the day, sharing the love, regardless of what that decision is. I'm going to share a little bit about the overview and process, a little bit more of the data points that we're looking at, share my thoughts, and ultimately what has guided our team's recommendation. A little bit of overview. In the past few months, we've engaged in an analysis of past, present enrollment trends. We've looked at projections. That report was provided back in September. We engaged in a demographic study to learn more about the future of our district, birth rates, how kids are moving through our system. We've taken a look at how our decision impacts our financial outlook. And we've done interim presentations to better understand the decision that comes with trade-offs. I want to take a moment really to pause there. Ultimately, our decision comes down to trade-offs and priorities. While we've said that finances are not a driving factor, there's definitely a financial cost to our decision. With limited funds, we make choices continually, and continuing to fund under-enrolled programs takes resources that could be used in other ways. We will and we can close the deficit funding gap, full stop. That said, regardless of the decision, we will need to make and monitor spending. We'll need to make strategic choices to draw down our $4.8 million structural deficit, and that comes with trade-offs. We will definitely look to maintain in our core programs. However, unexpected changes result in unexpected things. We want to make sure that our programs and our core programs remain at the heart of what we support. I want to just take a moment to recognize the outreach that we've been doing. We've had special board meetings January 8th, January 21, January 29th. We've received thus far roughly about 100 individuals that have made public comment. I think trustees have received approximately, at least when we developed the presentation, about 225 emails sharing their thoughts. And I will summarize that feedback here shortly. Just a review of our timeline, where we've been, where we're going. I want to take a moment to talk and frame our work. Thus far, we've framed our work and conversation around closing one of our small schools based on historical data, as well as perception data that has been demonstrated in a number of different ways over a number of different years. I'd like to take a moment to provide another frame and another context for our thinking in what I think is really the simplest form. We have excess capacity in our 6th through 8th grade program. We have more seats allocated than we have students. Our question is, what do we do there? From a staffing standpoint, generally speaking, we make adjustments based on how students are moving through our system. We adjust, we move. With our small school programs, we're not able to make those staffing adjustments like we would at Ralston or at the elementary. Their staffing level is set through their design. Ultimately, again, this is about trade-offs. We can do a lot, but we can't do everything. I want to talk a moment about the status quo option, and under the context of the question which we started with, should we close one of our 2 small middle schools? That status quo, we hear that, right? We close it or we don't. It's status quo. But when we think about it from an enrollment perspective and number of seats to be filled, realistically, we need to fill those open seats. That's a financially prudent thing to do. By selecting the status quo option, we are providing direction
to work to fill all of those spots. And I think it's important to balance that we've heard clearly there's a strong desire for Ralston not to diminish the work that is happening at Nesbit or Sandpiper, and limiting those seats is not preferred by most. This is a desire that has been shared in the context of granting choice. For clarity, I want to note choice. We have never guaranteed a choice program. We've done a good job in honoring most families' preferences, but not all families. I really want to emphasize that we do our best to support family choice within the context of the programs that we operate, but there's no guarantee. There's been a lot of conversation around how we can make our small schools even more attractive. The reality is we've tried that in many different levels to build and support, to respond to community needs. The reality, again, is we can't do everything. Our staff is already working extremely hard at something different. We've worked to try things before and after school. We've added programs past the base program, and those results have been similar. Selecting option 2 or option 3 is what our team believes is the right direction based on what we know. When we think about our small school programs, we have to think about, can we look to promote one program better and optimize one program? Yes, I think that's a possibility. Should we do that for 2 when our data shows otherwise? No, I don't believe that's the right direction and would argue that it's not financially responsible to do so. It creates, maintaining both has the potential to create uncertainty in our community. And when families crave consistency, that's a hard thing to grapple with. Finally, number 4, honestly, from my perspective, that's been the furthest reach. We certainly have heard some comment about number 4, but not a whole lot. Let me advance the slide. So with that, I do have to share that my recommendation, when I look at that, it's recommended that the Board of Trustees direct the transition from 2 TKK8 programs to 1, resulting in the closure of 1 6-8 program at either Nesbit or Sandpiper, while continuing to remain the site as a TK or K5, beginning with the 26-27 school year. The recommendation reflects a comprehensive multi-month analysis of enrollment trends, demographic projections, middle school selection data, capacity utilization, community input, all of this taken together for that recommendation. Furthermore, I'd like to be very clear that this is not a recommendation on the quality of our programs. It's not a reflection on the hard work of our staff, our students, or our families. I am amazingly proud of all of our programs and the hard work that happens in our schools. Next couple of slides, I just want to take a moment to share the data that we continue to look at. Enrollment and demographic trends. Our enrollment continues to decline across all grade levels, growing over time. Capacity and utilization, another criteria. Our small schools are under capacity and underutilized, roughly at the 70 to 79% capacity. Approximately 30% of our students attending 5th grade at either Sandpiper or Nesbit matriculate into the 6th grade there. Maximizing enrollment could mean adding an additional 36 to 72 students to the 6th grade. Sustainability considerations. Ralston remains an attractive / preferred choice, not the only choice. Again, and I say this with tremendous pride for both of our small schools, Nesbit and Sandpiper. They are wonderful programs. Year over year, we have families requesting to transfer to Ralston. year over year. An example here, we have a priority of families selecting Ralston as the middle school survey each spring. In 25, the family ranked choice data for placement was there. 391 opted for Ralston as their first choice. And then finally, the community input, while not balanced, it falls into one of what I would say three areas. One is preserving Nesbit. The second is preserving Sandpiper. We've heard primarily those views in our community in-person engagement. While those two groups differ in the specific campus they wish to preserve, the underlying values are largely the same: community, relationships, safety, and access. We've had a third group of push that is advocating for maintaining choice. Again, I will say again that our district has never had a 100% choice system. We do our best to honor choice and family preference, but it has never been a guarantee. With the idea that the third group emphasizing maintaining multiple options for families, and that if we operate fuller systems at Nesbit and Sandpiper, it will reduce availability at Ralston. So with that, the board has a heavy decision to weigh tonight. It's a complicated one with multiple factors. Typically, our decision-making is a recommendation with a yay or nay vote. Tonight, that is different. Tonight, that comes with deliberation, weighing down those options, narrowing down those options, and finally coming up with a decision. It's one that I encourage trustees to not only of course, have a motion and a vote on, but also to engage in consensus building and discussion to get there. And finally, with that, I'll turn it back over to President Koss for public comment.
Great. Thank you, Superintendent DeGuara. As we transition to public comment, obviously, I said before, this is a sensitive topic. So please focus comments on issues, experience, and outcomes rather than individuals. Our goal is to continue to hear a range of perspectives while honoring time and collective voice. In the previous sessions, we've been pretty lenient, as we should have, for the 3 minutes per person, since we wanted to get everybody's and we didn't want to cut anybody off. We will continue to keep 3 minutes, but please keep your comments. We will, at the end of 3 minutes, give you a gentle reminder that your time is up so that we can fit everybody in, but also then still have time to deliberate. Please see Ms. Ellinger if you have a comment. With that, Ms. Ellinger, can you list maybe by threes? I think that's been successful to list the first 3 people. Okay.
Okay, so we have approximately 35 speakers tonight. So if I could have Reiko Medina, Greg Hamlin, and Cindy Shea come up.
Hello. Members of the board and Superintendent DeGuara, thank you for your efforts to bring the community together tonight. I'm here as a parent of a 3rd grader at Redwood Shores Elementary and an 8th grader at Sandpiper. As we navigate lower enrollment at our smaller middle schools, I'm here to advocate for keeping all 3 schools open with the following 3 priorities in mind: choice, community, and due diligence. First, choice. If we believe in choice, and I know it's not guaranteed, but we need to protect it equitably. And choice for some should not come at the expense of others. So I think we should prioritize choice for everyone, again, by keeping all 3 schools open. Choice for families who want to send their children to Nesbit, but also choice for the 200 to 250 families at Sandpiper and Nesbit. Second, community. Over the past few weeks, these meetings have shown how much we care about our schools. And this is something that we should definitely be proud of. But this process has also divided us. We keep hearing close a school or eliminate choice, a false binary. And I know that there's other options that are presented as well, but it is pulling our community apart. This doesn't have to be the option. We can increase enrollment at our smaller schools, which brings me to my third point, which is due diligence. I know that Superintendent DeGara talked a little bit about some of the work that has been done to increase enrollment at our smaller schools, but I'd love to understand, have we dove into what's really driving the decrease in our smaller schools? And specifically, what have we done to increase enrollment at these schools? Have we sufficiently done our due diligence? Throughout this process, our community has invested hundreds, if not thousands of hours in support of these schools. Now's the time to come together further. There's still work to be done. Please don't make a decision that will impact hundreds of families without giving a chance to our schools. We have amazing teachers, fantastic program, and families who have shown that they're willing to come out in support of these schools. Let's build on this momentum, do the due diligence, unite the community, and offer choice for all students. So in closing, my ask is just to preserve all 3 middle schools and offer choice for all students. Thank you.
Members of the board, thank you for your engagement in finding the best solution across all of Belmont and Redwood Shores. Superintendent DeGuara, thank you for your continued efforts to deliver against the goals set by the board. It can't be easy balancing all the feedback from so many passionate and well-informed constituents. We're blessed as a community that we currently have 3 strong middle school options to choose from, and I'm speaking tonight to ask that we keep it that way, as an advocate for true choice. I listen with admiration as the parents, students, and alumni of Sandpiper Middle School spoke eloquently a few weeks ago on behalf of keeping Sandpiper open, and with growing concern the following week as it appeared that the board's response to the outpouring of support for keeping both Sandpiper and Nesbitt open was effectively, if we save both schools, we will let geography within the district dictate where kids go to school and eliminate choice. This has led to the unfortunate and predictable outcome of a community pitted against itself. I sat in the Ralston gym 2 weeks ago and listened as members of Redwood Shores actively advocated to close their neighborhood school so their kids could retain the option to go to Ralston. I listened to other members of Redwood Shores advocate for closing Nesbitt. I listened to Nesbitt families advocate for closing Sandpiper. I listened to nervous families from Centro who had just found out 60 minutes before the meeting that instead of getting to choose their middle school, their kids would attend a school based on proximity. And so they asked you to close either of the other 2 schools so they could retain their own choice. We are fortunate to know families from the end of Redwood Shores all the way up to the top of Ralston. And I found myself anxious as parent after parent who we've raised our kids with went up to speak, not sure if they were going to advocate for an outcome that would limit our family's ability to send our kids where we think is best for them. And I'm sure they felt the same, listening to other parents they know, respect, and rely on as friends and neighbors advocate for their own family's interests, with the very real potential of limiting the options for other families. The cumulative effect of your decisions and actions over the past couple months has been to pit the community against itself. We're tearing each other down. The choices you have featured, as well as those you have downplayed, have driven each of us to realize that in order for our family to retain our choice, other families have to give up theirs. Help us change this. The California School Board Association, of which BRSSD is a member, states that boards fulfill their roles by providing community leadership as advocates for children, working with the superintendent to make decisions that will best serve all students in the community. The district website itself states that BRSSD learners, 1, act on behalf of our communities, 2, are brave in our approach to problems, and 3, embrace challenges with enthusiasm. Specifically, we unite diverse perspectives and think beyond boundaries to prepare our students for the future. We elected you to represent the entirety of our community and serve the best interests of all families. The past couple months feel like we're collectively being railroaded into accepting a false choice as a response to a manufactured crisis designed to support the predetermined outcome of closing a school. This closure has been framed as a way to preserve choice. Let's be honest. Closing 1 out of 3 schools in the district and leaving the community with 2 choices instead of 3 is not actually preserving choice. You're in fact reducing it by 33%. Sandpiper and Nesbitt may not offer the same comprehensive experience as Ralston, but that doesn't mean they don't each offer their own unique value. Sandpiper and Nesbitt satisfy 3 separate, distinct needs. They each offer unique learning opportunities, design thinking and international baccalaureate specifically, neighborhood locations if you don't want to commute 40 to 60 minutes up to Ralston, and small school environments. The only direct substitute between Sandpiper and Nesbitt is a small school environment, and yet you treat them as completely interchangeable options. You ignore the impact to the community of losing either of these unique learning opportunities and the loss of a neighborhood school to boot. You fixated on minimizing a single metric, unmet capacity, at the expense of all other success measures. Your own material shows 78 open seats across the total district middle school capacity of almost 1,400. That's a 5.5% gap. We're allowing pursuit of perfection for this one metric to blind us to the good of what we currently have.
Greg, can you
I
wrap
got
up?
it. 30 seconds. Closing either Sandpaper or Nesbitt will result in 3 to 4 times the number of students as there is unmet capacity to be forced to attend a school that is not of their choosing. Closing either of these wonderful schools is not a vote for choice. I believe you're asking the wrong questions. Instead of evaluating each school individually on how efficient each one is on its own, you should be asking how effective the 3 of them are together as a collective whole in serving the needs of the entire community. I implore you not to take the convenient and expedient route of just closing one of the schools or mandating the geography trump family choice. Be the leaders you were elected to be for the good of all families in this community. Please keep all 3 middle schools open and allow each and every family the opportunity to send their kids to the school of their choice. Thank you.
Hello, trustees, superintendent. My name is Cindy Shea, and I'm the parent of a 5th grader at Sandpiper. I thought it would be helpful to give you some history about Sandpiper. Our school, the middle school, started in 2017 with the first incoming class of 6th graders only. Then the following year, we enrolled 6th and 7th graders. And in 2019 through 2020, we had the first full class of 6th through 8th graders. Unfortunately, during 2020, pandemic happened and kids had to take their class online. Our first graduating class of 2020 did not have the ability to have graduation in person. It wasn't until 2021 where students came fully back to school. In reality, Sandpiper Middle School has been fully in operation since 2022 until now. It hasn't given us a lot of time to help develop and grow the class in a smooth way. With the recent awareness of enrollment being an issue for a smaller school and learning about the district's current involvement with the middle schools, we have at least 16 parents who volunteered to start a task force with subcommittees to help boost enrollment, enhance learning, and an overall experience at Sandpiper Middle School. Part of it will be having liaisons with Nesbitt and Ralston Middle School to collaborate better in synergy. In the parent task force, we have 2 marketing specialists, a researcher, writer, litigator, finance professional, tax advisor, specialist in organizational change management, and a scientist. One of us minored in education and worked with low-income families, and the other parent currently serves as the Carlmont Academic Foundation. Collectively, our children will be attending Sandpiper Middle School for the next 7 years from 2026 to 2033. We are eager to start leading and collaborate with the district to boost enrollment. We are confident Sandpiper can be the highly sought after middle school of our district, and we look forward to Sandpiper Middle School students to make our district proud. Thank you.
The next 3?
Yep. So we have Layla Alhassan, Joshua Bloom, Meenakshi Tripathi, and Monique Bloom.
Good evening. We just heard Fox School talk about the science of reading, a research-based approach to reading. We should also use research when deciding about closing a school. Research shows that closing schools does not save money and does not improve enrollment. How have we decided that our small middle schools are under-enrolled or underutilized anyways? The Advancement Project explains that, quote, under-enrollment is a construct created by business-minded consultants who define enrollment relative to other schools notions of efficacy, and other ideas of what schools should look like. The utilization approach is incompatible with the needs of community schools or special education programs. Let's think about fiscal responsibility. The community has voted repeatedly to fund our schools, including the building of our small middle schools. And in 2022, we voted for Measure C parcel tax, a goal of which is, according to the BRSSD website, to quote, prevent deep cuts in elementary and middle schools. Is it ethically, financially, or legally responsible to close a school that people voted for, and then to possibly rent out the building and use the funds for a different project or program? I would like to see a transparent and robust cost and savings analysis and what the money will be used for. According to the National Education Policy Center, there is plenty of research showing that school consolidations and closing schools do not lead to the savings that are expected. They encourage us to, quote, closely question claims about presumed benefits of consolidation. What reason is there to expect substantial improvements given that current research suggests that savings for taxpayers, fiscal efficiencies, and curricular improvements are unlikely? Consider other measures to improve fiscal efficiency or educational services. Examples include cooperative purchasing agreements and combined financial services. I ask that this district conduct and share due diligence into cost savings alternatives. For example, absenteeism costs the district at least $345,000 a year. If we get absenteeism to our pre-pandemic rate, we could save at least $172,000. This is all on the BRSSD website. These amounts are in the same range as our likely overestimated savings from closing a school. I, as a voter and a donor, want to see my votes and my financial investments being valued. I, as a parent, want to see my school district making research-based decisions in the best interest of all of our children. Based on research and recommendations from various sources, including the Board of Education and Attorney General, I want to see the board recommit to keeping all of the middle schools open and making them thrive. Thank you.
Hello. I get the sense the board is going to hear a lot of thoughts today, so I actually want to turn around and use this last opportunity for public comment to speak to the parents in the room and on the live feed, especially ones tuning in for the first time. These last few months have been stressful for everyone in this room, and I want to start by thanking all of the parents, especially the children, some of whom are here tonight, who spoke up and advocated for all 3 middle schools, in person, online, and even door to door. Thank you also to the board members who chose to engage actively in thinking through solutions with the constituents they represent. Over the last 6 weeks, I tried to come to this process with a point of view, but also an open mind. My first goal was to ascertain the facts and understand the data, and I want to share a few important facts that we have learned as a community over the last 6 weeks. Number one, after the first public board meeting on this topic, we learned that the school district is not in a financial crisis, and closing either Sandpiper or Nesbitt is not required to close our budget gap. The district's estimated savings from closing a school are less than 1% of its total expenditures. Number two, after 3 public listening sessions, it is indisputable at this point that each school, Ralston, Nesbitt, Sandpiper, have devoted followings and serve important and distinct community needs. In addition, we reached out to Dr. Linda Darling Hammond, the president of the California State Board of Education and a Stanford professor, who is kind enough to take the time to meet with us and share her perspectives. She is the state's and possibly the nation's leading expert on public school policy. Her 50 years of research and experience point to 3 additional key pieces of information that are highly relevant for district parents. First, on average, academic outcomes and social emotional development start to deteriorate at school sizes that grow beyond 500 students, let alone the 1,200 envisioned in the district office's proposal for Ralston. 2, TK-8 schools on average outperform standalone middle schools on the same metrics. which again speaks against the district office's proposal. 3, as we just heard, estimated savings from closing a school in California specifically are usually less than anticipated by district offices and do not account for transition costs, potential litigation exposure, and exits from the district. Dr. Hammond presents a clear choice in her recent article, How Declining Enrollments Can Become an Opportunity for School Transformation. In light of enrollment pressure, the temptation for U.S. public school districts is to go back to what she calls the factory model of schools popularized in the 1920s. This is often defined by a search for efficiency in per pupil spending and utilization of facilities. Following the factory model, schools are consolidated into large populations where multiple sections of a class can be taught. If this sounds familiar, it's because it's essentially the talk track we have heard over the last 2 months. The alternative model is to embrace smaller schools, block scheduling, innovative curriculums that prepare students for the 21st century. We're incredibly lucky as a district to have already invested in the facilities, accreditation, and faculty training to build a solid foundation for these high-performing models. To the last thought, to the elementary school parents in Belmont-Redwood Shores, I have a simple message for what should happen after the board votes for option 1 tonight. Listen to your instincts, your friends, and even your children when it comes to the middle school selection survey, but also to your teachers who know your children well and experts in the field who have devoted their lives to building up public schools, not just tearing them down. Educate yourselves on innovative design thinking and international baccalaureate programs available in the district and the benefits of smaller schools. Once you do, I believe that many of you will do what passionate supporters of our schools have done. Choose Nesbitt, choose Sandpiper, watch your children thrive. Thank you.
I was worried I was going to need this tool. I want to start by thanking the trustees. Over the past few weeks, you have been extremely generous with your time and shown that you are actively engaged in finding solutions. No one is served by a board that simply rubber stamps any of the district officers' recommendations, and it's clear that you take your role overseeing the school district seriously. Our conversations with fellow parents, experts, teachers, neighbors, and of course our students point to some overall themes. We need all 3 schools. Sandpiper and Nesbitt were built less than 10 years ago because having a single large middle school for the entire district was unworkable. Cramming more students into a single school meant less teacher engagement, more disciplinary problems, increased competitions for things like athletic teams and academic sections and for extracurriculars. Commute times and traffic and parking were nightmares. That lived experience strongly supports why we should not go backwards. 2, Sandpiper and Nesbitt are both hidden gems. They allow close engagement with teachers, individualized attention, and deep dives into subject areas. As TK8 schools, siblings can stay together longer, and this is a huge logistical benefit for parents. A quick bike or walk to school means students have more time for study and for play. Nesbitt is accredited for the IB program. Sandpiper's design thinking approach is modeled after the Nueva School, and the faculty are trained by working with Nueva, DTech, and Stanford. The Carmont administration has observed no difference in preparation for high school among the 3 schools. And the students at both the smaller schools are a really tight-knit cohort that really acts as one family. 3, there is broad support in our communities for keeping the neighborhood schools. In Redwood Shores, over 400 people signed a petition in support of Sandpiper Middle. Residents were in fact shocked to hear that the $25 million facility that they were asked to pay for is now being considered for closure. They see the TK8 schools as bolstering property values and encouraging families to move to the neighborhood because siblings can stay together longer. These community members are voters and taxpayers, and we will need them for approving future bond measures and parcel taxes. This point in time is, as Josh said, an opportunity. We are not interested in forcing enrollment from one school to another. There is broad consensus that we can get the results we need by doing a lot more to market these wonderful schools. Particularly, parents have not been part of this effort before. And as of now, as my colleague mentioned, parents have volunteered to start a task force to work on boosting outreach and enrollment, and they already have a list of initiatives that are budget neutral. These are efficiencies that can be created by Nesbitt and Sandpiper working together and by all 3 schools working together as one district, so they all benefit from each other. All we need is a firm public commitment from the board, oversight and accountability to make sure the district is actually supporting these schools, and of course, time. Our schools are not factories that need to be shut down if they're not running at full capacity. Our children are not interchangeable widgets. We have an opportunity here to make our district a magnet for the Bay Area by having a variety of 3 great schools that allow every kind of student to thrive. Let's seize that opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, I don't have a paper, and my kid is not in the system anymore. He is out of school, but he was in the first batch for Sandpiper. And for that, I'm super grateful. He is in second year college now in Georgia Tech. His foundation was set in Sandpiper, whether it was robotics, whether it was design thinking, whether it was MUN, whether it was theater. It just opened up his mind, gave him that foundation to go in and actually thrive at DTech. And he was a captain for a top 4 robotics team. He got that foundation, that love from Sandpiper. So I feel very emotional when I'm here and I hear that that school is getting closed. So you would be taking an opportunity away from kids that can thrive and do as well as my kid did. So that's my 3 minutes. For all you parents, it's an awesome school.
Okay, next up, we have Travis Whitebread, Andrew Hu, Sherry Yu, and Mr. and or Mrs. Lee.
Good. Yeah. Reese, can I start? Board of Trustees, Superintendent, everybody else who's here. My name is Travis Whitebread. I'm an 8th grade teacher at Nesbitt. I've also been here as the bargaining chair for the BRSFA Teachers Union. I've been at Nesbitt for many years. I've been a part of these board meetings. I've watched on Zoom. I've been at some of them in person. And there's a couple of things that I really am struggling with throughout this whole process. I certainly do not envy the decision that you all are making. This entire process, I'm sure, has been much more exhausting for you than it has been for me. But I think that transparency is one of those things that really is sticking with me. Like I said, I do not envy this, but I hope that whatever decision is made, there's lots of clear next steps. I feel that this process, like you probably do as well, has been quite truncated, very, very emotionally charged. And I feel that whatever decision is made, I'm hoping there can be security for teachers like myself, for families, for students, for the community, as far as what will be happening next. If there's not a closure, if there is a closure, understanding about what will this look like in the future. I also hope that marketing can be improved for these smaller schools. Superintendent DeGuara mentioned that, yes, there has been marketing for it, but I feel like we've seen how a lot of people are ill-informed about what is happening at these schools. I hope that whatever decision is made, a timeline can be clear to support families be able to know how things are going to play out in the future. My second main concern is fixing reoccurring issues that keep on popping up for me within this process. I feel that there is a habit of missing the mark a little bit about what these smaller schools are doing. I think about the district alignment recommendation that also Mr. DeGuara mentioned, and I'm incredibly frustrated to see that IB and design thinking were not mentioned anywhere in that document or in his recommendation. These are the foundations of what is happening at our school, and these were not mentioned at all in the district's recommendation. As a teacher at Nesbitt, I can speak more to that, but there are 3 years of Spanish. There is a comprehensive community service project. There is art and design. There's a global framework that we have as part of the IB. We have electives. We have all these things that have been talked about, but it's frustrating that these are the foundations of what we have, and those are not being mentioned in a lot of these conversations. It's just that it's a small school. I want to make sure that families are able to understand what is being done at these different schools. I've heard a lot of families talk about how they have chosen Ralston simply because that's what their student wants to be able to do. But I would love it if the students as well as the families could better understand what is happening at Sandpiper and at Nesbitt. Shelley, I appreciate you greatly for coming and visiting Nesbitt the other day to better understand what we have. And I wish that other people, other board members, other families, other community members had more of the opportunity to understand what is really happening at Nesbitt at a deeper level. I understand this is a difficult decision to be made. I wish you the best of luck with it. I just hope that whatever next steps there are, that we are able to learn from this process, that there's clear transparency, security, and that perhaps future marketing can be done to help families understand what is happening at these 2 schools. 4 seconds to spare.
I just think so, like, you know. How are you very supposed to speak the can? So, my name is Andrew Hu. I'm a fifth grader at Central Elementary School. I'm here to share my thoughts about the proposal to assign students that would have gone to Ralston to the two smaller middle schools so that the smaller schools can have higher enrollment and stay open. As my in first choice middle school is Ralston, I'm so excited about going there, and I'm concerned that this proposal could take that choice away for many students. I want to go to Ralston because one, there are more elective options to explore interests. For example, if you like board and card games, you could take strategy, which is unique to Ralston. You could also take culinary arts if you want to cook. Also, there are more core educational classes to challenge us at the right level. If you want advanced math, there are many options for accelerated learning like AS math, algebra, and geometry, which they do not have at the other schools. There are also more options for extracurricular activities, including a wide variety of clubs and many school competitions like the science fair, spelling bee, or business fair. Also, there is a wide variety of sports, including varsity sports. It makes me sad that I might be forced to miss out on these opportunities. My brother is currently in 8th grade at Ralston, and he has had a really great time there. He's telling me all about it, and that really makes me want to go there too. So I would like to ask that the school board to preserve the ability for students to choose Ralston as their middle school and not be assigned to the smaller schools.
Good evening. My name is Sherry. I'm Andrew's mom who just spoke. I also have a middle schooler at Ralston. I first want to thank you all for being here and for your service, and I want to thank everyone here for engaging in this discussion. I think this choice of middle school is a big one. You heard from Andrew. He's extremely worried and anxious that he will not be able to go to the school of his choice. He is so worried he shared this concern at his latest pediatrician appointment. Public speaking is not his favorite activity, and he volunteered to come here tonight. So it is causing a lot of stress and anxiety for him and his friends. They were looking forward to going to middle school together at Ralston. I think the issue is really that every student is different. Every student, every family knows what's right for them. They express that when they enter their preference in the middle school survey. And we see this in the enrollment numbers. The survey numbers show overwhelmingly a preference for Ralston. The number of students who later transfer or ask to transfer to Ralston also supports that. So it's clear from the data that Ralston is the environment that the majority of students in our district think is right for them, for many reasons, and you heard Andrew's reasons. Forcing a student who would thrive in a school like Ralston to attend a different site directly contradicts the data. The impact may seem small and insignificant for up to 72 students, but at this age, a very important developmental age, it's not. We're effectively taking away the ability for these students to be in the environment that they believe they will thrive in. I understand the district is facing declining enrollment, budget pressures, but forcing students into programs that is not right for them is a fix that alienates families and does not make sense. If the goal is to sustain the smaller schools, it should be done through voluntary enrollment or other options, not by capping enrollment at Ralston. In conclusion, with 51 seconds left, I urge the board, please do not artificially constrain and cap the number of students who can enroll at Ralston. It is our excellent comprehensive middle school that the majority of our families want. Let's look for solutions that reflect the survey results rather than a system that assigns students to programs that may not meet their unique academic and social needs. Thank you for your time and for your service, Lord.
Before we call the next three, if you could speak into the microphone so that the speakers at home can hear better. Thank you.
Specifically, can you speak into the front of the microphone rather than the side? It's got weird things going on.
The next speaker will have the person twisted.
Okay, I think the ladies decided not to speak, so we'll have Toyin and Joseph, Iman, Adela, and Adar.
Toyin, I think that just got a little bit twisted. If you can maybe just bend it. There you go. Perfect.
Okay, hi.
Thank you. Thank you.
I like talk so loud. It's very funny to even need this. Hi, good evening. My name is Toyin. It's my husband. He's my moral support. I'm a Black mom with a first grader and a preschooler in our district. I know everyone says, why are you in it? You have a first grader, but I just feel very, and I'm a proud Central Elementary School mom. I know there's a lot of anxiety in the air regarding school closures and alignment. These are incredibly difficult decisions, and I appreciate the weight the board is carrying. I want to first be transparent and say that I want my children to go to Ralston Middle School based on the community and the offerings there. Regardless of which option the district eventually chooses, I'm concerned that we do not yet have the information necessary to understand the impact on equity and academic access. And just this is a little bit off script, but people say equity a lot. As you know, in our district, we have less than 1% Black students. We actually round down to 0. As you know, even just a few years ago, there were not even any Black students at Carlmont. My husband knows this, but I was so concerned to even be in this district and move here because of how few Black students that there are. So this is just very personal to us. I just want more information on how our students of color will be supported. As you all know, Ralston has spent years building a vital community through a robust Black and Latino Students Club. There's even a whisper network of Black parents who really advocate for their students to go to Ralston for this club specifically. And in a district where we are just oftentimes otherized, losing access to these affinity spaces, I feel like are essential for their sense of belonging and leadership development. And I have not seen an analysis of how these resources will be detected or how you will maintain these types of supportive environments if our students are forced to move to a residency-based model. I also think that the advanced science and STEM access is something important to discuss. And we're missing data on the future of advanced academics. While all schools may offer a core curriculum, we know that Ralston Middle School has advanced honors in math and science sections. These pathways are critical for students of color given the known disparities in STEM. Before we move to a residency-based model, I would love a transparent look at how these offerings will remain accessible to every student, especially students of color, regardless of their zip code. The ability to choose a school that best fits a student's academic and social needs is a matter of equity. Please do not vote for a plan that limits access to the best of what our district offers based on a map. Let's keep Ralston's community and its academic excellence accessible for all of our children. Thank you.
Dear BRSSD Board of Directors, my name is Adela Talpes, and I'm a 5th grader at Central Elementary School. Thank you for letting me express my opinion on this middle school dilemma. First, I am grateful for the wonderful teachers who inspire me every day. Like many others across the school district, my teachers have been teaching us the foundation of an education that I choose to continue at Ralston. To me, the programs and classes at Ralston are building blocks that will help build a stronger, more confident me. Besides being able to improve my math skills, Ralston seems to offer many exciting opportunities. My friends and neighbors who attend Ralston shared their experiences, making me become more excited and intrigued at what was to come. For example, the elective wheel program. This program allows students like me to sample different classes and topics before having to decide what to focus on. Another example is the Where We Belong, or WEB program, which is meant for assisting the 6th graders in transitioning to a new school and curriculum. Programs like this show that the teachers at Ralston care about people's emotions and struggles and try to help. These programs and others are only made possible by the resources of a big school. I think a solution to this dilemma would be to send fifth graders from Nesbitt and Sandpiper to their own middle schools since they are more familiar with their teachers. I don't think it is fair to send students from schools like Central to an unfamiliar and forced middle school that they didn't choose to go to. Thank you for listening to my opinions, and I hope that you will listen to our voices and consider what is best for all students. I truly appreciate your commitment to our education, and thank you for caring about our futures.
Well, that's a tough act to follow. So I'm here. I have a fourth grader at Central Elementary and a seventh grader at Ralston. And the reason that I wanted to speak today was I feel like there are some terms that we've been using that maybe different members of the community have different meanings associated with them. So first I want to discuss the status quo. Generally, status quo refers to the current way of doing things. And I understand that from a district perspective, the middle school alignment and assignment process would remain the same. So what happens, the families rank their choices, the district applies an algorithm, and students are assigned and receive their placements. So in that sense, the process would not be changing. However, if the underlying algorithm is adjusted in a way that reduces seats at Ralston and shifts students towards the smaller programs, the outcomes for the families may change significantly. So from a parent's perspective, that doesn't feel like maintaining the status quo. If a student who would receive a different assignment under the revised system than they would under the current one, then the experience for the families has changed, even if the mechanics of the process have not. The second term that I want to address is choice. So for many parents who are advocating for choice, particularly those of us at Central, what we're truly advocating for is maintaining seats at Ralston. It's not that we don't know the smaller programs. We really want the large program for our students. The reason that we're framing it as choice is because it feels really cruel to advocate for closing a smaller school. And so we are kind of sidestepping that by saying we want choice because we don't want to be cruel and close programs that are very beloved by their communities. At the heart of this conversation, we started talking about enrollment and declining enrollment. And it's just the reality that BRSSD moving forward is not going to have the students to fill all of the seats at all three middle school programs and keep them full. And there's also not the demand to fill the seats at the smaller schools. So if you don't have the enrollment and you don't have the demand, the thing that makes the most sense, especially from a fiscal standpoint, would be to close one of the smaller schools. Thank you. So to speak directly, okay. Okay, wonderful. Good evening, member of the board. Can you hear me? Oh, okay. My name is Iman Iskandari, and I'm a very grateful parent of two children in BRSSD, age 11 and 8. I want to begin by sincerely thank you for the time, the energy, and the care that you have been devoted to our district. I know these decisions are not easy, and I truly appreciate your commitment to our children. This is my first time involved with with school to this level. Our family chose a BRSSD because it feels like a community that sees children as individuals. The middle school choice-based system reflects that value. Giving families the opportunity to rank their preferences has allowed the students to find an environment where they feel comfortable, supported, and they can grow. Whether it's Ralston, Sandpiper, or Nesbitt, that sense of fit matters deeply, especially during the vulnerable transition to middle school. I still remember my dark days of middle school with all the hormonal changes and everything. I understand enrollment challenges require thoughtful solutions. At the same time, limiting or removing family choice through geographic assignment would feel like a significant loss for many families, including mine. It would change something that has built trust and stability in this district for years. Before making a decision with long-lasting impact, I respectfully ask you
for more transparency, to have more transparency and broader community outreach and conversations. Families want to understand, to participate, and they want to feel heard. My hope is that we can preserve the choice-based system while working together on sustainable solutions. Because at the heart of this conversation are our children and the trust we place in the district to support them. Thank you for the time and listening to all of us. Thank you.
Okay, next up, if we could have Valerie Gal, Eloisa Rodriguez, and Abby Alana and Elin.
Hello. Good evening. My name is Valerie Gao, and I've been I have been the 8th grade math algebra 1 and science teacher at Sandpiper since 2019. I wanted to set the record straight about a couple of misinformation I heard today. I teach Algebra 1, and there are accelerated and honors options for math for all middle school levels at Sandpiper. We also actually happen to have culinary arts and strategy games as an elective. My point being, families and 5th graders clearly have no idea what our programs offer, and I think I know why. I want to share an important concern. Outreach for our middle school programs has not been equal. Ralston has student ambassadors presenting annually to elementary schools across the district. Sandpiper has not had the same opportunity, and I'm not sure about Nesbitt. But both of them should have that opportunity. Student ambassadors make a huge difference when it comes to marketing. And I know that because as an 8th grade teacher, I coordinate Carlmont and DTech presenters so that our students receive equal information about their high school options. They have student ambassadors that come and speak to our 8th graders, and DTech, which is a smaller design thinking school, actually has a lottery in order to maintain fairness in their enrollment because so many people choose them. We model our school after DTech. They have intercessions, we have intercessions. They have like block schedule, we have block schedule. We also model after Nueva too. It's a complicated thing, but yes, Sandpiper is really trying to do all that. And so I really just want our middle schools to have that same equity, but they haven't. So this decision has long-term and potentially permanent consequences. As elected officials, I respectfully ask for you to err on the side of caution. Maintain the status quo, maintain all 3 schools be open, maintain choice. Because I think that if we actually have equitable outreach, you might be surprised at how many people will choose our smaller schools. Thank you.
Hello, we are Elin, Abby, and Alana, 5th grade students at Central Elementary that would like to make a point as to why assigning us to schools without our choice is unfair and why we want to continue to have a say in what school we go to for middle school.
The point of the school board is to make the best decisions on behalf of the school district, schools, and of course, its students and staff members. We understand that some individuals like the idea of having a close-by school, but as Central students, we find it unfair that we could potentially be assigned schools that are not our first choice. It would most likely prevent the best education experience possible due to an environment that does not fit all students individually.
Plus, all the individuals who advocate for assigned schools instead of shutting down Nesbitt Middle School or Sandpiper Middle School might want to make school systems more convenient for themselves, and they may be saying this without realizing how this could impact other schools. Students like us at Central might have had siblings or relatives who have gone to a certain school, making their families more familiar with this school and its operation system.
The program has been working well for many years and has helped many kids get the proper education they need.
Lots of kids will do well in a larger school, while others do well in a small environment that provides a more tight-bound community. Choosing our schools that we prefer help us learn in a better environment for us. Being assigned to a middle school can not only affect learning, but also day-to-day life. We have a petition that 94% of fifth graders at our school signed. This petition shows the urge we have to choose a learning environment that works best for us.
Thank you for your time. We hope our message makes an impact and helps you make a decision.
Hi, my name is Eloisa. I'm part of Central Community. I was part of Redwood Shores Elementary Community 10 years ago when the decision of opening 2 other middle schools were made. At the time, the compromise was choice. I'm in here to tell you to embrace that compromise, choice. You made that compromise 10 years ago to another community that's not even in here, where is Redwood Shores, that you would embrace their choice to send their kids to Ralston. Now my kid's part of Central and I'm still affected by the lack of choice. So what I'm asking is just don't remove the choice. We still want to have the choice. Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Christopher Trinnett, Hui Chen, and Tina Sheen.
Hello. Thank you to the superintendent and the board for deliberating on this decision. I have multiple children at Central in a 4th grader, a 2nd grader, and a kinder on the way. My simple statement is right now, my kids are very excited to go to Ralston. They will be devastated if they're separated from the friends they have known for years through whatever formula is chosen to slot them somewhere. They will start off with a negative impression immediately, which is not a great way to start middle school if they are just separated from everything and all their friends that they have known for the several years. I do believe that this is a challenging decision and is probably a direct result of declining enrollment and the resulting decline in funding. And I can only say that sometimes we need to make hard decisions. Otherwise, the decisions become harder in the future. I don't believe forcing students to attend schools where their parents are not particularly interested in attending, and this is inclusive of all 3 schools, because if you force students to attend, whether it's Central students forced to attend somewhere else, or the Sandpiper and Redwood Shores students being forced to attend somewhere else, will ultimately result in more children leaving the district rather than kind of the existing enrollment picture. There does not appear to be a decision that will make all students or parents happy, other than probably the perfect status quo where we continue to have short enrollment. My position personally is to try to maintain the ability for my students to go to Ralston because that keeps them where they know the community, where we know the community, where we have been multiple times. And that is what I have to say. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Hui Chen. I am a parent to a 3rd grader at Central Elementary. I just wanted to be here today because I wanted to make sure that people advocated for everybody, like the entire community. I just found out about this middle school alignment issue in January when it kind of blew up. And then I did my research and I was watching all the old videos on YouTube. And I realized that, kids on both sides, Nesbitt, Sandpiper, they really love this school and they've made great student ambassadors. I started off not knowing anything about those schools. Ralston would have been the natural choice because, it's a big comprehensive school. But I can see that they produce excellent kids as well at, Sandpiper and Nesbitt, very eloquent kids. So really, what I've also found out recently is that these programs they're very young, they've just invested a lot of effort into building their schools up. And now we're not really giving them a chance to defend themselves. We have an enrollment problem. It's been going on for a while, but this is not the year that we have to suddenly pull the rug out of anybody's, from anybody. They could get another chance. I mean, you see that parents are willing to work to promote their schools, and teachers are willing to do more work. They have identified solutions. I don't know if those solutions have already been considered in previous years. I have heard that, there were some outreach. I don't know what they were. So I'm just here to basically put a vote for, support smaller schools, keep all 3 schools because we want a choice and we want to give the smaller schools a fair chance to really, do their best. I think this could be the start of like a multi-year conversation. It doesn't have to shut down like next month or after tonight. Because now that the community is aware and involved, people are stepping up to do something about it. And we should give it a year, give it a go so that we can see what happens when more people come together to solve problems. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board and superintendent. My name is Tina Shing. I am a parent in this school district with a kid at Ralston Middle School and another one at Central Elementary School. I'm here to speak from the heart about why preserving school choice is important for our families and to ask you to prioritize these choices over forced distributions based on geography. I want to begin to truly thanking you. I recognize, I thought we probably have financial pressure in the long run the school district will be facing. So I sincerely appreciate the hard work that you're doing to find an optimal solution for all of us. We know our common goal is to provide the best possible outcome for every student in the community. As we look at the recent enrollment shifts, the data is clear. BRSSD family deeply value diverse cultures and robust learning environment more than they value attending the school closest to their home. Therefore, I urge the board to continue investing in our students and teachers by supporting and strengthening these already well-established preferred programs, rather than moving kids around to be the fillers for under-enrolled schools just to make the spreadsheet look balanced. We all know that middle school is a critical window for social-emotional development. When we provide students with diverse learning environment, they can find a supportive community of like-minded peers where they truly belong. By allowing our kids to explore and navigate through a broad spectrum of curriculum and elective choices, we're fostering them, their developing passions, and their independence, which they desperately need when they eventually go to Carmon. If we can keep all the school open as it is right now, go for it. I know everybody has their takes, but it looks like probably not, because we do not want to be forced to be the filler to go to under-enrolled schools. So it's hard, but please make the difficult but necessary decision, consolidate and preserve the high-quality schools that all BRCC students have the path to succeed. Let's keep our community engaged by prioritizing student choices and investing in the programs that are already working. Thank you so much.
Okay, next up we have Toto Ristov, Yuna Kim, Anwitha, and Kathleen Sitterloff.
Hello, my name is Yuna, and I think everyone should be able to choose their own middle school. Since 3rd grade, I thought I was going to Ralston. Since I play flute right now, I thought I could do band at Ralston. But that all changed when my mom told me that I might be going to a different middle school that I was assigned to. I don't think anyone should be assigned to a middle school. If I get put into a different middle school just by where I'm living, I think I'll be very disappointed and mad, because I thought you always had the freedom to choose your own middle school that best supports you. If I am forced to go somewhere else, then I might do well in that middle school. Instead of making kids go somewhere where they don't want to, I think that you should also consider why people don't go there. Maybe it's because they don't want to. In that case, you should not force them to go there. You should let them have a choice where to go. Some people fit better where the middle school is big, so it'd be like a bridge from elementary school to high school. If I get put into a middle school that is even smaller than my elementary school, then I think I'll be very overwhelmed when I go to high school. This is why I think you should be able to choose your middle school that best fits for you. Thank you. Good morning, good evening, board members, and good evening, everybody here. I'm Anwita, and I'm a fifth grader at Central Elementary School. I'm just here to say thank you for the opportunity to speak here. In school, we are taught that if we follow the rules and work hard, good things will happen. We were told that when we got to fifth grade, we would get to choose our own middle school path. Now it is already February, and we're almost done with elementary school. Changing the rules right at the end doesn't feel fair. It feels like a rug is being pulled out from under us. We're old enough to understand that budgets are hard, but we're also old enough to know what we want for our own education. Please don't solve the budget problem by taking away our choice. Please let us decide where we spend the next 3 years of our lives. Thank you.
Hello, members of the board, parents. My name is Todor. My wife and I are long-time Belmont residents, and we have 2 children in 2nd and 5th grade at Central. First, of course, thank you for your time, service, and really thoughtful engagement on this very difficult decision. I recognize there's no perfect solution, and I appreciate the care you're taking to consider the long-term future of our district. I believe your decision should be guided by 2 key principles: preserving family choice, although not perfect, as we heard, and maintaining continuity and predictability with longstanding district policy. Choice means different things to different families. But at its core, and no solution, of course, can satisfy every preference. But at its core, middle school choice means the ability to choose between a large, comprehensive school and a smaller standalone school. Each offers distinct benefits. Comprehensive schools provide broader electives and resources, while smaller schools foster closer relationships and a stronger sense of community. Preserving this meaningful distinction allows for a principled and sustainable path forward, which can be done by choosing one of the options 2 or 3. This path is also the most fiscally responsible. For many years, families in our school districts have been able to choose Ralston Middle School. That policy played a major role in our decision and many families' decisions to move to Belmont and invest in this community. We have all honored our part by putting down roots, volunteering, and supporting our schools year after year. Removing the choice now without sufficient time for families to adjust undermines predictability and trust. If a decision must be made now, I respectfully ask that you preserve choice and delay implementation until 27-28 school year, giving families adequate time to plan and adjust. Finally, in conclusion, while closing one small middle school would be difficult, no doubt about that, it preserves the genuine choice between a smaller and a comprehensive middle school. Rather than redirecting schools away from Ralston simply to maintain enrollment across 2 smaller programs, I respectfully urge the board to preserve the ability for all the students to attend Ralston if they choose. Thank you for your time and your service for our community. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kathleen Sirloff, and I'm a parent of 2 Central students. I also would like to join the chorus of voices that you're hearing tonight, encouraging you not to artificially limit enrollment at Ralston to fill the smaller programs. Different kids do have different needs, and the current system of allowing family input really is the best option for placing kids where they're going to best succeed. The decision that you're making tonight has the potential to take this choice away from every single family in our district. And I know a lot of the discussion that you've heard today has been about people who want to go to Ralston, but keeping programs open and forcing enrollment to fill them would actually remove that choice from all families. It's not just the kids who want to go to Ralston that will be impacted. It's also really going to hurt the kids who really actually need that smaller environment in order to thrive, but who wouldn't be given that opportunity if choice is taken away. I'd also like to address the idea that the smaller programs are under-enrolled due to a lack of marketing or awareness of their offerings. Our family and most of the other ones that I've talked to are very aware of what these smaller programs offer. We realize that they are fantastic programs. They're just not the right fit. And as a family, I have to say that we have actually considered Nesbitt as an option. My children are dual citizens and they have the opportunity to go to college in the European Union. And so the International Baccalaureate program at Nesbitt was actually very interesting to us. And ultimately, as we weighed it, we decided that it wasn't the right fit for us because we felt that the program wasn't enough of a trade-off for forgoing the opportunities like the diverse electives and the sports and the extracurricular and social things that they would get at Ralston. Today, when a family chooses a smaller program, they get to make a calculated decision on that trade-off, whether it's worth it for them to be at a smaller, more personalized program versus the offerings of a comprehensive middle school. For the families who have made this choice proactively, the trade-off is worth it. But the fact is that for most families, that's not going to be true. This is a critical decision with far-reaching impacts, and it should be a family choice. It shouldn't be a random assignment based on geography or a black box algorithm. And I do realize that today's space constraints at Ralston mean that not every child is guaranteed their first choice, but if you deny that choice as space is available, it really does not serve anybody. As wonderful as these smaller programs are, we just have to admit that there's not enough demand to support multiple of them. Families have voiced their opinions in the most tangible way possible by picking other options. Last year, as we looked at the survey today, only 20 families picked each of the smaller programs as their first choice. That tells us that the demand just isn't there. If we combine the existing small programs into a single offering, we still get the choice of having the same options in the community. We have a large comprehensive program for the people that's the right fit, and a smaller intimate program for the people that's the right fit. The only difference is that the smaller program might not be in the family's preferred location. Families in our district are willing to travel to a school that offers the best fit for them. We saw this again today when we found that 70% of the Sandpiper families chose Ralston over Sandpiper, despite the fact that it is extremely inconvenient. Please do the right thing, allow family input, and don't artificially limit enrollment at the most desired location. Thank you.
All right, if we could have Esther Chung, Rohan, Ann Song, and Indu.
Hello, board members and superintendent. My name is Esther Chung. I have a Ralston 7th grader as well as a Central 3rd grader. I wanted to comment on one of the options the board is considering, which is keeping all 3 schools open, which I view as the least equitable and the least fiscally long-term sustainable. This option would, as I understand it, would divert more 70 plus kids who would prefer to go to Ralston, instead changing the assignment algorithm and assigning them to either Nesbitt or Sandpiper to preserve those 2 schools. Essentially, in my view, that is eliminating choice for those 70 kids plus kids in favor of retaining choice for those kids who would choose the 2 smaller schools. I believe that's particularly inequitable because the design program, as well as the International Baccalaureate program, could be preserved at an existing middle school, whereas the comprehensive nature program of Ralston cannot be replicated fundamentally due to size. By way of example, my 7th grader has taken full advantage of the Ralston comprehensive program by participating in honors band, honors math, cross-country, track, science fair, business fair, all of those opportunities that would not be available to my 3rd grade Central daughter if she were diverted to Nesbitt or Sandpiper. In closing, I hope you take this perspective into consideration as you make your decision. Thank you.
Okay. There. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Hello. My name is Rohan. I'm an 11-year-old. I'm a 5th grade student at Central Elementary School. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. I'm here to tell you tonight that I don't feel good. Okay. I don't feel good about might not being able to go to Ralston. I don't think it's all right to send people to schools that they do not want to go to or are not familiar with. A lot of fifth graders want to go to Ralston for the sport opportunities that Sandpiper and Nesmith don't offer. I personally would like to go to Ralston because I want to do flag football in the fall. My brother went to Ralston, so I know the school and what it offers. And knowing that I might not be able to experience what my brother did makes me feel sad. I think we should have the choice to choose where we're going to go to for the next 3 years of our lives. Thank you for your time.
Good evenings, members of the board. I'm a parent of a third grader and a kindergarten at Central. So I'm here to speak in support of the Central petition. Thank you for your time and effort and thoughtful study the district has put into the process. I understand that any decision in this situation is difficult and involves many trade-offs. Maintaining 3 middle schools creates a real risk that Central families may not be able to attend Ralston Middle School. Many of us moved to Belmont because of the district's reputations for high quality education and ability for students to attend schools that best fit their needs. If 3 schools are kept open, assignment decisions may be driven primarily by capacity and seat filling rather than the students' and families' preference. This is not what Central families hope to see, and it undermines the trust families place in the district when choosing to live here. So I respectfully suggest that the district consider closing one smaller school while investing resource to upgrade another into a more comprehensive school. This approach would allow families to have more meaningful choice while also using district resources more effectively. I sincerely hope the district will prioritize and respect students' first choice when making alignment decisions. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Hi, my name is Rohan. And I would like to thank the board for giving me the opportunity to voice my opinion here. So we've been, my wife and I, we came to Belmont about 11 years ago, well before we had our first child. We now have 2. One is in elementary, the other is going to be entering the public school system in the next year or 2. I wanted to make 2 points here. The first one being what choice means, right? Choice is multidimensional. It's not about distance from the school. It's not about just the size of the school. These are all dimensions that factor into the choice, right? We heard a lot of parents speak earlier. One of our fellow parents eloquently advocated for considering smaller schools. I wasn't thinking about it that way previously, right? Could be about race, as another parent highlighted as well. It could be about their parents' unique family work situation. They may want their kids, one in elementary and one in middle, to be in the same school for pickup and drop off or whatever constraints they have, right? So choice is not unidimensional, and algorithms do not get this, right? So I strongly recommend that we preserve choice. I think hearing a lot of parents speak here, a lot of these points that I'm making have come up in different contexts, but I did want to specifically focus on what choice means, and the district takes that into account, that it's not black and white, it's not a very simple decision. I, as a parent, may have children with different personalities. I may want my older kid to go to Ralston, but I may actually consider very strongly that my younger kid go to a smaller school, right? So it's not even unidimensional when it comes to a family, right? So that's what I wanted to highlight here, the importance of choice. The second point I want to make here is about the time that the 2 smaller schools have had to establish themselves. As one parent said earlier, the first graduating class of Sandpiper didn't get to do it in person, right? So in this 8 or 9 years, or less than a decade that the school has been around, the first 2 or 3 years partly were impacted by the pandemic and so on and so forth. In the field of education, these are very tiny amounts of time for a school to establish a brand, to get the word out there. So what I would like to also emphasize here is that it is harder for the small schools to have the same brand recognition awareness as Ralston. So I would ask the board to also consider getting the word out there, promoting the smaller schools more and giving them a little more time to flourish. And I come from a world of both tech and marketing and startups, and I understand that a small, less than a decade period is not really long enough for companies or any sort of establishment to become a permanent kind of establish and compete against something that has been there longer, right? So kind of take all of that into account, and I strongly would like to recommend that we preserve the choice across all three schools.
Good evening, board members. I'm a parent of a student at Ralston, and my second one is currently in kindergarten. Having a child at Ralston has given me a clear understanding of the depth and breadth of opportunities that a larger middle school can provide. The range of academic pathways, clubs, arts, and athletic offerings create an environment where students are able to explore their interests, discover new passions, and build confidence. These experiences are foundational to a well-rounded education and to preparing our children for high school and beyond. I understand the concern about enrollment numbers at smaller schools and the desire to keep those campuses open. However, maintaining enrollment at those schools should not come at the expense of limiting opportunity for other students. Forcing families who prefer a larger school environment to attend a smaller one does not create equity. It shifts the burden onto a subset of families. The middle school choice process exists to provide flexibility and alignment with each child's needs and learning style. Removing or significantly limiting that choice would undermine that principle. So I respectfully urge the board to retain the middle school choice process without reducing the number of available spots at Ralston, so that the voices of parents who value the comprehensive educational experience at a larger school is also considered. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, next up we'll have AJ Singh, Shalene Singh, and Prem Singh.
Hello, my name is AJ Singh. I'm a fifth grader at Central Elementary School. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. Please do not take away our choice. I already missed an opportunity to go to sorry. I already missed an opportunity to go to kindergarten in person because of COVID. Please don't make me miss another opportunity by getting rid of choice. I love sports like soccer, and I love music as well. Ralston has those, but Nesbitt and Sandpiper don't. My sister, dad, and uncle all went to Ralston and had a great time. I was so excited to go to Ralston, but I might not be able to if we do not preserve choice. Thank you for listening to me, and I hope you preserve choice.
Thank you for letting me speak today. My name's Shalene Nansing. I'm AJ's mom, and I also have an 8th grader at Ralston. I spoke at the board meeting 2 weeks ago because about an hour before the meeting, we had learned that Central students may be told to go to one of the smaller schools. And as painful it is to say this, I have so many friends in this room, and I love this community, and it breaks my heart for teachers as well. But if it helps to preserve choice, I mean, ideally, we could just keep the status quo, especially if budgeting isn't an issue right now. This decision just feels so rushed. Like I said, I know that emails had been coming out for a while, but it didn't really hit, I think, our community until 2 weeks ago. So although I would like to say let's preserve the status quo, if it affects our students' ability to decide which school that they go to, I would vote to maybe close one of the smaller middle schools, sadly.
We don't have Prem? Okay, so our final three speakers for tonight, Anupam Das, Alice Cryan, and Aparna.
Hello, I'm Anupam Das. I'm a father of two kids. My older one is in third grade in Central Elementary and a 4-year-old who will enter kindergarten very soon. So I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. And I want to start by acknowledging the difficult decision in front of you. Declining enrollment at 2 of our 3 middle schools is not a problem that will resolve itself. And I appreciate that the board is taking a proactive approach. I'm actually not here to tell you what option to choose, but I do understand the imperative to think about financial responsibility, and I trust the board to weigh those considerations carefully. But what I do want to emphasize this, that if the board moved forward with option 2 or option 3, with consolidating 2 of the schools into one, it's critical that the remaining K-8 school adopts the programming and strength that has made Ralston Middle successful. Strong electives, competitive sports programs, and a structure that genuinely prepares students for the high school transition. And if we consolidate and change nothing about the programming, we are simply moving forward with the same problem of 2 schools into one. The enrollment will continue to decline because families will just choose to seek out schools that offer middle schoolers a real middle school experience. So whichever option this board selects, I ask it comes with commitment of not just be fiscally responsible, but also to invest in kind of programming that keeps our families choosing these schools. Consolidating without improvement is just a slower path to the same outcome. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the board today. I'm a parent at Central Elementary, and I have a 4th grader and a kindergartner who will both be entering middle school in the coming years. I'm here to request you to retain choice, specifically the option for families to choose a middle school and not be assigned to a school geographically. If assignments become strictly geographic, the central community will be split. When you look at the families that are represented today here, you see Nesbitt, Sandpiper, and Central. You see specific neighborhoods. Drawing boundary lines further will not simply just assign schools, it'll divide established communities. As we know, when communities are divided, we have inequities that follow them. For families like mine, choice is not about preference for preference sake. It's about an opportunity. Larger middle schools are able to offer more electives, more robust sports programs, and stronger math pathways. For some students, that means music, art, or leadership programs. For others, it means competitive athletics or access to accelerated math and STEM programs that keep them challenged and inspired. These options are not extras. They are the very things that help middle schoolers find belonging and purpose during a formative time. Transportation is another thing. While one school may be a fraction of a mile closer on a walking map, families like mine depend upon established bus routes, after-school sports activities, and predictable schedules that all that Ralston provides. My kid, when she reaches middle school, can walk to her bus stop, which is 0.1 mile away, but Nesbitt might be just like a 0.1 or 0.2 miles closer than Ralston on the walking map. I find this kind of difficult while doing school assignments. Removing choice may unintentionally also limit participation in programs that my child might be interested to attend. So I'm here to say that equity should not mean limiting options. True equity is ensuring every family, regardless where we live, have meaningful access to opportunity and the ability to choose the environment that best supports our child. I'm here to request you to preserve middle school choice so families can remain connected to the communities while also selecting the programs that their child will thrive in. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alice Cryan. I am a student at Central Elementary School. I'm a 5th grader. I am not here to support a single middle school, mostly because I hardly know anything about my options. Personally, I feel like if we marketed these schools like better, we would understand exactly what we're signing up for. Let us say, for example, I really want to study art, and one of those schools was actually a really good option for me. I wouldn't know that, and I'd be flung into another school, an arena, if you will, that I didn't know was going to happen. I didn't understand anything that was going to, what to expect. And then I only find out, hey, this other school would have been a really great fit for me. And I can't make that choice. So it is my request that you not only keep choice, but find a way to explain to us why we should be choosing these schools instead of Ralston, which is a really famous one, or one that's just outside the district, because those are better shown to us, so we know why we should be going to them. And I would, even if you do choose assigned schools, I would still like for us to learn about our options, because there's almost nothing worse than being flung into a place that you have absolutely no idea what's going to happen next, why you're supposed to be here, and what your tools are for coping what's going to go wrong. So, thank you for listening to me, and
And that concludes our public comment, President Goss.
That was the perfect speaker to end on. Thank you very much. Amazing. So let me just outline a little bit about the next steps, both for the board and for the public. So this is now to discuss the board deliberation and decision process. So I think it would be great to take a preliminary poll or idea from each trustee to kind of see where we are at the beginning stage, asking each trustee to share their thinking in an opening statement or remark. Of course, please feel free to pass if you'd like to kind of not do that or say as much as you would like at this stage. Afterwards, if we feel that a majority supports a specific direction, then we will proceed with a motion to talk about that and vote. And then we will have, if somebody seconds it, a discussion on that motion. If there is no majority, we will continue discussion and repeat the poll until there is a majority and the board can prepare to take an action. So that going forward, the last time we started with this side, and I want to just make sure that we give equal voice. I know our board is very congenial and we allow ourselves the time to hear each other. That's one of the things I value about this board. Please just continue to keep that in mind as we kind of, as Superintendent DeGuara says, come to a consensus about the best path forward for our district. So with that, I wanted to start on this end and give the opportunity to Jackie and April, to Trustee Bruno, Trustee Northrup, to kind of start off, if you'd like, with any opening thoughts, statement, however you want to take it.
Thank you for that. Very thoughtful. I don't know, but I thought I had I had lots of thoughts coming into this meeting. I have done tried to do a lot of deep listening, considering, soul searching. Comments have always helped. So just as you say that, we've got lots of them, we're hearing them. And I still, as far as if the question is where I stand, I still have some questions. I do want to know what 3 years from today looks like. And I think in a very real way, people have talked about time or commitments or what's happening if, we're hearing from second or third graders, parents who are wondering, what does this look like for me? There's obviously clear concerns around what the process will look like. You got with choice, placement, what's allowed. And yeah, I'm looking forward to this conversation because I think that'll help me lock in. When I think about options, my current stance on option one is I would need to understand what like pure commitment or improvement, as far as like where we are now and why we're having this series of conversations is what does it look like to rebound? And again, I have some specific questions about what that looks like before I could like genuinely lean into that one, I think. And then I'm excited to hear our conversation relative to others. I'll say right now, just for my own thought, and I don't know if process is going to go later. I don't know that anyone's talking about or considering option 4, so I haven't really thought about it at all. Yeah, so that's where I am right now. I'm excited to hear more. I've got some specific kind of things I need to hear crystallize in my head. I'm hoping that the next hour or so does that.
Okay, great. Trustee Northup?
Thank you. Thank you so much to the community for coming out tonight and the previous nights. I guess some of my initial thoughts is that I really, really appreciated your comments and your ideas, right? We have a wealth of knowledge and talent in this area. We're very lucky to have that. And I do really appreciate you sharing that with us. I know some parents have asked us to delay a decision. I'm in favor of making a decision tonight, but I want us to continue the conversation with the community. When we're thinking about what will things look like in a few years, that's where we need the community to help us with that as well. And I think more specifics on financials as time goes on may be something that we want to consider. I think right now for our finances, it doesn't seem like an emergency. So we may feel like we don't need to make a decision. However, I think we do need to use the best information that we have available and try our best, and we might get it wrong, to make a decision for the next few years. So again, I think this is a larger conversation, right? Enrollment may go up in the future. Right now, it's not projected to. But I think this becomes part of the community conversation of what do we want from our schools. And I totally respect everybody's viewpoints. I was just imagining of like how complicated it would be if we let everybody in the district pick their elementary school, right? Like we don't do that, and we haven't really heard parents saying that just because I live in this district, I should get to pick exactly which elementary school. So I totally do not want to require people to go to a middle school for next year that is not what their preference is. But I really think it is a conversation for us to consider about, just like with our elementary schools, that we as a board can say that all of our elementary schools provide you a wonderful elementary education, and that there's no real reason for one parent to want one elementary school over another, that we should be able to say that about the middle schools as well. And until we can say that all of the middle schools do provide what families want and are providing the great education, then I think geography and even your preference are leaving out the most vulnerable families among us, right? And I'll try to wrap up very quickly, and I know I've moved on to another thing, but part of the information that Superintendent DeGuara has shared with us is things like, out of the 440 families, 400 families chose this, and et cetera, et cetera. There's a certain number of families who don't return the survey. And the district reaches out to them and tries to see what their preference is, right? But why? Because if your parent is able to, check email during the day at their job and they're able to reply to a survey, why should that mean that that student has the access to the best education? Whereas another parent who maybe is not on email for their job every day, they don't know. So anyway, I think it is a larger conversation, and I think geography and even choice are not necessarily the most equitable outcomes for all of our students.
Sure.
All right, I'd like to echo what Trustee Northrop was saying about just the gratitude. Thank you so much for engaging. Thank you so much for coming out, and thank you so much for caring. It's been a hard couple of weeks, and I've had a lot of conversations with many of you. And I've had people ask me, Shelley, what are you going to vote? What is it that you want to know? What decision are you going to make? And honestly, I'm not allowed to talk with these people outside of this room here right now about this topic. And I am just really looking forward to being able to hash out this stuff with people who actually have all the information. I speak with one group, they know what they know. I speak with another group, they know what they know, but no one really has this giant stack of feedback. They don't have access to Dan to talk. They don't have access to Reese to talk. They don't have access to Ching Pei. I look forward to you guys. Look forward to the conversation. It's going to save time and let Ann talk.
I just got really nervous. Yes, thank you to all of you for coming out, to everyone who's been to any of the meetings, to anyone who sent feedback in, who reached out directly to schedule meetings. I think it really shows what a great community we have here, that we can all come together and have different opinions, but still all be very respectful. So I thank you all for that. I think as far as the choices that we have here, the options that we have, after going through all of the information, kind of digging into more information, I think there are still some questions that I have. I think there are some important things that we didn't look at. One of those being, things are changing, and they're changing very rapidly. Things are changing as far as like jobs, right? And how people do their jobs and the skills that are needed, that are going to be needed in the future for these future jobs. I think that's something that we didn't talk about. And I think it's really important as we, go see this shift happening. We should align our education with what is going to be needed in the future so that our future generations can be successful. So I think we should look at that. And then we should look at how our programs align to those needs and those skills that are going to be desired in the future. As far as like where I am, where I stand, I would like to see us go with option one. I would like to go with option one and keep all of the programs open. I would like to Thank you. I would like to also preserve choice. As Trustee Northrup pointed out, we are not in a financial emergency. After learning more about the cost savings, it really won't be realized until several years down the road. And I just don't think that that warrants closing a school. So that's where I stand.
Great, thank you. Yeah. So again, I want to thank everyone with this process, my fellow board trustees. I personally, I found it amazing to be able to meet with you, to read your feedback, to see the ideas that were presented, and it gave me contemplation. And I've spent a lot of hours, and as I should, right? This is an important decision, and I'm trying to best represent what the district is kind of telling me. So I wanted to kind of frame that because I wanted to also acknowledge, and again, I'm using notes because it sounded eloquent in my head, but I know that if I don't have anything written down, it won't be. So there is no perfect answer here, as we kind of said, and it involves trade-offs. And so again, we appreciate the trust of our community that places in us. At the same time, our role as trustees is to definitely evaluate decisions through a governance lens, grounded in objective data, long-term sustainability, equitable access, responsible stewardship. I come from a background where I find that framing it in that way is very important. So I'm going to be a little bit more kind of straightforward with what I'm thinking, which is after deliberation contemplation, I don't think that option one, maintaining the status quo, is in the best interest of the district. The reality is, unfortunately, that the landscape around us is changing. This has been brought to our attention and has been monitored by the district. I wholeheartedly have challenged the district. I've investigated, and I found that through the demographers, starting 5 years ago, district enrollment is declining. We are operating more middle school capacity than our current and projected enrollment. I have no reason to doubt the demographer's report from what I've read. Both smaller middle school programs have consistently remained under-enrolled since their opening, and unfortunately have never reached full capacity despite efforts, outreach and awareness, public relations to the best of the ability of the district. And enrollment utilization has always ranged from 70% to 79%, as the data has shown. And that, over the years, has remained stable rather than temporary. We do have clear school choice data. Each year, fifth grade families rank their middle school preference, and approximately 90% select Ralston. And there is a consistent wait list. Having read feedback, I firmly believe families have done with that choice with thoughtful deliberation as to the best fit for their family at the time. And enrollment at the smaller programs have been sustained in large part through assigned placement rather than voluntary family selection, raising important questions certainly that we have to discuss about whether we are preserving authentic choice or redistributing students to satisfy open seats. A lot has been talked about fiscal standpoint, and I would just say that while projections show that we can close the structural deficit, no one has a crystal ball. And while CBO Matsumoto's projections are conservative, as I'm glad he is from a fiscal standpoint, I think it is about opportunity cost and about making sure that the district has the resources it needs when it needs it and the flexibility. So it's about where can that savings be redistributed. And maintaining multiple under-enrolled programs is not the most responsible use of district resources, in my opinion, especially as we approach declining enrollment. Ultimately, sustaining two small middle school programs draws from the same limited pool of students and has never resulted yet in reaching the scale unfortunately needed to fully thrive. So consolidating allows us to preserve a strong small school model alongside a comprehensive one, hopefully maintaining choice while restoring program strength of the one that remains. I will not proceed further until we have a discussion, but I do not think option one is in the best interest of the district at this time. Go ahead. Well, so I think going forward now, before I get, is to have a motion out there, and then we have a conversation around that. Is that, sorry, I just want to make sure we're following the.
I think you can go either way. I think the board is craving discussion.
Yeah, we can have a discussion then.
Open discussion before.
Fine.
Thank you. Before I go into discussion things, I just wanted to clarify, Mr. Matsumoto, if you can help me clarify. We are a basic aid district, correct?
That's correct.
And as a basic aid district, do we depend on attendance for our funding?
No, we do not. Ultimately, as of right now, even if our enrollment moves slightly up or slightly down, the amount of funding that we get does not change. The only reason that would change is if we got a crazy high influx of students that would push us into the other funding model known as local control funding formula, which means you're basically funded by the state.
Okay. And so right now, I know a lot of you, I'm so sorry, have done a lot of research on our district website. And I think that piece of information, we just recently switched to basic aid, right?
We switched originally in 22-23, but we've kind of been flipping back and forth with the way that supplemental taxes work. That's the long story short.
Okay. So just to put that out there, the enrollment does not impact our funding, correct? At the moment, as is.
I would also like to point out, though, that because our funding stays relatively still, a decrease in students as what our demographer is projecting does not necessarily mean a bad thing. It means that there is more money for less kids, correct? So in that case, the per pupil funding would increase.
Got it. Thank you. All right. So I wanted to talk with you guys. And yes.
To make sure I'm understanding it. Enrollment, and this is maybe for you, enrollment does impact staffing or does not?
Yes, so we staff according to our contract. We have a student teacher ratio that we target depending on differing grade levels. And we work to meet those targets. And that helps us balance over time and ensure that we're able to continue to offer the extra things that we do offer. With our community partners, we are offering counselors at all of our schools. That is not a standard practice. We are offering reading and science teachers at our schools. That is not a standard practice. We are offering PE supports at many of our schools. That is not a standard practice. So my worry is when we're looking at a deficit that we are, and yes, we are doing our best to look into the crystal ball to plan and see that aligning. There are times of volatility. If something changes and we need flexibility, we may not have that flexibility. So over the next few years, we are looking at ways that we're reducing to make sure that we're meeting those targets. And it's a balance of trade-offs. There's many things that we might want to consider adding. We've talked about additional instructional supports. We've talked about additional maintenance staff to help with grounds. Those things, independent of this decision, we've put a hold on. We know that we have engaged in successful negotiations with our teachers and our labor partners, and we've been able to attract and retain high-quality staff, ensuring that we're able to continue to do that over the time while getting our $4.8 million deficit in check is something that we have to balance. So when we talk about trade-offs, those are the things that we're navigating. It is this would be one of those things that add into the larger pot. Can we do it? Sure. Can we do everything? No.
I think I was asking a simpler question.
Sorry.
No, yeah, I mean, that was thorough. But we're having this conversation like if we're talking about in any of our options, like one of the concerns is feeling like we need to add students at a site.
Correct.
Minus all of the extras.
Correct.
Is that because at a certain lower number, you couldn't have a certain amount of teachers? Like, would we lose teachers if we're at 100 students at a site?
So the small middle school models require a minimum number of teachers.
There we go.
Yeah, I'll stop.
So attendance doesn't impact funding, but attendance does impact staffing. In a sense, we might lose teachers as part of this decision, maybe.
No.
Again, I need you to answer that. Yeah.
So the small middle school model requires 7 teachers, a minimum of 7 teachers, just the way that it's staffed.
Yes.
Okay.
And we would stay at 7 no matter how small that goes.
Correct. That could dwindle to 10 kids per grade and we'd still need 7 teachers.
So can I ask, this is a follow-up and then would you like to go first? No. Okay. So in terms of program sustainability, from your experience, I'm including CBO as well, San Matsumoto, you just mentioned that, it can go down to 10, but I would imagine that at some level, when we kind of talk about the experience for the teachers, I think teachers are passionate and they want to obviously affect and teach as many students as possible. So at some point, it's not, you have to determine like, okay, what is that number? Now, in the past, you've said the number that you were trying to reach for any of the smaller schools is roughly 50 per grade. So does 10 make an enjoyable experience, both from a student standpoint, a teacher standpoint, and also the staff to kind of make it an enriching program? Because the way I think about it is it's not just fiscal, and to some degree it is program sustainability, what are you offering? But I also think it's about the general holistic experience, about what is the student going there, and are they just surrounded by 5 peers or 10 peers, or are we trying to make a program, and so that's what I'm throwing out there, that I don't feel that you want a program with so few students if you can't build it up.
If I could, there's a lot of values that go into that. You, as a parent, as an educator, you might value the opportunity to have collaborative experiences with multiple kiddos, in different times interact with more adults. Conversely, you might value that one-to-one instruction and say, as a parent, if my kiddo was in a class with just the teacher, that'd be optimal. There's a whole range of opinions and beliefs, I think, around education. We, as part of our outreach, we have been saying that there's 3 great programs and 1 great fit. I want to pause on that 3 great programs because I think some of our conversations take away from the greatness of each one of those programs. Full stop. I would have confidence sending my children to any one of those programs, right? So we do offer 3 amazing programs that are high quality, that shows our kids are prepared for high school. And I think that's important to note. But there's one fit. And, the fact that more people are choosing Ralston versus staying at Sandpiper or Nesbitt, if we honor that fit, it's not necessarily a knock or a negative on the program. We're looking at individual kids.
I'm sorry. I just want to challenge Dan, the one right fit response, because as we've heard from commenters over the course of our town hall meetings, we know that we've heard from families who their number 1 choice was Ralston and their child was enrolled in Sandpiper. And Sandpiper was the best fit, even though had they gone to Ralston, they would have thought that was the best fit. So I don't know that I agree with the one right fit, because people have gone to their not first choice, which then technically they would say was not the right fit, and found that it was the right fit. So
Fair enough.
Thank you, guys. I just wanted to ask CBO Matsumoto more questions. Thank you. So from what I hear, the main opposition to option one for our community is the lack of being able to choose which school you want to go to. I also hear the reasons for the large swaying of choosing Ralston over the other two is a lack of comparable academics, sports, electives, band, et cetera, right? And I wonder, right? We have a task force of parents that are very, very motivated to try and help us build up Sandpiper, Nesbitt reputations, right? Because they are young programs. Overall, big picture, they're very young. We say that they're 10 years old. They're not really 10. We had a funny pandemic in the middle. So my question for you is it possible financially to absorb the financial hit if we decide to keep things as is, as in like as is, people pick where they want to go, they get to go where they want to go, and we have low enrollment in Sandpiper, we have low enrollment at Nesbitt. Can we absorb that financial hit for like, say, 2-3 years while our parents focus on really trying to pull that enrollment in before we start saying, hey, you aren't allowed to go to Ralston. Hey, we've got to like rebalance everything. Is that possible, or will we go into dire financial straits?
So to answer your question, I'll give you a short answer and a long answer. The short answer is yes, we can absorb the hit. The long answer is, again, there are trade-offs, right? So, ultimately, we're planning to close this gap over, call it 5-ish years, right? The way I would think about it, right, is if you're landing an airplane on a runway, right, potential cost savings widens the runway. Less cost savings makes the runway narrower, right? A landing is still possible either way, right? But just one is a little bit more difficult. Ultimately, as Superintendent DeGuara was alluding to, right, right now when we think about right-sizing our budget, right, given the constraints we have, right, we start to trim things that make sense, things that are low-hanging fruit, right? Eventually, we're going to come to a spot where we may have to make tougher decisions, right? And then as Superintendent DeGuara alluded to, right, ultimately, those tougher decisions end up being what are supplemental additional supports to our schools, right? Like Superintendent DeGuara said, like maybe it's as the amount of diversity of some electives, or maybe it's as much counseling support as we currently have at all sites, right? There are true trade-offs in the long run for any of these decisions that we make right now, right? So ultimately, I would say, like, in the short term, we can take a look at the amount of money that it might cost to preserve for a year or two and say, okay, in the grand scheme of things, that's ultimately not a lot of money, but it builds up, right? Because let's just say there's $1 that you take away today, right? $1 today is $1 next year, is $1 next year, is $1 next year, right? That continues to add up over time. It's not just, oh, if I get rid of $1 today, it's equal just $1. Right? The sooner you make actions, in the long run, it kind of ends up being like a long cascading effect of savings. Does that make sense?
Thank you.
Good question, Shelley, just to
Sure.
kind of get a little more of a dialogue going. So I think the power of referral and is huge. So you were talking about the last meeting about the power of parents, putting out the word, raising the awareness and outreach. I would love that to happen. Here is my thought is that the the parents, again, you're kind of like, you're minimizing the 90% of parents who have made thoughtful decisions. We have received written feedback from Nesbitt families and Sandpiper Redwood Shores families that have been fully aware and have applauded the middle school programs and have said it's still not the best fit for their families, and they have chosen to go to Ralston, right? So there's been 9 years of data. And so I'm wondering, what do you feel? And so sorry, to my other point is that I know lots of people who've been extremely happy. I mean, I'm happy with the program. So they're happy and their kids are going in the programs, but yet it's a personal decision by families. Families have been making that for 9 years. So we have been also artificially placing kids. Luckily, the district has done it with mostly granting first choice of the current fifth graders, but certainly transfer in students have not been as lucky or fortunate to get their first choice, right? Thus the 30% wait list. So my question is I don't see, unfortunately, even with all the amazing ideas that I've heard, that there's going to be sustainability or to ramp that up. That what is going to then, you're not ramping it up just like 10 kids, you're ramping it up like 27, what was the stats? Like 21 students at Nesbitt and 22 students at Sandpiper were the first choice of fifth graders. Basically 5% of those who responded to the survey. So we need that's unsustainable numbers to make a successful program. And I would think also, from the children's point of view, that those who have selected, I'm very happy for them. They're finding their fit, but we don't want to then move students in to prop that up while we're hoping that the numbers are going to go up.
But that was what my question was. Do we have to throw people in there to prop that up, right? Is it possible to allow for that choice for a flexible 2-3 years, right? To enable us to try and build that up organically. And I do think that there is a lot of validity to parents and children who really, truly don't understand our middle school programs. Like I said last time, I am an extremely active parent. I'm an extremely active parent. I live at Sandpiper, like you check those logs. I am there every day. I don't know what goes on in that middle school.
Sorry, I don't want to cut you off.
Okay.
No, please. I didn't mean to cut you off.
It's okay. It's okay. Jackie, do you want to say something?
I think my comment, this is one of the questions I came in wondering and I got any clarity on. Are we talking about, in this scenario, are we talking about complete choice?
Yeah, and I get it, right? Open choice in a district where you have declining enrollment is shooting yourself in the foot, unless you have comparable academics, unless you have a plan for fluctuating student preferences.
I'm not,
right?
I'm not actually trying to make a point. As I ask this question, I want to consider it as I think about it. But we're saying, even for people who are there, like, is it possible that a school, either one that is at low enrollment in this scenario, would actually drop?
I don't know.
4 years, because to the numbers that wherever are written, there are people there right now, like our current operation, while we are proud of, I'm being generous with we, but we're proud of giving most people a first choice. The fact is, there are some now who don't. And in a scenario where we say, let's, I don't want to say the right word, but let's pilot what it would look like to grow people saying yes, which I love that concept. Like, I would love, like, one of my questions is, like, how do we get that? That would be even by nature of the work we've done for the last few months, there actually would be a dip first, right? And we would just go closer to 100 for a few years and be okay.
That was my question, right? Can we do that? And the thing is, I think and I was not on the board at the time, but I've talked with board members that were on the board at the time. The idea is that these schools that we have, these small schools, become organic parts of our neighborhood, and that they are good and that people want to go there and people have a lottery to get in, right? These are places people fight for because a small school, there's so much research around small schools being good for academics, for long-term health, for mental stability, having a trusted adult in your life that's not your parent, right? There are real benefits to having a small school, right? And I hesitate to say, wow, we're going to go and close this school down after just 10 years. We invested millions and millions of our taxpayer dollars into building these schools, and to just take them away when they haven't really, I don't really feel they've had a chance to reach maturity. You can say, hey, 10 years is a good amount of time. It's a lot. But honestly, people are saying their fifth grader started this year's, they started in COVID.
Yeah.
Right? They started in kindergarten. They had multiple years of not actually being in school. And that's the same for our middle schools. They had multiple years of teaching online. And we have these information nights where they did it online, and it's different. I went to Nesbitt. I saw their students present on their projects and their sustainability things. I saw their presentations. I went to Sandpiper. I saw our science labs. I saw people doing really interesting things, and it makes you go, huh, this is a really excellent option. And it's not really an option that many parents get to see because we don't do those in-person info sessions where the children can show them, this is what we do. And the children can't talk to other children who say, oh, this is what we do. Maybe you might like this as well. And that's just my question. I don't know that we are,
I want to make sure I'm not speaking against what you're suggesting, but there's whatever mental friction, like one of them being, if we were to whatever, keep going down this path with the idea that it's like a 3-year project to say like, move forward and keep going. And I'm actually in that boat with a fourth grader. If I wanted that school to continue, but you tell me we're going to check it out in 3 years, I would sure leave my sixth grader there. But if I had a fourth grader, I would go to stability, right? Like you might lose people who would want it if what you say is in 3 years, we might close it.
So in
my sword there, you know?
I think in my world, it's not, if we decide to go with option one, and like I've said, I am really unsure which way to go. I am just trying to really flesh out this option before going to the nuclear bomb. Let's shut it down, right? If we are going to go and explore option one, I would say, hey, we as a board, we need to be 100% fully committed to supporting option one. If we're going to go option one, it's going to be option one for 10, 15 years.
We agree. Like
Right?
3 years?
Yeah.
No. Yeah.
I am not on board with option one, and we're going to revisit in 5 years. I don't think that works. Right. And so, but I would say the enrollment bit though, that would be something for the community to know about. Like if we can't get our enrollment up, if we can't get the people in there, then that's when we would have to start exploring geographical filling of this place. But thus the question, can we absorb the financial hit?
I think also the question is, to your point, and what Jackie was saying is if you put a timeline, and I'm not, but I mean, I think one needs to be put. There's been a track record of 10 years, right? So I'm just playing, I'm doing the devil's advocate, because my question is Trustee Bruno is right in that a parent needs stability of knowing what is forward. And regardless of the year, if they're not sure, if there's an uncertainty, they might say, oh, they're going to calculate. This is what the board, did. And so they need certainty that those middle schools are going to be options for that period of time.
But that's what I'm saying. They would have those, if like I said, if we go option one, it must be there. I don't think we can leave this meeting tonight and have ambiguity. I don't think that's fair to the parents. I don't think it's fair to the kids. I don't feel like it's fair to anyone, right? We need to have that option. And if we go option one, what we would be saying is we are going to have 3 middle schools in this district for the long foreseeable future, right? That's what we would be saying. If we, hey, I haven't decided on that yet, dude. But that's what we would need to say, right? We would not be able to.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. We would not be able to say, hey, we're going to take this away in 3 years. What I am saying, though, is that if we do decide to go with option one, we need to have a plan for if enrollment doesn't work. If our district advisory committee is not able to pull enough students together that want to support these schools, we would need to have a plan for maybe some kind of geographical weighting. However, at that point, people will know that this is a thing, right? There will have been plenty of forewarning. Oh, enrollment's still not doing good. It's still not doing good. People who want to go to private schools can go apply to private schools. If people want to go move to Belmont to live next door to Wellston, they can go do that. But there is an expectation and an understanding that this is what would happen in X number of years' time, so that people have sufficient ability to plan.
Thank you. I totally relate to that of, all the families wanting stability. And I think that's totally reasonable. And parents have been operating under what we have been doing for the last few years. And so I think it's totally reasonable to whatever we decide to be like, okay, we're going to be committed to it. I think the way we do that, we could not literally do tonight. We would have to change board policy, because my understanding of it right now is that our board policy says that we have an algorithm for elementary school, and for middle school, that there will be a survey sent out and et cetera, et cetera. And so I'm totally open to that. And I totally think we should make a decision tonight. But I think just for the long term, we can't enshrine that tonight unless we put it in board policy. And the way we do board policy, we have to bring it up, have it be on the agenda already, talk about it, and then adopt it the next time.
Question around board policy. If it's maintaining how we populate our schools right now or enroll our schools right now, why would that be a change?
So I was trying to find it on the website. That's note to everyone, as we need to work on our website. And that's not a surprise to anybody. But I wasn't able to find it during the meeting. But I believe that the policy says right now, there will be a survey given out in 5th grade, et cetera, et cetera. We will try our best to honor people's choices. If you enroll in the subsequent enrollment periods, et cetera. However, my understanding is that does not specifically say you are not going to fill spots
Trustee Northup?
somewhere.
Director Eastburn, would you like to admit? Can you come up
to
to
the mic, please?
Can you just tell everybody who you are?
I'm Julie Eastburn, Director of Human Resources and Administrative Services. What you're saying is true. I just want to make it clear that we do not use the algorithm for middle school, only for TK5. So just to set the record straight.
The algorithm for the elementary is you're guaranteed one of your 2 closest schools. If you don't receive that, you go on a priority transfer. When we think of only 3 middle schools at geographically strategic places in the district, you really can't do that proportionately. Right. So that's the dilemma. Our board policy does allow us to fill spaces. We've, quite frankly, we've been working to build our middle school programs While we've been doing that, we've been exercising flexibility by keeping numbers at Ralston. And that's really the dilemma is making sure that we're staffing accordingly. We're not doing that right now.
So sorry. And I know this is getting in the weeds. I'll try to wrap it up, but also kind of broaden it. Right. We as a board have to approve a budget every year. Right now, or this school year, we can't approve the budget for next year. Like, we legally cannot. We can't, right? We can't. We will approve the budget in May or June for the following school year. We cannot approve the budget for the following school year at this time. So I'm just saying that we as a board, the way that we make a lasting change is we have to change the board policy. If we just say, we're giving direction to the superintendent to do something, that is only valid for as long as this board remains. And as soon as there are other people on the board, they can change it by just saying we want new direction. So it's like the board policy is us enshrining what we want to do.
So to clarify, what you're saying is if we were to go down this path that I am making up in my head, that we would need to say, hey, Dan, I want to create a board policy that says in 2031 or whatever, we will, or not 2031, it'd be 2028, we would go and reevaluate our enrollment numbers and decide whether or not we are going to put butts in seats based on some algorithm. Is that right? Is that what you're saying?
So board policy sets district direction. Administrative regulations talk about how the district will go about fulfilling that. I think what Trustee Northrup is sharing that in order to provide clarity for everyone on process, it's best codified in a board policy that is public, that extends past this board, and another board would have the right to change that, but codifying it.
Can I make this really specific? You're in our current practice for middle schools, you do a survey, and then to do whatever it is you need to do for enrollment, in the past, we've done great by offering first choice, but that's not always the case. So pivoting to either giving less choice or more choice is, I think, actually well within our abilities under the policy.
Yes, I believe it is.
Right?
Yes.
Which, and also is what you do every year is you toggle that switch towards more or less choice on autopilot. And then my other clarifier, which I don't think diverges too far, is in options 2 and 3, you would be doing the same thing, maybe.
So I
like
think
talked about option 1, but if you'd build a school.
So my recommendation, and a little bit outside of my recommendation, more of the practice that I would encourage us to look at is, honestly, from the perspective of running 2 under-enrolled schools, that anecdotally perhaps are competing for a pot of kiddos that want a small school, is hard. So my advocacy, my piece is, I think when you narrow it to one school, I think the board can make the decision and provide the direction to grow it organically with outreach, with education, with all that stuff that is focused on one program, not 2 programs, and allow it to grow, which is honestly probably the strongest way. By growing it the way we're growing it now, I don't know that that's the fairest thing for our programs.
But even with, we're saying 1, but separating one, even with one, you would still be, again, per year practice, perhaps offering second choice to some of those students who would be attending.
Yes, perhaps.
No matter what the choice is, whether it's 1, 2, or 3.
I haven't seen the numbers. So yes, perhaps we've been able to accommodate fifth grade choice thus far. And we're severely under enrolled in our 2 programs. So that ability to do that is limited.
Just, I think the other point of view is what our community is saying. The larger community as well is saying that if decisions need to be made on an enrollment to move more students to those 2 smaller schools, then effectively we are taking away their first choice if they're current fifth graders. I think the district has done a good job of minimizing. I guess the question is as a board, do we say, oh, you can have like 4 kids at that program, and then everybody can go to Ralston who wants to, and we're not going to minimize, and there'll be no wait list. We'll just get rid of the wait list. I think if that was an option, the district, and I'm confident, would have probably chosen that method, right? So that everyone ends up being happy with their choice. So I guess it kind of, can you elaborate a little bit more on your decision-making process? It depends on year to year and the number of students, but when you're balancing enrollment decisions, can you kind of take us through the inner sanctum of what you're kind of, some of the thought process that you're going through to kind of create, like, why didn't you stop at 10 students and allow more to go to Ralston, for example?
So we look at program sustainability, and that is a driver. When you look at enrollments of 20 kiddos opting in for a program, split between 2 teachers, that's 10 and 10. Our numbers actually were higher at the start of the year and dropped off. People come and enroll, they get placed. Sometimes they make other choices in the interim. That's the case across the board. So our numbers were higher in the beginning. We were able to fill up. You look at the current numbers of 6th grade, 44 at Nesbitt, 36 at Sandpiper. That's up from the 20 kiddos that selected the program. We maintain lists of kids wishing to transfer as well.
Thank you. I don't know if that provided clarity for anyone.
I would say the guiding principle over the last 6 years I've been superintendent here was to grow our programs the best that we're able to, and make sure that we are building enrollment. 10 years ago, when those programs were developed, the district was bursting at the seams at middle school. That's no longer the case, and it's not projected to be the case. We've worked to build programs that have IB as a backbone, have design thinking as a backbone. That is, to be honest, something we brought to the district as an effort to boost enrollment. We've tried to address the music concerns, the language concerns. I won't say concerns, preferences. And it's been a challenge. It has been a challenge to pack everything into our small school programs. It's hard. It's not a binary necessarily, one or the other, right? There are different programs. The International Baccalaureate, the design thinking, is a different program. So helping people recognize that choice has been something that we've been striving to improve upon, but it's remained flat.
I just wanted to make a comment about the attempts to boost enrollment. And I think it was a good idea, right, to bring in these special programs. But I do think that we can't just look at the 4 years, or, I mean, IB only got certified last year.
Correct.
They have not had any time, right?
Yep,
So,
correct.
but also with Sandpiper, if you were the one who brought design thinking in and they didn't come back from COVID until 2021, we're talking about 2022 to 2026, 2025, really, it's February. That's really not enough time. It's not enough time for these programs to really get sustained the way that they need to be. And I think that we're doing our community a disservice if we say like, well, we tried for a couple years, didn't work out. Now we're going to close it. I just don't think that's right.
I will say I have folks that don't necessarily support the way I've enrolled or our enrollment policy of choice. There's many that feel we should be directing neighborhood kiddos to our neighborhood schools. And I do feel strongly about choice for families. I want our kids and our families to love whatever program they're a part of. And the balance that we've struck or we've tried to strike has been hard.
So can I ask, so you mentioned that the district's recommendation that it would be hard to put resources and support into 2 programs. Can you go in a little bit more about why it would be easier or what the rationale is to put the support and the resources and into making a successful smaller program rather than 2 if they're kind of in roughly the same spot? Obviously, I think there's distinct enrollment.
Yeah, no.
I guess, is it a staff issue? Is it trying to not pour kind of money or what, like where is the obstacles for doing a 2-pronged approach?
I'm not totally understanding your 2-pronged approach.
So you're saying you always say we can't do everything for everybody. So, and you're saying that in the district's recommendation, option 1 is not possible because of under enrollment, and therefore to put the resources behind one of the middle schools, the smaller middle schools. So I'm wondering why the option is not to then continue and try to support both.
So for clarity, option 1 is viable so long as we enroll students to gain the benefit and strengthen the program, right? So if we shift enrollment, that is the recommendation under option 1, right?
Just for clarity, are you therefore saying option 1 is impossible with complete choice or whatever we're calling it?
So if a board tonight were to say, we want to give all families their number 1 choice, you would be effectively closing both middle school programs because there would not be enough students in them.
Gotcha.
In my opinion.
Yeah.
So I want to go back to something else, and anyway, I'm very interested in the parents who have volunteered that they could create a committee and join a committee and work on the marketing. I recently kind of realized, I guess, that I feel like this is the enrollment challenge is a challenge that I feel like we have not engaged the community with until recently. But we engage the community for other things, right? We ask parents to donate to School Force. We ask parents to help us run ballot measure campaigns, right? We ask parents to be on the PTA and be the PTA president and all these things that some of my fellow board members and I have done. And we do all that. And of course, the district leadership and the principals and all of the staff of the district are the key to our success. But we don't expect the district staff to run the carnival or run other things like that, which I don't mean to make it sound not serious. But anyway, my point is I think we need to reach out to the families for help with marketing.
Just to comment on that, Trustee Northrup, we do have feedback from families, and they've provided a number of ways that they're willing to help us with those additional marketing efforts.
So part of the thing, and I'm, again, all for volunteerism. I think there's power in that. But I feel if volunteers, I've had volunteers when I've in my different positions in my career, and well-intended, right? It's more of a short-term nature, not a sustainable progress issue. And sometimes when you're in my corporate context, if you're not getting paid, then they can bow out, right? And again, it's not everyone, it's not their job. It's right. That's for why I'm saying, like, I don't know how you, on a volunteer model basis, how that would work and be able to be sustainable. Certainly word of mouth, that is not, but at the end of the day, the district leadership is looking at the enrollment numbers, they're monitoring it. So I'm not saying that there's not value in the committees, but at some point you have to have a designated stewardship over it. And I would think that would need to come from district leadership.
And I get that. Like, I mean, I volunteer with lots of people, and volunteering, it's always the same people volunteering, right? I get that. But then I also look at something like School Force, where it's all parent run. Well, I guess you're right. We do have artists. She is that constant. Think about that.
If I could, and again, it's just a single data point, but I am gonna call it out. Last spring, after we did the enrollment survey, enrollment form, we sent out another survey to families. Of course, not everybody responded. There was 450, I think, kiddos that it was sent to. 274 responded. 105 said they strongly agreed that they had adequate information about middle schools. 121 said they agreed. 16 were neutral, 3 disagreed, and 29 strongly disagreed. Definitely some work to do. But I also, the vast majority did report feeling like they had adequate information. Again, it's only people that took the survey. I don't know about the others.
Could I make a comment about that? I think that, while that data point is good, I do feel like if your child is going to an elementary school, and at that elementary school, all they hear about is Ralston, then when the choice comes up, where do you want to go? They're just going to say Ralston because that's what they've heard. So if we're not equally promoting all of the schools, while they say, I looked at everything, I don't think that they did look. Okay, let me say that differently. They could have looked at everything. However, if the only thing being presented is one option, I just find that is, I don't.
And to be clear, Ralston's a very good option. I don't want anyone to say, hey, you know, we're only showing Ralston and it's a terrible school and we want to, I mean, Ralston's a very good option. But yeah, I agree. I don't think you have people who say, yes, I had enough information. But what does that question really tell you? It says that person thinks that they had enough information from talking with my good friend Anne, whose kid went to Ralston, and everybody else is going to Ralston. Not necessarily that I actually know what the other programs involved and I've actually thought about it a great deal. And you may say, yes. And I know there are a lot of parents who do really look into, oh, what does an IB program actually mean? What does design thinking really mean? What does Ralston actually provide? There are a lot of parents who go through this process and think about it and talk through it very deeply with their children. But I think there's also a portion of the population that doesn't. And Ralston is the very, very publicized great school. It's been here for many, 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 many years. My dad, my uncle, my everybody, they all went to Ralston. I want to go to Ralston. And that's fair. But our middle school, our other two small middle schools haven't actually had that opportunity to build that reputation with the community. We have parents with their first child going through who say, oh, my second, third, fourth, fifth, well, maybe not fifth child, my multiple children, they all want to go to Sandpiper. They all want to go to Nesbitt. But the thing is, they don't have the opportunity to express that because it's only been there for, in all honesty, like 2 to 3, 4 years, right? Like, I mean, yes, I'm not going to quibble about it. I'll leave it at that.
One thing to add on, I think it's evident just by the comments that we've heard tonight that there's not clear understanding of the programs, because we've heard that this school doesn't offer this, but it does. So
I'm so sorry. I'm going to add one more thing to that. And we have all of these parents that want Ralston for their sports, or they want Ralston for band. Can we not create, instead of saying, hey, we want to take down a school? I really don't like the idea of closing a school just because of this. Can we not collaboratively think of ways to make it work better? I mean, at Ralston, you have, say, a basketball team. That basketball team can have, I don't know how many people go on a basketball team. I want to say 10 people. Okay, random number, 10 people. And you have 30 kids who went to Ralston to play basketball because they wanted to go play basketball. 20 of them get cut. They're at Ralston now. They don't get to play basketball. Can we not make it so that, hey, you know, kids at Nesbitt, kids at Sandpiper can all go try out at Ralston and have like a district team?
Shelley.
And I don't know.
No, I'm not saying that that's not an issue. I'm saying like, let's rein it. I want to kind of rein it back in to the choices, because we don't know what are you proposing number 4? Or
for this particular one, I'm asking about number 1.
But no, what I'm saying is you just introduced a whole another maybe framework that we don't know what that entails.
I'm saying that there are ways to address the issues of the community, that the people who want to only go to Ralston and they just shut out Sandpiper or Nesbitt as an option, there are ways to address those concerns that I'm just saying that there are ways to potentially address those concerns that may allow them to think more openly about where they may want to go. That's all.
Dan, I think this is a question for you, and I'm not actually going too far away. Again, I'm still thinking about, I'm going to say all 3, but I know maybe there's 4. But in let's say option 1, with this conversation of engaging referrals and parents and considering addressing the desires for math, music, electives, sports, what does that look like next year or the next year if I vote tonight? Is it like, are you going to, not are you going to, I guess, do we have to place students through some form of choice adjustments or geography at those sites? until those things manifest?
So I think we've been trying to make those things manifest for many years.
Right.
And they haven't.
Yeah.
So to think that they might manifest, and partially I'm channeling Ching Pei, because I may not be the one that's best describing the things that we've tried to target.
Yeah.
Whether that be program, whether it's looking at music differently, whether it's looking at language differently. Those are the things we hear from our community that matter the most. Those are the things we've tried to target.
Yes.
Maybe they weren't communicated. Maybe that for whatever reason, we haven't seen that change.
My question is giving ourselves time to try to fix those things, communicating more, involving parent ambassadors and skilled people, and trying to address music and adding sports and working on math offerings. All those words being things that we say, that's what we're aiming for. For 26, 27, are we going to pull people from geographic locations to fill those schools? Or would we stay at 133 and 120 next year?
I don't know how we stay at 133, 120, quite honestly. We have a responsibility to look at our resources.
Yeah.
And it's not the fiscally responsible thing to do. It's also not fair to our schools to continually offer and move students who are newly enrolled to fill the program. It brings kids who have been with us the long haul. We understand their background, we understand their needs, we know them well, and we support them. Kids who come to us new, it takes us time to do that. And to do the type of program that's happening at Sandpiper and Nesbitt, that simply isn't a fair ask, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think you answered me. Again, we're having a strong conversation about increasing either program or enrollment. But again, per our vote tonight for next school year and perhaps the next, we are impacting choice, or to the words you just used, perhaps underserving our small schools. Is that?
But I mean, Jackie,
I'm not trying to make a point. I'm paraphrasing. That's a question to what you just said. You can answer. I don't want to read what that question was not me trying to trap you or make a point.
I think if the question is, if the board votes status quo, are we going to fill to capacity?
Yes.
Every program? No, that's not what I want to do, because I don't think it's right for our programs and our kids, but we do need to increase capacity.
Cool. I just need to hear that.
And
Go ahead.
I just want to say, that's if we say that we want to go with option one as it stands on the board, right? Can we say, this isn't a business? I mean, we want to be fiscally responsible, but at the end of the day, our job is to do what is best for our kids. And yes, I still haven't decided yet, guys. Come on. I mean, are our kids not worth the investment for 2-3 years before we start saying we're going to start filling the things the way they should be? And I get it.
Yeah.
We want to be fiscally responsible, but it's also over 2 years. We'll say 2 years, 2% of a budget, 1%. You said it was 1% of a budget that we would save, right? By filling the classes. And I wonder, is it not worthwhile to explore that? And my question for you, Dan, is if we go and we do this thing where we land the plane on a very, 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 very small runway, what are the impacts to the kids on your side? Like, I mean, you were saying we might have to cut this, do that. What are the actual things that we would need to lose? Like, what are the trade-offs? I know there are trade-offs, but where would we think about that?
I see Reese reaching.
And
then I'll follow Reese.
Let me try and answer. There's a lot of questions here.
Yeah.
So no, it's okay. Let me try and answer these kind of as best as I can. Again, like I think you're kind of asking us to kind of opine on something that we don't necessarily know at this point, right? I think when push comes to shove, we'll have to evaluate it against all the supplemental additional things that we give students, right? So, if you're asking me to try and just throw out some ideas in here, and obviously, I can't, these aren't like 100% vetted, right? But like, it could mean less counseling capacity at each of our schools. That could mean that one counselor has to oversee double the amount of caseload that they already see, right? It could mean that maybe, PE services are shared between multiple sites even more so than they currently are potentially, right? Like these are just some of like the supplemental things that we additionally provide to students that may be affected in the case that, there are additional cost constraints and we have to, right size our budget for that, right? There was another thing that I wanted to touch upon, but now it's blanking me, so I'll turn it over to Superintendent DeGuara for a little bit.
And the one thing I want to touch on is important. When you say, aren't our kids worth it? Our kids are absolutely worth the money, right? We're not taking money away and diverting it somewhere else. I'm advocating that we utilize those funds to serve our kids big picture district-wide in the best ways that we can. And we do owe our community and our district a look at it as a whole. And that goes to what CBO Matsumoto was, to be in a position in the future where we have to make a difficult decision. Hopefully we're not there. Hopefully we're never there. But we know what the deficit is, right? So we will work with whatever the board decision is to the best of our abilities. Our team has, quite frankly, our team feels like we've evaluated every best case scenario. I've personally went home after a board meeting and hearing comment and I'd be like, nope, we need to do X, Y, and Z. We need to just maximize enrollment, look neighborhood kids. And then I look at it and I look at the data and the data doesn't tell me that, right? So it is not a haphazard recommendation. It is one that we have deeply considered and recognize the implications of every aspect.
Great.
Sorry, Trustee Dang, if I may, for 1 second. I also want to respond to the thought of, okay, adding additional things, right? I think we've talked a lot about what would happen, in the case of either closure or not closure, but we haven't talked about what happens if we add costs, which I worry that some of this conversation is spiraling into. I think in the case that we add costs, it'll put even more of a constraint for us to cut somewhere else, right? Again, series of trade-offs, right? And I also want to make one thing very clear, right? I think there's a lot of talk about specifically, equality versus equity in some of these pieces from a purely financing, purely funding standpoint, right? Right now, the funding is not necessarily equal between all of the middle schools when you just look at it purely from a teacher standpoint, right? In the schools that do not necessarily have as much enrollment, those kids are getting funded by the district at a higher rate, right? Because ultimately they are getting more of like a one-to-one experience, right? So, I also just want to point that out because ultimately when we talk about, making our kids worth it, I also want to make sure that we focus ourselves around making all of our kids worth it, right? And not potentially just a few. Thank you.
Could I add a suggestion while we're talking about finances? And of course, I don't know how it all works, but I did go to CSBA. And at CSBA, they had a bunch of sessions and they have a bunch of other school districts that give examples of how they overcome challenges and things that they do to, make great programs. And one of the things that I saw over and over from other school districts is to go out and talk to corporations in the area to get funding for their school programs. And I'm wondering, I'm sure we already do some of that, but maybe could we revisit some of those contracts that we have with companies in our area to say, listen, we have this issue right now with enrollment, and we could really use whatever the number is so we can do this for our kids. And maybe we get the money that way.
If I may just quickly opine on that, I think generally one, we receive some corporate funding already that, people have matching funds through School Force, et cetera. And just a quick shout out for all of you who have donated to School Force. Thank you very much. The second part of it that I'd like to just point out is, funding through corporations can be a little bit fickle, right? And as we think about doing something that makes sense for the long run, I think it is difficult for our district to try and anchor ourselves on funding that may or may not be there. Ultimately, I think just to reiterate, there are corporate donors out there. I don't know to the extent of success that we may have with them. I know you also mentioned the changing landscape of, companies out there given what's happening. Fortunately or fortunately, some companies are also falling on tough times, which may make them less willing to donate as well.
Yeah, I think I'm not thinking of it as a long-term thing. I think it maybe as like a buffer, right? So if we're looking at a 5-year period where we want to try to naturally boost enrollment, but we're worried that if we do that, we might have to take away from this program or that program. Maybe we can get some additional funding for X period so that we're able to try that. And then, I don't know, it's just an idea.
Yeah, I completely understand that. I think it's one of those things where that ask is simple at a high level, but probably more difficult once you get into the granular level.
So I'd like to take a break. I think we need to take a vote on option one. I think we need to make a motion, or at least go through the poll and see where we are. I think option 2 or 3 stem from option 1. Go ahead, Jeff. Just to renew it. I don't know if we're coming to any conclusions.
Yeah. I think if we're voting on option 1, we need to be clear on what option 1 includes. And I think that we owe it to the community to not change our practice of enrollment right now. I think we need to have a conversation with the community about the future, and possibly changing our enrollment practice in the future. But I think it is not fair to families who do have 5th graders right now to say that it's going to change.
But no, so completely agree. We can't disrupt the thing. That's my point, I guess, of looking at option 1, because while these programs are amazing, I go home. I'll get to your point. I go home, and my sister-in-law, my niece is in high school, and they're like, "You have an IB program? Like, amazing!" It's by selection. It's highly selective in my niece's high school. Design thinking, right? We see the success of DTech. There's absolutely, the teachers are so passionate to create the IB program the way they did and put in all the hours of professional development and vice versa, right? To get this program up and running. And I don't think we should change it, but by not changing it, and I'm just throwing this out as a last kind of comment to kind of think about it. I think we need to definitely be clear, but we also need to be clear that option 1, if the board chooses to go that way, it will change. I mean, there needs to be a certain amount of people in those seats, and there will be, just like this year, a certain amount of ones that have not chosen. So it's not going, status quo it has not really maybe been the answer for all families either. We just have to be recognizing that part of it. And I think, like, to your point, we have to just be clear what those trade-offs are if we're when we go to think about it. I don't know. Okay, so but I agree with you, like it's going to be under-enrolled until something occurs, if it does incur.
But I mean, so what we're saying is that we're going to vote on when we do the vote for option one equals all three programs remain open, and we have ranked choice that is done in the way that it has been done for however long, like last year or the year before.
I don't know if that's actually a certainty.
But that's what I'm asking. Because I'm not going to vote if it's going to be some like weird thing that like is decided later. So we need to decide what it is right now so that we know what it's going to be.
So I guess that's a question for Superintendent Guard. Is that what discretion, can the board get finite with actually saying numbers and things like that? I mean, then we're getting into what
Correct.
What the board is not supposed to get into. Board provides strategic oversight and lets the district leadership, our trust in district leadership, to work through the why and the how. So
I will just say, even if we maintain the status quo and kept numbers where they are, I think our numbers drop very slightly next year. So if I had to look at the crystal ball and project the same number of trends, I would anticipate it to look roughly this year, with the exception of this conversation. I think the board, this conversation casts doubt on the future of both programs. And I worry about what that implication has on future enrollment. Again, I don't have a crystal ball. I can only make those best decisions, but yeah.
Thank you for that. I just wanted to make a comment about if we did follow the district's recommendation and we close one of the small schools, I do feel like maybe a couple years down the road, we will also be closing the other small school, and then we'll be back to where we were at the point of opening the small schools with everyone at Ralston. So.
Hence, not the recommendation to close two at this time.
Well, no, I'm not saying that your recommendation is to close two. I'm saying if we close one with your recommendation, then people are going to enroll in Ralston and they're not going to enroll in the small program because they know that the district closes small programs. And then we're going to be here again in a few years to close Nesbitt or Sam, whichever one, whatever.
Can I ask a process question? If because I agree with a lot of what was just said. If we're voting in option one, and by a lot, I mean many of you. So if what I want to do as a board member is allow you to make a decision while I offer direction, I don't think what I heard is just like the full scope of option one. So if I was thinking about it, and if we're saying, if I'm agreeing to not tell you how to fill it, I would like to know how you plan to before I vote on option one. That makes sense? No, yeah. And I mean, no pressure actually. Like I want to hear what your strategy would be without directing your strategy, and then offer direction based on what your strategy would be.
In terms of numbers, it would have to be probably something similar. I don't think our cap would necessarily change at Ralston. We would do the survey like we did in the past. We would enroll kiddos who opted in, and then any new family that arrived afterwards would be slated for Nesbitt or Sandpiper. That's what we did this year. We have about 10 kids last night. It's hard because the numbers are day by day. We have about 10 kids fewer next year. So, if the trend stays identical, I would expect a pretty much identical situation.
So in previous presentations, like slides have mentioned a number of 168. Am I voting on option one with the future that you will put 100, make sure 168 students would be at both sites?
I would take the direction of the board if that's, that would be my recommendation, is that we need to optimize enrollment at both of our middle schools. But I also recognize that that is a big lift for our community. I recognize that big lift. So I would take board direction on that.
And that direction would come tonight or at another meeting?
Preferably tonight. We're hitting
Yeah,
enrollment.
I'm just checking
yeah.
process. Like, so
Yeah.
I think it'd be unfair to ask me to vote on option one without us completing what that direction sounds like. Right?
So preferably in again, I'm not going to bring it to a finances and program, like from a fiscal standpoint, from an educational standpoint, I would argue. From a consistency and ability to maintain, those numbers need to be higher, right? I personally don't believe that 18 students in a middle school classroom meets the educational expectations and criteria that we desire for a middle schooler.
Right.
That's not to say that, small classes aren't good, but I think when we look at that whole educational experience, I'm not sure that happens, that is met in that small a number.
Yeah, I don't think I'm not looking to actually go towards values. I think you were right earlier of let's separating that. Because I could disagree. It doesn't matter actually. As I think about the option, I want to respect what we're talking about in the process. Is it your desire that we give you an option and then direction afterwards? Right, when you say tonight, that the order we're talking about?
Yes.
Are we going to talk about options 2 or 3, or are we going to vote on one? That's a question for you now.
At the end of the day, sorry.
I was talking to David, but go ahead.
Sorry, can I just add? At the end of the day, whatever the decision the board makes, we need to make sure that we're supporting the effective governance of that decision. And sometimes that's hard to do as well in certain circumstances.
Can I just add one thing? Like you said, we need to support the decision that we make. And if we do vote on option one, we need to support the heck out of it. Like every single one of us, we need to be on board with this. The second thing is, if we decide to go with option one and we say, hey, we are going to maintain choice and we are going to allow our 5th graders to go to the school of their choice for the foreseeable 1 to 2 years. We need to know and expect that there is going to be a giant dip in enrollment. Things are going to, it's not going to be, oh, we have our task force and they're going to be building it all up and everyone's going to all just suddenly enroll in Sandpiper and notice it. I feel like there's a level of change that needs to happen in the community to help them understand. And I really do think that the enrollment issue, I just want the board to understand, if we decide to go with option one, we will still be struggling with this enrollment issue for 2 to 3 years. And that's where I kind of sit and I struggle, because we will, no matter what we do, there will be this period of time where we won't be able to put butts in seats if we want to respect that parent choice. And I do feel like that parent choice is really important, right? That parent.
Well, you're taking, I'm just saying, by allocating one parent choice, some parent is not going to be happy with our decision today.
Oh, no, I'm pretty resigned myself to that.
So I am not confident, despite district's efforts and despite we're not going to come up, I agree with you, we can't come up with a plan now. I cannot, in good conscience, leave this table, this board, and pick an option when it's so loosey-goosey as if like is A, B, C. It has to be option one, but only if we can ensure that A, B, C, D, and E, and in the interim, families are going to not get their choice that, at these numbers, or even if we mandate, give direction to the leadership saying, keep the numbers you had this year. That even might be a stretch, even for that numbers to be kept in a declining enrollment. It's not that our board, our community has come up with an amazing ideas. I've sat there and I've gone also like Superintendent DeGora away from these meetings and gone, "Ooh, what if?" Right? But the reality is you are constrained by numbers. So to your point of having it all, you can't have all the athletics, you can't have the music, you can't. So I'm just saying, like as Trustee Bruno was saying, things would have to be in place for option one to thrive and be a thriving option for the district. I'm not sure that we can confidently put that into place despite our best intentions. I'm just throwing it out there. I think it's not an assured thing.
Thank you. So I think the district's recommendation, of just looking at where it is on the agenda, right, is it says it's recommended that the Board of Trustees direct the transition from 2 TKK8 programs into 1 TK8 program, resulting in the closure of the 6th to 8th grade program, while maintaining the site as a TK to K5 elementary. So, I think we could. So I think it's fine. Either we vote on the option one and then talk about some other things. I think we could also vote whether to follow the district's recommendation to begin with. Maybe that gets too complicated. Sorry. All right. Let me go to a different one. So if we're considering not following the district's recommendation, then I'm prepared to make a motion that has a small amount of requirements in it, but that is part of the motion that we then vote on. For example, this is what I'm proposing, is that I'm not necessarily making a motion yet. I propose that we keep all 3 middle schools open, that we follow the enrollment timeline that is listed on our district website currently, and follow all customary practices of the last few years, and that we establish a district advisory committee to help us work on increasing enrollment in the future.
Okay, but April, let me just, again, I'm pushing back because I want to have clarity for myself, and I think we need it for our community and those listening in. From what you just said, a parent out there, what is their decision going to be when they get that choice thing? I don't think there's anything that's saying to them that they're confidently going to say that either one of these smaller programs are going to be in play next year. I'm saying, like, there's no confidence in the decision that by saying we're doing status quo, that next year the board is going to say no status quo. You know what I'm saying? Like, as Trustee Bruno was saying, like, if you have a student in the pipeline thinking about middle school programs, you want to have confidence that those middle school programs are going to be around for you to select. So I guess that guardrails would have to be really defined. I don't know. I'm struggling with how to conceptualize this.
What about if we added one more piece to Trustee Northrup's proposal, which would be to commit to 5 years of this number option 1. Well, we don't have unlimited time. If we could commit and then families can feel secure that for the next 5 years, all the schools will remain open while we have the task force working on boosting enrollment, and then we'll revisit the issue. However, I do think that when the revisiting comes about, we need to communicate much earlier with the community. We should probably during that whole 5-year period be communicating with the community so that everyone feels like it's very transparent and that, you know, they're part of what's happening.
So I think I would not be able to get behind that. I feel like if we are going to go option 1, it is all in option 1. That's what we're going to say as a board. We support these schools and we are going to do it so that our community has certainty, our staff has certainty, our students have certainty, so that there is that piece. I think if we are going to put requirements on it, I would say it would be around the enrollment piece. If we're going to honor that choice for this year, let us honor that choice. But then put in, hey, next year or 2 years from now, after the district advisory committee has had their chance to be able to go and mobilize, or not mobilize, but really educate other parents and have our schools able to have their open houses, have those info sessions where they can go and talk to students. At that point, you know, we've had that opportunity for people to be able to first choose whatever. And the parents will know this is coming. Enrollment processes are going to change.
But why are you saying only 2 years for the parents? Like, why can't we give them 5 years? I don't understand.
Oh, sure. It could be 5 years. I'm saying the revisiting of option 1. I don't want to revisit option 1.
I don't want to revisit it either, but I'm saying like we need to tell families that you have at least 5 years to work on enrollment boosting. Like you can't give them 2 years to work on enrollment.
But then our
that
runway is like teeny tiny, skinny like a pencil.
But I think I'm confused because you're saying you want to keep it open forever, but you only want to give people 2 years to fill seats. It doesn't make sense.
Okay.
To me.
Yeah.
Like I think we want the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Trustee Bruno, let's maybe.
Oh,
I
that's just my face.
Like-
That was, yeah.
That's your thinking face.
I do have a question. And maybe you said at the start, April, in this venture we're considering, I'm not sure if you know the answer, Dan, but I'm curious how your cabinet functions in this thing we're talking about. Are you still filling to whatever capacity you decide, or is everyone getting their first choice in this 5-year model?
Oh.
In this thing we're talking about, yeah.
Yeah. So in what I'm saying is like I'm just adding to Trustee Northrup's
So then what's your answer?
piece. She said we continue with how we've been doing it. So how we've been doing it for the last couple of years, right? Sorry, go ahead, Trustee Northrup.
My opinion is that we owe it to the community to follow the customary middle school enrollment process for this year, and that we establish a district advisory committee, and that we could make changes for the following year for enrollment of how we place students at the different schools, but that it would be part of the district advisory committee's work, including also trying to increase people choosing Nesbitt and Sandpiper middle schools.
Yeah, I think that I would propose a longer timeline for the enrollment change. I think that like if we're going to make any kind of a change like that, I think that's a drastic change that we need to give families more runway than like 1 year.
I would support that.
Mike's off.
Sorry. I would support that. I think that would be reasonable, and then I would welcome our community's input and participation on the committee and deciding things like, for example, and that the committee could make a recommendation to the board of that you will keep this policy for the next amount of time, but then after that amount of time, then it may change or something like that. I'm going to be contrary for a little bit, though, is I think, again, we have to put it in board policy for it to have a longer impact. I think I want to, we as a board can only commit long-term resources in certain areas, like for the bond measures, things like that. So that's what I'm saying is I don't think we as a board can tell the future board, which may not have any of us on it, that future board in 2033, you must maintain these middle schools. I don't think that's fair to the future community members.
Well said. So
I worry about the enrollment piece. As Dan says, I agree with Dan. That family choice component is really important. At the same time, we do need those butts in seats. And I think we will have a district, if we were to go this path, we would have a district advisory committee. But I think we should be, this year, for sure, maintain that choice. But I do think, as April is saying, letting the community know now, next year, it may not be like that you may not necessarily get your first choice. We don't get our first choice of classrooms. We don't get our first choice of elementary schools. We don't get our first choice in a lot of things. And while it's unfair now, because it was kind of last minute, for that to be sprung upon the community, I do believe that that's very unfair. I do think that next year, it is fair game. They have been notified. If they want to go to a private school, they have time to apply to private school. If they want to do whatever they want to do, they have that opportunity. And I don't think it's fiscally responsible. And while I don't think that, I don't think that dollars are the only thing we think about when we think about the education of our children. I do think that it's important that we stay fiscally responsible and financially healthy. And while 1 year might be okay to, hey, we'll do 1 more year of possibly low enrollment. Next year, I do think we need to get those numbers up.
Okay. So first of all, I think you're putting the community in limbo for another year. But yeah, you're putting the community in limbo because you're saying 1 year, we're giving more of we're kicking the can down the road to say, in 1 year, we're going to be exactly whoever the board is back at this table.
No.
Then you are.
No, because
How are you
people
not?
have said option 1, we are committed to keeping these schools.
No, but then you're saying in 1 year, fair game. You're saying
Fair game enrollment.
But
right?
that's what's driving this decision. Why?
But right
superintendent-
now, the big thing is that the parents and the community, they didn't know. No?
No, what do you mean they didn't know? They've been knowing for 10 years. So the other thing I just want to see is what is going to drive measurable trend improvement? Because while I think, so I'm all for example, the amazing efforts that certainly that, and I think Sandpiper did, but correct me if I'm wrong. I know Nesbitt did outreach, Shadow Day, all these things to improve the IB program. I think spot on. I think that was the right thing to do. There has been discussion by our community that maybe one school was favored over another in terms of outreach, and that I think is a miss. It was a miss. But whatever the decision-making was, that it needs more time. Like, so I'm in agreement that it needs more time to kind of fluctuate. But then I think that's saying that, first of all, that the last 10 years have been like there's been trusted professionals trying to make it work with the enrollment. Now we're seeing a decline in enrollment that's been verified by the demographer 5 years ago and reconfirmed by our report. So I'm just not trying to understand like where if we don't, in the short term, we're not we've got to get those numbers trending in the right direction, right?
Which is where our district advisory committee would come in, right? And I know you don't necessarily believe in the power of our parents' ability to drive that enrollment, but I really do think there has been a gap in terms of marketing. And I'm not saying that, oh, it's our schools, we should be marketing them, right? But when I say marketing, I'm saying there's a very large dearth of information about our middle schools. And not for, I mean, just physically, like I said, going to Nesbitt was really eye-opening for me. It was really great. I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed talking to the students. I'm at Sandpiper every day. Sorry, Gloria. Yeah, Sandpiper's also really, really great, right? And I feel like if parents were able to go and see what I saw, it would drive measurable difference. And even though next year we might say, hey, fair game enrollment, you may or may not be at your school of first choice. 1, they've been informed. 2, we know all 3 schools are excellent. 3, the district advisory committee is still going to be working. And ideally, in an ideal world, fingers crossed, those parents would be able to drive that first choice over time.
So what's the metric that you need to, you keep saying 1 year, I'm just want to, what's the metric that you are looking to see that kind of helps you say that this is going to, or anybody, that's not you, shut up. What's the metric that we are looking to see to say, just like, Principal, she said there's some metrics of the data that she showed. So what metric are we looking to see?
So I am not a lawyer. I am a teacher and a board member. I think my understanding is a layman's understanding of, not committing future boards, which are not us. I would think it would be acceptable use of the district's small resources to consult a lawyer of what is the time frame that we can commit ourselves to. I'm open to that. To address the question of saying that we don't want things to we don't want it to be the uncertainty for parents. I'm willing to say if we consult an attorney and they tell us that we can make a commitment for like 2 or 3 years, that would be something I would be interested in.
Around enrollment or around option 1?
Around option 1, I think. But yes, I think we should say to the public that yes, we are considering enrollment for every year going forward from this year.
But your concern is that our dedication to option 1 may not be the same as a future board's dedication to option 1, and then we might throw the community back into limbo if we leave it open. Is that the concern?
Yes, but my initial thought was that was just what we had to deal with, unless we put it into board policy somehow, which is then harder but not impossible to change.
I'm sorry, I don't know where to proceed, honestly. I think because part of what my interpretation so Trustee Northrop, I agree with you on the board policy. I think in terms of, I think we can't just be, lackadaisical about it. But I also heard what you're saying, and I'm not sure if you're advocating now for not voting, because you're saying, how are we going to consult a lawyer if we?
No, I do want us to vote today, but I'm thinking we can consult a lawyer later.
Can I just add to that? So boards have ultimate decision-making authority. They can set policy and they can change policy. So I would say certainly this board could set a policy and adopt a policy and have a standpoint. When the board transitions, that would be a new board that could revisit if and that's cyclical. The other thing I'll just add is this process isn't easy, clearly, right? And there was elements of our community that said, you're dividing us. And yes, there's truth to that when we're struggling to find the just right fit. My experiences, and I think this district would, there's folks in this room that would probably recollect that, boundary changes are hugely divisive for communities. And when we talk about deciding how we reconfigure boundaries to meet school programs, it's another probably lengthier process than we've been through. I think you've heard from folks in this room tonight that are already against any likely boundary change we might come up with. Not an easy process. Believe it or not, I've actually tried to have that percolate in my brain. How could we do it? It's not easy. Sorry, Trustee Bruno.
It helps with one of my other questions that I wasn't sure if we'd get there. In options 2 and 3, are we also talking about boundary changes? Like if we close a school?
No. So something that I'll mention is, and I cannot be the expert on this because I wasn't here when it happened. 10 years ago when we launched the small schools, I believe that was a choice school that we wanted people to opt into those schools, right? So, evolution, hindsight is always 2020. I'm
only looking forward.
That's not happening.
I'm only looking forward. If we close Nesbitt and we're saying enrollment is the issue, do Redwood Shores families have to go to Sandpiper?
That is not. I'll go back to my running optimally sized schools is important. Full stop.
Right.
And if we went to one school, would I artificially enroll it to the max and create an unstable one school? No. I want that one school to develop. I want to invest in that one school. I want to do whatever we can do outside of what we've already done to grow it and let it grow naturally.
So when we talk about like maximizing systems, like I can let go of the number 168 in my head.
Yes. Yeah. Like the
you have to say yes.
Optimization of me says no, but I think we have that flexibility in one location to do that.
Okay.
I don't think two. Right. Okay. So I think with my recommendation, the piece that's not there is we're going to slow grow that up.
There we go.
We're going to let people
there we go. All right.
Realize the potential and opt in.
So in those options, the commitment is to do perhaps actually some of the work we're talking about for option 1 in that single site.
Correct.
To slow grow that over the next however many number.
In no scenario is doing the same kind of outreach that we've always done.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna always do our best to do more. I reached out to my principals. I said, "What can we do?"
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
So I guess, again, first time as board president, but I'm wondering if option 2 and 3 is a discussion point, or is that mute if the board ends up going a certain direction on option 1, that might mean that option 2 and 3 vote or discussion is a kind of a mute point. So I'm not quite sure how to go forward if somebody, I think we need to kind of go in one direction now. What?
So we have 4 options on the table.
Yeah.
I propose we remove option 4 just so it's not there. And then it would be an option 1 versus option 2, 3. And if we go with option 2, 3, then it's an option 2 or an option 3. That's my thinking of flow logically.
Say that again, one more time.
So
Work on 4, then,
right?
Yeah.
We'll talk about if we want option 4 or not.
yeah.
And if option 4 does not survive, we'd go option 1 or option 2, 3. So essentially, we'd be voting on option 1. We close it,
Yeah, we go with
consolidate
either the
and
district's
we go.
recommendation or we don't.
Yeah.
Fine, okay,
And then
so,
after that, if it's option 2,
All right, well-
it'd be 2 or 3.
Let's
hey,
get
we
our
get
voting-
rid of one
voting
option.
flowing.
Okay, maybe. Okay, so, who would like, is there a motion out there? For,
I move that we remove option 4 from our considerations.
okay, is there a second motion?
Second.
Any discussion needed? Okay, those in favor, those in favor of removing option 4 from consideration?
Aye.
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 Okay, that passes 5-0. We will adjourn, no. Okay. Let's go forward. I mean, I think we've kind of gone back and forth. I don't know. Go ahead, yeah.
I move that we reject the district's recommendation to close either of the Sandpiper or Nesbit middle schools.
Second.
So hold on a sec. So just to be clear, you are going against this recommendation and therefore by default, it would be option 1. Is that, I just want to make sure.
Yeah, thank you for mentioning that. I was trying to follow the narrowing down of the
Okay,
options. I
yeah.
was thinking we would still have a vote on option 1. That my motion, again, this is too technical, sorry.
How
But
does that-
I was hoping my motion was going to be separate from a motion about option 1.
I don't think it can be. If you're motioning that
Okay.
you're going against the recommendation of going down to one program, then by default, you're recommending option 1.
Okay, then I would like to withdraw my motion, please.
Motion withdrawn. Look, while this is challenging, I guess the thing, when I go at the end of the day and I'm facilitating, right? As somebody, I think I go back to all the amazing discussions of the students and students in Carmont and have graduated and current students. And I'm so proud of them because no matter who we heard from, they were amazing kids and so eloquent. I'm like, oh my God, I wish I was this eloquent as in 4th grade. Like, where do they come up? But the person who was going to like West Point that we heard at Nesbit, and going through the community college route or whatever the route is, it just affirms to me that I know it seems weighty. And I'm not debating that it's not painful. I'm not. We're all trying to make the best decision possible. And we're all good people trying to make the best decision. At the end of the day, I look at those kids and I say, they've turned out amazing. And they went through different variations. They went through the IB program. They went through Nesbit pre-IB program. They went through Sandpiper Middle School. They went through Ralston at all different sizes. And honestly, it all prepared them well. For every letter that we got that said large Ralston will prepare you for large Carmont, we've also had lots of examples of these amazing middle schools that said our person has found themselves and has blossomed at Carmont, or another feeder school. At Nesbit, 2 years ago, the 8th grade graduation, they had 16 distinct schools that the 8th grade class was going to. I was amazed by that because that just shows me that they had such confidence in themselves that it wasn't just one school, that they were taught to expand their horizon and think through what direction that they can go, and the sky was the limit. So I really feel, I know it's pressured, and I'm not saying anything about the vote, but I feel like a heaviness, which is probably why we've been continuing, and it's worth merit discussion, but we can't think through all the permutations. And I just think that we go back to the students, and they're amazing people, and they're amazing, and they're going to turn out amazing, and kids are reliant and resilient, and parents will make the choice that's best, still best for their family. We can just try to minimize the disruption as best as we can. And that's what we're trying to do. And I'm not trying to stifle that discussion and thought, but at the end of the day, that's what drives me and makes me feel like, you know, I'm still upholding what I was elected to do as a board of trustee, and that's the health and vitality of the district. And that's where my direction and my compass has been. So we got to take a little bit of weight off of us. You know, we're not supposed to have all the answers. We've I don't know, we flushed it out. So I think we just need to vote, but I think we really need to be clear on what we're voting for, because otherwise it might not come out with what we're envisioning in our heads. Thank you. So with that in mind, does anybody have a recommendation out there for the?
Sorry, second attempt. I move that we keep all 3 middle schools open, which includes Ralston Middle, Sandpiper Middle, and Nesbitt Middle. That we follow our customary enrollment procedures as outlined on our website for 26-27, and establish a district advisory committee, including parents, and the committee will be on middle school marketing and enrollment.
Second.
You can offer an amendment if you wanted to add a timeline to it. You could offer an amendment to it.
Do we need to vote on that one for, like, how does that work?
Well, so,
Do I just add an amendment? I would like to amend it so that the enrollment.
So are you looking for staffing for that marketing position? Are you looking for staff? Are we going to hire a staff member for that?
No, it would be a district advisory committee that includes parents. Other membership would be to be determined. I think that's just like, again, like we, have asked the parents to volunteer for things. I'm comfortable with saying that it's volunteer, and that it would have, I would hope that each of the middle schools would have a staff member who would want to be on the committee, but it would be volunteer. And I would also, hope, but I can't commit myself or my fellow board members, that board members up to 2 could join the committee. We can't do more than 2, because then it's like we're having a board meeting every time we get together. Yeah, so I think what we can do today is establish the committee, and then we can work out the details.
Coming back to the board with the recommendations
for subsequent years.
Oh, I thought the committee was boosting enrollment. Is the committee going to give us the recommendation of how we should do the ranked choice enrollment in later years? Or are they focused on giving information to incoming families to make the best choice on middle school enrollment?
Ideally, my thought was that it would be middle school marketing and enrollment, because I think as our enrollment overall as a district continues to decline, then I think in the future, then we may not have enough students for the programs, even if we have amazing marketing. In 5 years, we may not have enough students. So I would say that the committee could explore enrollment, but the committee could also say, we don't recommend a change to enrollment procedures.
Would we have to follow said committee's enrollment policies?
No, they would make a recommendation. And then it would go to whoever that board was at that time to accept the recommendation or reject it. And sorry, if I can do a point of order just for a moment. I think there are a lot of details and they're very, very important. I think right now what we can do is I think it's still on the table that I made a motion and Trustee Dang seconded it. So it can be amended. It can be offered amendments. There can be further discussion like we're doing. But I don't think we have to have every question answered.
I would like to amend the Trustee Northrop's.
Wait, let me just make sure. So we have a second for discussion, a second motion on,
I second
trustee-
Trustee Northrop's motion. Yes.
okay, go ahead.
I would like to add an amendment to that motion to state that enrollment, maintaining current enrollment policies as in terms of being able to choose as we like, that freedom of choice is limited to the coming year. And after that, the district is able to enroll as necessary to fill those schools.
Can you elaborate? So you're proposing a cap this coming year and then?
Yeah,
I don't-
so, sorry. So what I'm saying is that this coming year, our fifth graders would go through enrollment as they usually do. We may end up with a very small program as we usually do, because our district advisory committee will not have had a chance to ramp up. However, it would then give parents and the community an opportunity to say, hey, this is what is going to happen. I can prepare myself and I can make plans around knowing this is going to happen, right? Around enrollment. We're going to start enrolling a little bit less liberally after this coming year.
Enrolling a little bit less liberally. You mean not keeping it low?
Yes, it would be enrolling option one so that it is viable. So that we have full classes or full grade levels.
As I understand, if I
Yeah, please, because I'm lost.
if I may, I think Trustee Northrop's motion, 3 schools, follow enrollment timeline, maintain our current status, establish the committee. The amendment that Trustee Tang is adding will do that for 1 year. And then subsequent years, we start filling and boosting enrollment through a process.
Can I ask a question about your amendment? So like, what if with the advisory committee, we have, what are we at now? 168? Let's say with the advisory committee in 26, 27, we have, what's full enrollment? What's the number of full enrollment? We have 168, that's full? Oh. At 1? Oh, okay, sorry. It's getting late. My point is, like, at what point are we gonna, like, let's say the advisory committee brings in 75% full capacity with people who want their first choice to be that, then are you saying then we are still going to force enrollment to get it to 100%? Like, where's the line there?
Dan, what's viable? What is viable? I mean, I know it doesn't have to be 100%, right? But in my brain, it's kind of like, 90%, as long as we're like at a good.
I'd like to see it in the mid-50s at least.
Mid-50s. Student count.
No, mid-50s.
Oh, per grade? Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
right now it's.
Per student, a student at each grade level.
So
Yeah.
27, roughly 20-ish have selected, both, pretty, Nesbitt or Sandpiper last year. So, and then we added to that.
Right.
So that's where we are now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can I try answering the question?
Yeah.
I think you said mid-50s, but that's actually the maximum, right?
Yeah.
Like mid-50s times 3 is 168.
58 is my number,
56,
my brain
mid-50s.
full of number.
Yeah.
Yes.
I swear I'm on your side.
50 would be great. 50-ish.
56 times 3 is
Plus,
168.
Yeah.
I checked the calculator.
Great.
Right. So to answer the question, when you say what you'd like to see it at, that's the maximum. And you're asking
Yeah.
perhaps for what would be
No,
below that?
sorry, I'm not saying we need to be at the, like, we don't have maximums across the board at all schools, right? There's targets we shoot for, and then there's, we like 95%.
Can I propose that for the sake of this conversation, we just take 150? For the sake of this conversation, like you're right, you can do your practice, but for the sake of this conversation, let's just consider that. Does that answer your question?
Your question was,
Well, I'm asking you that in your amendment, are you saying that if we get to 48, then you're going to do 2 seats? You're going to force 2 people? Is that the plan?
I think we should push it to where it becomes financially viable.
Like,
But that's not the driving.
yeah, because sorry.
Let me ask you this. If it's in the 20s now, and after a year, it's exactly static, right? We do the same efforts, or maybe even add a few outreach awareness. I'm just saying, like, then to your point, if it gets 30-ish, then to make it viable, are we then saying to the district leadership, they can raise it to 50, therefore 20 kids are going to be assigned there that wouldn't normally be?
Yeah, that's what I would be saying.
Okay.
I mean, we're doing that now. We're doing that now. We're putting people who
No.
not everyone gets their first choice.
Clearly, what we're doing now in the district leadership, correct me if I'm wrong, but the district leadership is doing as minimal amount of students as possible to try to make the program viable until it can organically happen with whatever current efforts are going on. And they're doing it by limiting it to transfers in and not current 5th graders. Most of the current 5th graders, not all, got their choice. Therefore, that's going against a little bit, therefore that's the fear of the other parts of our community, that we are then going to, at some point, if we're not seeing the normal, like, prompt in, if people are not normally choosing on their own, even with awareness, then we now still have 2 under-enrolled programs. And we are actually then going to go from and make them happen because the board has decided to make it happen. The district went through a rigorous 6-year approach to do this. I'm not debating that, there maybe shouldn't have been this outreach to the community earlier, but that doesn't mean that the district hasn't had a committee looking at it. They've had their staff looking at it. So they've been looking at it. I trust in that. We have to trust in that, right? So they've been looking at it, and they've said to us, there's a reason I asked in the very beginning, why now? Why is this the tipping point? Well, because it's not changing around. I'm just saying, like, so there's going to be some pain points because there's some trade-offs. That's what we're saying to the community, that it might even get more mandated going forward if we don't make a decision now to go down to 1 school. Superintendent DeWar just said that next year, that if we can funnel the resources down and try to make 1 school survive and thrive. What's that?
Sorry,
Yeah,
help.
Sorry, what did I say?
Make.
I'm sorry, not make, support, help. What point is they're saying that with the finite resources and the channeling of energy and staff time and committees, not saying we can't even do a committee. I think that's maybe a wise, prudent choice, but I'm not sure from what, again, we're the board, we're debating this, but my standpoint is I'm having confidence in our staff leadership that has finally said to us, we're at the point where a decision needs to be made. We're very sorry, but we can only put this effort into trying to make one program sustainable. I believe that. That's just my viewpoint. It obviously that's my viewpoint. That's what I'm holding on. Clearly, there's other opinions, and we're all entitled to ours. But I'm not sure again, I think we have to vote because I don't know. I'm not trying to convince. I'm just trying to put it out there that that's the frame of reference that I have.
Can I try paraphrasing your amendment?
Yeah.
Because I don't know if I understand it anymore.
Yeah, I don't either understand.
I want to make sure I understand what I'm hearing. Your amendment is that for the first year, the district uses its regular practice. Is that right? And then you're proposing that for the second year, depending on the results of that first year and the work of the advisory board. No?
I'm going to say not dependent on not dependent on the results of this coming year. We already know this coming year is going to be low.
Yeah.
Right. That is just the way it's going to be.
Yeah.
We need time for our district advisory committee to start moving things up. And no, it's not going to ramp up right away.
Gotcha.
Our district advisory committee is not going to get 50 kids in butts and seats, right? 50 butts and seats. That's not going to happen.
That's right again.
Because it's going to take time to build that reputation. It's going to take time to build all of that. At the same time, we have a fiscal responsibility to our schools to be able to say that they are fiscally responsible and that we have enough students in seats. And what I am saying is that right now, I don't think it's fair to our community to say, we're going to make sure you fill all our seats. What I want to be able to do is say, hey, this year, kind of crazy, got thrown at you. Sorry, next year, what's coming at you. Make your decisions as you will.
Got it. I wasn't trying to actually disagree with you. I just wanted to parcel it. So I'll try it again because I realized I misdirected. First year is our current practice, and second year would be an adjustment, perhaps as deemed necessary, to make it viable. We don't have to say full capacity. We don't have to say a number. Is that what you're asking, maybe?
Yes.
Right.
To make it viable. Yes, that's what
Short sentence, right? Yeah.
Mhm.
So procedurally, I believe there's been a motion, there's been an amended motion, there's been a motion, a second amendment. The amendment needs a second, and then it can be voted upon, or the amendment fails and it reverts back to the original motion.
So when we vote, we vote on the amended version.
Her
not
amendment needs a second. So if nobody seconds it, it essentially dies.
Okay. Is there a second for the amended motion? Okay, the amendment. Yeah, the silence. Okay.
Revert back.
So we revert back to the original motion, which was, sorry.
I move that we keep all 3 BRSSD middle schools open, follow our customary enrollment procedures as outlined on our website for 26-27, and establish a district advisory committee, which includes parents and staff members on middle school marketing and enrollment.
Second.
Okay, do we need to second for discussion?
Yeah.
Second for discussion.
Open for discussion.
Does this motion include direction on the enrollment practice, or is it just up to district cabinet?
I have no idea.
That the district would have to follow the process, which has been the customary practice, which is currently outlined on the district website, which says middle school choice form will be sent via email to families of current BRSSD fifth graders, fifth grade students enrolled in BRSSD as of February 20th, 2026 are considered current. Then the middle school choice form is due. And then it says current students for whom the middle school choice form is not completed or who are enrolled in the current school year after February 20th will receive a middle school assignment based on space availability.
Will your customary practice in this motion involve boosting enrollment?
It hasn't at this point in time. We've established a number that that the majority of folks are going to get their first choice. We would probably use the same number we used this year. I see Ching Pei, Assistant Superintendent, who please feel free to.
Yes.
But the recruitment practices at fifth grade have not gone out yet because of all of this that's going on. But the practices consistently include marketing and our staff do an info session. They share information and there are plans. They just haven't gone out because we've been waiting to, in that respect.
So yes, I will just say the dates need to be updated slightly because we're adjusting them based on this conversation and planned outreach that I've been working with principals on. So yes, that is accurate, except for a couple of dates. Since you quoted the dates, I want to be transparent about that. And we'll be sending outreach to our families based on our decision tomorrow to fifth grade families.
We're currently having these series of conversations month by month because population is lowering or enrollment is dropping. And the current numbers are at 130-ish and 120-ish. In this motion that we're talking about right now, and your current practice, what are you aiming
Our
for?
current practice would have them continuing at the lower enrolled rates. And we would be enrolling anybody who comes in, likely. I don't know what the rate is, but assuming it's consistent, anybody who enrolls during the first enrollment window and on would be assigned likely to Nesbitt and Sandpiper. We, I think, pretty much did a good job with all of our fifth graders getting their choice. There might be a handful that don't. Like the numbers are close. I totally hear the middle school marketing and enrollment. I fully acknowledge that there's areas that we can do better. Ching Pei kind of alluded to, we have a committee-ish, committee light. I wouldn't call it a committee, but I'm channeling. It's not Ching Pei, Julie, and I that are working in silos outside of Ryan and Gloria. We're working together in scheduling opportunities and looking at programs and doing outreach. So for whatever that's worth.
How does this motion impact our commitment to raise enrollment?
It directs us to establish a committee that does additional outreach in some way that is different than we currently do it. And as it sounds like there's a desire to have more on-campus access for parents, which presents its own challenges. It sounds like there's more desire to have in-person open houses, which from my perspective, an open house is for the parents of the students that are in the class. It's an added piece. But certainly we'll be adding those pieces per direction.
Does this motion compromise the preservation of choice?
As it currently stands, it's everything status quo is what I'm hearing from you. Do I think it supports the growth of our middle schools? No.
Again, maybe we don't need to be that specific, but the advisory committee would come back, April, in your idea, at a certain point with recommendations for marketing and enrollment. Is that?
Yes. So, for example, we have our bond oversight committee and we have our parcel tax oversight committee, and they report to us once a year. I would recommend more than once a year, but I think those are details that can be worked out. And then, yes, the marketing committee, I think would we would want them to get started as soon as possible with the marketing part, of course, and then the enrollment discussion that could be more for next school year.
So it would be one committee to help advise on all of the middle schools.
That is my thought, because I think part of the challenge with the marketing has been that things have been happening individually and just anecdotally of what we've heard. And again, I know the staff has been doing a really wonderful job, but just like I think we need that centralizedness so that, for example, I'm just a crazy, not a crazy, but just a very specific example. If Sandpiper Middle is going to have a middle school open house night on whatever day, I want that announcement to come out and it also say that Nesbitt is going to have an open house on a different day, and that we don't put them on the same day. So I think I think we could defer to, I think Trustee Tang was saying that Ralston should have an in-person open house. I think we can acknowledge that we don't need to boost enrollment at Ralston. But if the committee wants to have an open house, then that could be something the committee discusses.
And then are they then making a recommendation at some point? Or is it just so then it's up to the board at a certain point, future board or whatever, current board, to then say after getting this advice, whether it's for 1 year period or 2 years, and we just keep monitoring it. And then the idea is then to say, okay, it's still kind of, the trend is not upwardly growing despite the best ideas coming from this committee and staff leadership, of course. That's where we're going, right? That's the idea.
Yeah, I think my main idea is one is getting the parents involved and
Sure.
including them. And then secondly is that it is complex and we can't decide all the details tonight. And that we want further discussion. And so I think all these other things, we can ask the committee to work on those. We can, at future board meetings, we can provide more direction for the committee. We can then say to the committee, we'd like you to present at our June board meeting. Does that work for you? Things like that. But right today, I think we just need to establish the committee as part of the motion of keeping all 3 middle schools open, follow our customary enrollment procedures as outlined on our website for 26-27, and establish a district advisory committee on middle school marketing and enrollment.
So I guess I like what you proposed. I'm just trying to get my head around it. So at some point, advisory committees advise on options on what to do with awareness and everything. Who is it then the future board to say, we've heard enough recommendations over the years? Like, what's going to bring it back to the table to then finally say, based on X amount of years, we feel now, some future time period, right? The future that we have tried option one and it's not viable despite best efforts. We need to close a middle school. Like, that's where, so they're advising, they're recommending the district. We would advise the district. We would say to the district, strategically implement, go tactical, implement. And then at a certain future point, ultimately the board would then feel like there was a certain amount of time had passed for us to then have this decision, which the options which we're faced with now. Like, who brings, like that? I'm just like, is that where it has to go, right? What do you mean?
Why does it have to go to closure? Like, I feel.
Not saying it has to go to close, but I'm saying at one point, if there's declining enrollment and we're still at the numbers we are now, despite the advisory committee's recommendations, which hopefully we've implemented to some tactical success. But if not, if everything is static, despite best efforts, we have not been able to raise the numbers to make the program sustainable. And we are now spending $800K where it could be better for counselors. I'm just saying at some point, we then, I would think, unless we're going to just sustain these small programs to, infinity, some board is going to say, we have a tough decision to make. Despite our best efforts, we have not raised the numbers to where we feel they want to be. Trustee Bruno said 50 is the number. Hopefully, maybe aspirationally, it gets to be even bigger. I mean, I would think that would be the hope. And when you're creating a program, it doesn't stay smallness, but maybe it does. So I'm just wondering, like, I'm not adverse. I'm just trying to think it through and see, are we at some future point coming around to the table? And is that what we're kind of saying, that we feel like the community has valuable input, or this advisory committee has valuable input in thinking that options haven't been really flushed out, and therefore we're willing to give it time to then exhaust those opportunities despite, whatever's been done up to now. And therefore that at some point, though, there might have to be a decision made, because as declining enrollment, it might go down, actually, not go up. Is that kind of where we need to
go? Thank you, Trustee Burnham. I think we can give some more specifics right now.
Okay.
But I also think we can leave matters to the committee. And just for complete transparency, right? Three of the board members, we got elected in 2022.
Yep.
Right? So we would have to decide if we were running for reelection in the fall. So anyway.
And two of the board members are in the same district. So unfortunately,
Yeah.
Trustee Bruno and I've sent him house listings, to very nice districts outside of our own. Yeah, we're going to.
Thank you, Trustee Costa.
Despite that, no, you're absolutely right. That it might not be the makeup, might not be the same.
Exactly. So December 9th of this year, there will be at least one new member on this board, possibly two, possibly three. And then that is considered a new board that then would work with the superintendent and the district advisory committee and the staff, and they can then decide the priorities. And then that board is then theoretically consistent for 2 years until the next election happens, in which case Trustee Tang and Trustee Dang may decide to run for re-election or may not.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear of what you're proposing and okay. I feel like I think yours has merit if you feel that the committee can bring some interesting ideas and that the staff can implement those ideas to show the growth. I think if you're of that belief, then I think you have a sound idea. I'm not saying you don't. I'm just you have to be of that belief that that's going to go and trend in the right direction, trying to make it work for 2 programs, right? Okay, so we have that.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yeah.
You specifically call out enrollment staying the same for the 26-27 school year. What happens after the 26-27 school year?
I think that I think that legally and ethically, as a board, we can vote on the budget for next year, and we can say what we want to happen in this following school year. And we can also adopt new board policies or change board policies potentially. But I don't think we can tell the next board what they're going to do in 27, 28. I think if we attempted to tell them what they would need to do in 27, 28, those future people, who may be some of us, would be like, no, we got elected. We can decide what we want to do.
So theoretically, 27, 28, it could be that we have gone to a different model of filling our seats.
It could be, but I think again, it's a complex issue, and I want to involve our parents and rely on their expertise in marketing. I really appreciate the efforts that the district has done. But again, it's right, you're not generally thinking that in addition to running my school and making sure that students are learning, that I've also got to market my school, right? That is like an additional thing that parents can help with.
Mine's low, but
That's a sign.
Who lights are out? Who turned me on? We didn't pay. Okay, so again, Trustee Northrup has a motion on the table. Do you feel clear about that motion? Is it spec'd out enough?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and repeat it just to be sure. The motion, sorry, Dave,
Yeah.
would you like me to?
Yes, please.
So the motion is to maintain 3 schools, follow our current enrollment timeline with some small changes in dates, to establish a district advisory committee with the goal of marketing and enrollment, establishing it as a volunteer organization, and that's it.
Okay, and did we get a second on that? Or do we want to say? Let's second it again.
Second.
Great, okay. So before we vote, any further discussion on this? Okay. All right, can we, I think we need a roll call on this. I'm not sure where, so since this might not be unanimous, please let us do a roll call.
All of our mics are dying.
We only paid up to 10 o'clock. Put some money, insert money in the meter.
Okay, so we'll do a roll call.
Yes, please.
Trustee Bruno.
Nay.
Trustee Northrup.
Aye.
Trustee Tang.
Nay.
Trustee Dang.
Aye.
President Cost.
Nay.
Okay, we have 3 nay votes, 2 aye votes. Motion doesn't pass.
Right, motion doesn't pass. So does that mean therefore we are then talking about option 2 and 3? Or just on that amendment, that was it, okay.
I think just that motion
Okay.
failed.
So anybody doesn't, we don't have to stick with option 1. People can then present an option 2 or 3 motion if they so choose. I mean, so I don't know what the rules are. I'm just going to go for the sake of, I'm going to make a motion. Can I?
I think, yeah.
Okay, so I make a motion for option, I can't see with my glasses.
Just state what.
Yeah, okay, I'll make a motion that we go with keeping Nesbit open as the smaller middle school program and unfortunately closing down Sandpiper. Is there a second for this? Again, this is a second for discussion.
I would like to discuss this motion. If that doesn't have to go off the table, like, can we just talk about it?
No, then you say a second for discussion. Oh,
The second means we vote on it. I want to discuss it.
I see. No.
It can go both ways. Boards do it.
We
both
can have
ways.
a,
We've done it both ways.
why don't we have a discussion on it? Fine, let's have
discussion.
Let's have a discussion since we're talking about option 2. Did you want to lead off with your thoughts?
Sure. So I was trying to get this earlier. The enrollment issues at both sites are not necessarily attached to each other. Will you agree with that statement?
Yes.
So what does this motion, what is improving that situation look like? Like, again, as a separate scenario, this school that we've called both schools, we've used different words, but unsustainable, not viable, whatever version we're talking about.
Yeah.
What does commitment to improving that look like at this site?
I think it's all of what we've been talking about in this advisory committee, about working on marketing, about making sure we're getting out the message, about trying to do things differently. I also think that the ability to market one school and capitalize on kind of the small school kind of need, perhaps is going to result in more opting in. But certainly we would be building it from that perspective. Both programs, from a programmatic standpoint and a support and things we can do to support them, are pretty much maxed out. Right. So we would work on getting the word out, building those opportunities. And if it goes to enrollment, I would not artificially inflate the number. I would follow our current procedure, our current practice, and focus on one program.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I think if we were to, in order to fairly discuss options 2 and 3, I would ask the district leadership, which they can't provide right now, for a detailed cost savings projection for the next 5 years.
So we can certainly do that. I can anecdotally tell you that we've already started looking at enrollment. We can essentially move the current enrollment at one of our small schools, absorb it into Ralston with very little to no staffing changes at Ralston. That equates to a 7 FTE savings. We've been incredibly conservative with that number. And again, we haven't been driving it from a funding perspective. Funding has been a central question. And honestly, that's not where it started from our work, from Cabinet's work, from our work with schools. CBO Matsumoto, please add light there as well.
Sure. Obviously, it's a very nuanced answer, right? So I will do the best that I can, right? I think regardless, you're looking for a cost savings by year, is that correct? I mean,
Kind of like we're projecting the enrollment out 5 years. What do we project the cost savings to be? And with stipulating, which I'm pretty sure has been stipulated before, is that if we were to consolidate small middle schools, that would not mean that teachers in the closed school automatically did not have a job. We would have to follow bargaining unit procedures, and our goal would be to just not hire for positions as people retired and left.
that is correct.
Yeah.
So with that in mind, obviously I cannot predict the rate at which that happens, right? So let me just give an illustrative example, and I'll try and make the math as simple as possible. The average teacher in our district costs approximately $150,000, right? So let's just say in the first year, it's -1, for example, -2, and then -3. And let's just say it over 3 years, right? In the first year, you save $150,000, right? The second year, you save $300,000. And the third year, you save $450,000. Now, when you add all of that up, right? That's, what is that, 450? That's $950, or that's $900,000, correct? Ultimately, that $900,000, right, can be used for a multitude of things. One, it can be used to offset the desired quote unquote small cut, right, tightening of our belt that we have to do in order to close our fiscal gap. Two, if we feel like we're in a good place, potentially that can go towards our people as well, and honoring their service, for in the fiscal way. I'll just be super honest, right? Ultimately, that cost savings just continues rolling down the line, correct? Unless you use it for something. Again, ultimately, I think from the fiscal standpoint, right, and I've made this very clear in multiple of our interim and unaudited actuals, the California reserve requirement is 3%, right? Our board policy is 6%, right? The goal here of our district is to hopefully land the plane at around 17%, which is what School Services of California suggests from a cash flow perspective for basic aid districts, because we do not get money on a monthly basis. We only get money in the summer and in the winter, essentially, right? That 17% helps us to meet all of our fiscal obligations now into the future, right? So again, as Superintendent DeGuara and I talked about earlier, it all comes down to trade-offs, right? It's, if we would like to do more in one area, for example, if we would like to honor our staff more, then great, we can do that, but it may come at the cost of something else, right? And at the end of the day, $900,000 is not nothing. $150,000 per year adds up very quickly. Does that help?
It does. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. I want us to make a decision tonight. It's late, of course, but it's well worth our time, of course. But I feel like we cannot make a decision on closing one of the middle schools if we don't have that financial information out there to the public in the slides. in the memo. I do appreciate Superintendent DeGuara's memo that he prepared and the slides. But I think for me to feel comfortable, and I won't really be comfortable, for me to feel like we did our job listening to the community, we need to give the community more information. And it can be a chart that's like, in year one, we would save 150,000. Year two, we would save 300,000. But that I believe that this is the first time we've been explicit about that. I don't think we can then make a decision right now.
Thank you for bringing this up, Trustee Northrup. Just for clarification, so if we closed a school, we would have 7 full-time employees that are under contract, correct? If we're saying in year one, we're going to save money, that we only save the money if someone retires in year one, is that correct? But like, could it be any teacher that retired, or would it need to be a teacher that held the same credentials as that teacher? So like, there's a potential that we wouldn't get any cost savings for 5 years, right? If nobody retires?
We have retirement. I'm looking at Julie. We already have 4 retirements.
Are they for that credentialed teacher? I mean, I'm just saying we're only going to get the savings if the teacher with the same credential retires. So I think saying that in year one, year two, year three. Okay, so then it doesn't need to be a teacher in the same credential.
It does. You have to be credentialed to teach the specific area.
But so you're saying that the 7 full-time teachers have a credential for TK8? Is that what you're saying? So any teacher in TK8 that retired?
That is a majority, and I'll look to Julie. There's a lot of movement that can happen, and we have said we want to do our best to align that. I will say there's also contractual obligations that we have to follow.
All of that is correct. If you want hard numbers, I can't speak to specific positions, but I can guarantee at least a cost savings of 3 teachers from year one, if not more, the minimum of 3, due to retirements and shifts, retirements, resignations, and other shifts, minimum of 3 teachers in year one. The 15th this month.
Audience members may not be able to comment.
Sorry.
The bonus,
we do have an incentive. It's an early retirement bonus because if we know you're retiring, we can get out there and recruit early. We're just getting to that point, I think at the end of this week or next week, the 15th, you said?
the 15th.
So that's part of it. So that's why Julie knows we have 4 retirements. Historically, we do have folks that leave us at the end of the school year and plan their transitions accordingly.
If I might also just add a component, it seemed, so certainly, thank you very much, Director. The fiscal component would be the same. I'd just like to go a little further to why, again, I think both programs are outstanding. The reason that I think to go to option 2 versus option 3 is based on a few things. One is the projected demographic growth, concentration of student need, and distinctiveness of academic programming. We've seen from the demographer's report that the growth is going to grow in the central of our district, in the the El Camino kind of corridor. So if we're having our comprehensive school up at Ralston, and unfortunately the recommendation is to close one of the smaller middle schools, it makes sense to have the other one where the growth is in the central part of the district, where the demographer projects future enrollment growth that could be able to potentially sustain it. In addition, it is our most diverse community. It's a Title I school. It serves a higher proportion of English language learners, as we've realized. Students requiring additional academic support does exist. Furthermore, I would say that while definitely, I acknowledge the value of the small middle school model, right? That smaller environment, that still would happen. Those students who that is their best fit, parents would still be able to select between a comprehensive middle school and the other smaller middle school. I think Nesbitt has an advantage in the IB middle years program. One, it's the only one in the county, and I think that's to be commended. I think also, as we've heard, that one of the elective choices is language. Certainly, world language begins in 6th grade as a mandatory core class, not as an elective as it has in Ralston. So that would be something that Sandpiper students, I think, would appreciate. The design-focused learning that is in both programs is embedded in the IB program. And also, having an oversight of a globally recognized program by the umbrella of an international baccalaureate organization that does authorize and regularly reviews as part of their mandate to review their school sites that are implementing their program. I think that's going to help with transition. So going down this path, I think for those reasons, it would make sense between option 2 and 3 to go with the Nesbitt option, so that it helps with that transition, and it also services our vulnerable community. That's where I was thinking with this.
When I think about that list of vulnerable communities for either one of them, what does it look like for the district to take care of that community if Nesbitt closes?
To take care of, when you say take care of that community if Nesbitt closes. I think Trustee Koss made some solid points about the quality of the program. Again, not diminishing Sandpiper's population. I think so. I'll rather than judge, I will quote what we heard at our Nesbitt about access, about relying ability to get to and from school. We heard from the Sandpiper or the Nesbitt community that was a challenge at times. Certainly, transportation currently goes up the hill in the morning and it goes down the hill in the afternoon. So transportation is a little bit more feasible for the Sandpiper folks to get to Nesbitt or Ralston. I think that adds to it. Nesbitt is our most diverse campus. So certainly has additional need when it comes to that. We don't have we rely on public transportation to transport our students to and from school. We would, as I've said, we'd work with Samtrans to do the best that we're able. That there currently is no transportation, I don't believe, from Nesbitt out to Sandpiper as a school route.
7 a.m. bus from Redwood Shores.
Yeah.
Sandpiper starts to go up the hill.
Sandpiper goes up, right? Oh, sorry. Yes, all of our schools can meet the needs of all of our kids. I'm going to look to my colleagues to Jingpei, DBO Matsumoto. Do you?
That's a really hard one.
Yeah.
Without speaking about individual, I don't think we can answer that one.
Yeah.
We can meet the needs of all of our students at any of our schools.
Yeah.
And equitably speaking, having a school close to the population, the highest needs probably.
I will say when it comes to support services, maybe that's kind of your question. We move support services to support kids wherever they're attending. So that is something we do each and every year, and we'll continue to do that.
Okay. So should we go ahead and go ahead? So should we go ahead and see if there's a second for the motion? So again, I'll rephrase the motion is that Nesbitt remains open and Sandpiper is closed. Is consolidate? Sorry, yes, absolutely consolidate. It's not a closure. Thank you. Consolidation. Is there a second for that motion? Okay. Any further discussion before a vote? Yep.
Thank you. I would like to offer an alternate motion to also be considered, which is, I'll just say it out loud. I move that we keep all 3 middle schools open, follow our customary enrollment procedures as outlined on our website for the next 2 school years, 26-27 and 27-28. And that we establish a district advisory committee on middle school marketing and enrollment.
Does that supersede, because that's a different motion, right? You're going back to option 1, right?
I think
I'm just trying to understand the best.
Yes, I think what we can then do is we can say, I want us to vote on trustee Northrup's motion, or I want us to vote on trustee Foss's motion, or whoever made the motion. And I don't think we have to vote on the first, or if it's fine. Only have one vote. Okay.
They're not, one or not.
Yeah, I think that procedurally we can only have one motion like in action at a time. So I think we need to vote on the first motion and then make another motion.
So, okay, so we'll get to that if it, so the motion on the table has been seconded for the Nesbit to remain open. So now can we do a roll call on that motion? Well, wait, sorry, do we want to amend also by the district advisory committee, or is that convoluting it? All right, well, let's just keep, I mean, do we want to, I mean, is there a motion to add that district advisory committee? Or just do a straight motion? Well, the motion was just to Nesbit to remain open, Sandpiper to be closed, but then, I don't know. I thought we had talked about the district advisory committee, but I'm not trying to. Okay, then let's just put it out as is and then we vote on it. Okay. I'll bring it down to Jackie. No, what? Yeah. Okay, so, sorry, so we're reading the motions again, I guess. So, you want me to read the motion in? Okay, so the motion is, option number 2, Nesbit remains open as the K through 8 school, and Sandpiper is closed. Sure. Fine. Aye. Yes.
Nay.
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 Aye. Has that motion been seconded yet?
I apologize that I introduced another motion when we hadn't voted on the first one. I'm interested in hearing if trustee Bruno has an alternate motion.
I don't. I had a question and perhaps an amendment. So this is a good thing. Like adding time to it is okay. Yes. I would amend 3 years. Like I would want the most secure and stable version of it. Of this now new motion where we're saying 2 years.
What we would be committing the district to, or not committing, but recommending that the district do, is for 3 years, maintain a situation where we are fiscally not viable. Is that correct? It's not even not viable. It's just we're fiscally not as responsible as we would want to be. I just want to clarify, is that right?
I would like a version of this motion that shows the fullest commitment of this district behind our schools. And 2 years feels like not stable or insecure for families, staff, and students. So I'm in support of the fullest commitment. Yeah. So I'm amending to 3 and then fully acknowledging, because we don't have to say it more, that there will be a new board probably at that point and they'll make their selections.
So may I take your amendment and add it into my motion?
If you just say 2 years and I'm a 5th grader, why would I choose to go to 6th grade? Right? Okay.
Because we're not saying that in 3 years or in 2 years, we're going to go and decide to take away the schools, right? We're not going to consolidate. I mean, the commitment is we intend to stand behind the school, right?
I'm, so where my conundrum is I don't want the district to be in a position where we are not filling the school. And I believe that our district advisory committee can fill those seats. But I also believe that they need a good amount of time. And perhaps not enough time for the district. They might need more time than the district can give them with our runway of whatever dollars we have. And so what I really want to see, and not really want to see, but what I would prefer to see is that we go with option one, we say, hey, we're gonna say we want these schools. Give our families that 1 year of, okay, or 1 or 2 years, I'll give you 2 years, right? Of current situation with not having necessarily enough students, and allow the district advisory committee to build up that enrollment.
So let's just go, so we have a motion for 3 years. I mean, this is like.
I'm just, that's my position.
So we have a motion, so originally, motion for 3 years, status quo, motion for 3 years, with this advisory committee, and that was.
It's just working on the job.
Might be something different. That kind of right, 3 year period.
Yeah, I think for clarity, I'd be happy to say my motion again. I move that we keep all 3 middle schools open, follow our customary enrollment procedures as outlined on our website for the following 3 school years, 26-27, 27-28, and 28-29. And we establish a district advisory committee on middle school marketing and enrollment. Can I get a second?
Second.
Open for discussion.
Excuse me, if I may make one point, if I may ask one point of clarification, so the committee would not pay extra costs to the district in your plan, correct?
Correct. It would be a volunteer committee.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
I'll just squeeze it in.
I know.
Okay, so we had one, I like this. Okay, so we had a motion, we had a second motion for discussion, so now we do a roll call vote.
Or just if there's further discussion.
Sorry, further discussion? Okay. Okay, so now we have a roll call vote.
Trustee Bruno.
What is the 2 year part of this? What's the 2 year? No, it's 3. Oh, you just, when did the amendment? Okay.
Yes.
With your suggestion. Your mutual.
I'm sorry, say it one more time.
No worries. I move that we keep all 3 middle schools open, follow our customary enrollment procedures as outlined on our website for the following 3 school years, 26-27, 27-28, and 28-29. And we establish a district advisory committee on middle school marketing and enrollment. What a second. Second is all right. Okay.
Same question I had before. You operate in how you see fit and relative to this mission. Not artificially reason.
Hi, by the virtue of the motion, the board has determined that we move forward as we have. So no, we don't artificially.
Aye.
Yeah.
Trustee Norfolk.
Aye.
Hi.
Aye.
I abstain. What, one?
No, you can abstain. You can abstain. Motion passes.
Motion passes. I want to thank everybody, thank the board for their deliberation, and I want to thank everybody for remaining. Have a very nice evening.
We're not done.
We're not done, we're still.
We still have.
Yeah.
Let's.
For item number 13. CSBA board policy approval.
Board of Trustees, CSBA board policy update, for immigration and enforcement is, for first read and approval tonight. It is, some change in legislation that requires districts to adopt certain policies, by March 1st. It is an amendment to our other board policy, 5145.13. And with this recommendation, we will be deleting 5145.3, EPNAR, and replacing it with 1445 beginning. Motion or recommend approval.
Okay, do I have, this is an action item?
I move that we approve CSBA board policy, response to immigration enforcement.
Okay, so with that, this action is. I'm sorry, we have a vote. Okay. Okay, so all in favor of this?
Aye.
We know nays, it passes.
Could we close the doors? And of course, it's still an open meeting, but could we close the doors so we can hear ourselves?
Okay, now we're on future board agenda items.
No, we're at CSBA first read.
God.
Item 14.
Okay. So we have.
Item 14 is CSBA board policy January 2026 first read. For the board tonight is a list of board policies with recommended changes. These changes are based on CSBA recommendations. These policies are up for first read tonight. We'll be asking for any feedback and approval at our next meeting.
Right, so this is a discussion item. Okay, so now we go on to future board meeting agenda items. March 12th and April 16th. Is there anything, so is there anything that anybody wants to propose adding on?
No one's listening anyway, but my computer's
I propose that for the March meeting, we ask the district for if there's a change to the timeline for sixth grade enrollment. And also that we ask for an update from the district, which can include parents of the middle school marketing and enrollment committee. Sorry. Okay,
So,
advisory, that we get an update from the advisory committee.
so the board is asking me to have the advisory committee in place by next month?
That's pretty sure.
So I'm trying to, so I think again, right, for taking care of this coming school year, right? Parents need to know, are there any changes to the timeline right now for, because Superintendent DeGuara mentioned that there could be possible dates changed on the timeline, so maybe let me separate my questions. Yeah, do we need to discuss changing the timeline at all for 26, 27?
Can I ask a question? Or was that a question? Or okay, it looked like you were gonna answer, so sorry.
If the board would like additional information, I'm happy to provide.
I think one thing that I'm just curious about is like, so now we're gonna create a committee, so like, are we creating the committee or who's gonna?
So I think one of our powers that we have as an elected school board is that we can create committees. We can leave it to the district to handle the specifics, but I think, our idea can be that maybe we would like an update from the district in March on maybe it's how are they going to form the committee? Something like that. How are they going to form the committee? As in, they're going to send out, for example, that they're going to send out emails that the principals at each of the 3 middle schools are going to specifically ask their school site councils if anybody wants to join, things like that.
I'll just go ahead and address the timeline. March 3rd, we have a middle school joint information night planned. March 2nd, I gotta adjust it slightly, the decision. Monday, March 2nd, there's gonna be a middle school information night, all 3 schools presenting. Tuesday, March 3rd, there's gonna be an information night, I believe it's Nesbit. March, let's see, that week, I'll just, well, sorry. The week of March 1st, we have presentations by the middle school teams of all 3 middle schools, followed by individual presentations of by Sandpiper and Nesbit. Week of the next 3 weeks, we're doing parent tours, March 9th at Nesbit, March 11th and 12th at Sandpiper. We are trying to work in school visits to meet with our students. We don't know whether that's fully possible, but we're testing that for possibly February 25th, 26th. It's a short runway, especially with conferences. We're planning a shadow day on March 13th and March 20th at Nesbit, and March 16th and March 19th at Sandpaper. The middle school choice form will be sent out on March 27th. It will be due on Friday, April 3rd. Spring break is April 6th through the 10th. And then we will send out placement information shortly after that. Likely. So the website will be updated with that information. Any delay to that has us delaying our timeframe. This will go out to families. Pending any different board direction.
Okay, we have a convened closed session.
Do any other work it for? Great. Do you have a convene if the board wishes to?
Yeah, we should.
have it.
Well, if you don't have anything, I think there was.
It's I'm fine dispensing with closed tonight, as the board.
I think, we would like to. Okay. Okay, so do we have a motion to dispense with closed? Do we need it? No, not needed? Okay,
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn at 11:29 p.m.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service. Good job, everybody. I am not adverse to the proposition.